man, now they have a breadth of players that you can definitely put a highlight on. Another is Wits, who's been so crazy consistent despite all the roles that he's been put onto, whether it be a controller, initiator, or the occasional duelist. And with that being said, no matter where you put him, the rest of the team really revolves, or at least still plays as well, if not better, because of said flexibility. Now's a true juggernaut. They've only been getting better as the weeks gone by. At the very last day, are we going to see a potential new peak for them?
Now, Raf, I also was wanting to mention nga yung map selection that could be watched out for dito, specifically para sa Puggers. Kasi alam natin NAOS have overwhelming odds in this particular series. You mentioned nga na one of the things that they have to ban has got to be Icebox, but I kind of want to counter that then. I think Puggers want to keep it plain and simple, and the maps that they've done the best, even though they have lost a bunch of their series, if you look at yung mga round standings nila, they always, even though they lose parang 13-10, the maps that those kind of outcomes come out for Puggers has got to be was Ascent, Icebox, and I feel what's the other one nga ba? I think Haven. So these are maps that they want to fight NAOS on here. I feel like if lumabas man Icebox dito, it's still a somewhat viable option para sa Puggers.
Ingat-ingat na lang talaga sila dyan. Kasi nakita pa rin naman, hindi mo pa rin madedenay na so far hindi pa natatalo tong NAOS Esports. And ang tapang na lang talaga ng Puggers if they're willing to put that map out. But before we even get to that point, pag-usapan natin etong dalawang napaka-impactful na players. Kahit saan mo idaan, they are so consistent, they're able to take up so much space, and they're just able to lead their own teams to victory every now and then. We have Walk on Water and of course, Mojer. Actually, it's time we highlight Mojer. Actually, in the course of the group stage, hindi pa natin siya napag-uusapan dito sa ating head-to-head, and now we finally do. So, Asterai, these two players, let's talk about them. Who do you think is, how would I say this? Kasi may difference kasi talaga tong dalawa eh. Mojer likes to play on that Raze, while Walk on Water likes to play on that Jet. Like, yun talaga yung pagkakaiba netong dalawa. But who do you think is the more effective, or like the one that is able to just really make a play for their team?
I really like that question, Laika. It's because of the fact na if you look at it from a different standpoint, not looking at yung kanilang pag-pick up ng champions na yun and how effective they are as players themselves, yung situation that they're technically in, diba? Mojer has overwhelming support from his teammates sa NAOS roster. If you've seen how NAOS plays, napakaganda ng follow-up or ng intro na binibigay ng teammates niya. NDG sets up beautifully for Mojer, kaya napaka-effective ng double satchels ni Mojer dito. Walk on Water, on the other hand, has to usually play by himself, and that is the Puggers play sa talaga. You know, the Pugs going ham at it. So, the question is that going to persevere sa, again, sa setup style dito ng NAOS? Can Walk on Water find those chinks in the armor ng setup ng NAOS and maybe kind of snowball rounds off of that? I think that's the better question talaga to look at when you kind of compare these two. It's not just how effective they are as duelists, it's how effective they are as duelists in the environment that they're playing in.
Wow, you take a player head-to-head and use it to highlight the macro. After you're kind of killing the point of an individual head-to-head here, but I do have to agree, the systems are completely different, right? In a way, Mojer is relying on his teammates, and as everybody should, it is a team game to support him on all the entries, as you mentioned, to really open up the site, whereas on the side of Puggers, and I feel like this is because of an experience type of thing. They rely on Walk on Water to be the literal spear to break through the defenses instead of well, of course, it's still a mutual benefit for all of the team, but it's just the refinement is somewhat lacking on the side of Puggers, which is honestly fairly forgivable because they're very young, but that just proves how, once again, despite the individual head-to-head macro-oriented things can be at the highest level.
Yeah, totally understandable. Kasi marami naman talagang factors. When we talk about duelists, it's not just them that's carrying the entire team. It's a group effort at the end of the day. And group effort din, yung pagpili ng mapa. Tulad yan ng sinabi kahapon ni Vil, dito pa lang nagsisimula na yung labanan. Pagpili pa lang ng mapa, mental warfare na yan between these two teams. Pero kanina sinabi ni Asterai na tingin niya possible pa rin for Puggers to actually pull out that Icebox kasi dun sila pinaka may fighting chance. Pero, to be honest, we haven't seen a split or a Lotus yet, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of now. So maybe kayang i-exploit to ng Puggers at ilabas nila to. But I wanna know if you feel the same way, Raph.
I really don't. I feel like if you're Puggers and you want to fight on Icebox, I think it's an incredibly courageous move, but sometimes people will die braver than most. I feel like Icebox has been an absolute fortress for NAOS, and we very rarely see weakness as a unit and as individuals when they play on said map. So for Puggers, I feel like it's imperative for them to get rid of that. I mean, this is not to discredit the Puggers because, again, they're still in the league. They've been playing really, really well. But it is so dangerous to try and I guess attack that type of way for NAOS, because NAOS, they've proven that they can handle brute force and they can handle it very, very well.
The thing is, kasi I feel like what other maps can Puggers really beat NAOS in, diba? They're probably gonna be looking at, I don't know. Yeah, yun sasabihin ko eh. Puggers don't want to get dragged out to Fracture. So it's either they ban Icebox or they ban Fracture. And I think Fracture is the bigger evils dito sa two particular maps na yan, because the last time that they played, I mean, it's not here even in the regular split. It was on the open qualifiers against Yodi Gang. I believe that's sila Chowdi ata yun. They lost, and I feel like that is still untested waters then for Puggers. But now I feel like this map selection really favors them because they have the bigger pool. That means they can bring out any map that they would like, especially nga yung Icebox.
Well, di naman prio pick yung Fracture sa NAOS eh. That's why I wanted to leave Fracture as a second ban, because I feel like NAOS have way stronger maps in comparison to, I believe, this Fracture, right? So Puggers voting it out in so early, I feel like is a pitfall for them. But this is why we talk about the strategic value of a veto. The game, as Vil mentioned and as everybody would like to agree, it really starts with this chess match. And wow, Pearl first map. Okay,
Pearl. Isang beses pa lang natin nakita tong Puggers na mag-Pearl. It was against Abaddon Abyss and they lost there too. So, very slim pickings on the side of Puggers. Kasi nga sabi natin, marami pa silang kailangan i-improve dito. And ang hirap kasi even though there are improvements that we've been seeing throughout the matches, kung bakit ba naman ganito pa yung naging bracket nila, na NAOS pa nga yung huli nilang makakalaban bago tayo mag-playoffs. Medyo mahirap na lang talaga makabawi at that point. But there we go, Azurai. We are gonna be seeing an Icebox, and you picked it perfectly. Puggers pa nga yung namili neto.
Again, they want to keep it as simple as can be. I think Pearl, alright, just looking away na lang talaga sa NAOS, kasi I feel like NAOS really has a better understanding talaga of the map selection that we will be having for today. At least mas natututo na ang mga teams natin with how Pearl is being played, especially na if you've seen the past 5 weeks, both Oasis and NAOS have made a damn good case of how to approach this. So, kung nakakapag VOD review sila and everything, at least Puggers have a quick understanding kung paano maglaro ang NAOS dito. And again, Filipinos are starting to make Pearl as the new Ascent in a way, diba? So, I feel like, again, this is still the best of what they can find para sa Puggers.
I mean, it is the best for what they can find, but my biggest concern here is that, at least with the data we have in regards to NAOS, and you did mention that we should go away from NAOS, but again, they're right in front of them, man.
Yeah,
the thing about Icebox NAOS is that it's so hard to find timing against NAOS. I feel like this is a map where they rarely get flanked on, and it just feels super, super tight-knit. The way Puggers handles aggro and pulls aggro is very, very direct. And I feel like they need to be better equipped, I guess, NAOS, for the lack of a better term. And this Icebox, I will die on this hill. I feel like this is such a difficult pick for Puggers.
Dude, I am not disagreeing with you. I totally agree with that. Pero again, what else can they go for?
No! Ascent, apparently.
Yeah. I told you, man. They're gonna go for those maps talaga. It's either one of those. I think NAOS, even though they have a comparably good Haven, they don't want to risk it. Alam nila that Puggers has some pretty incredible mid-round energy. So if they can immediately sever that with
To
the
be
lack
fair.
of Puggers. I think experience. That's a really good strategy from NAOS.
To be fair, Puggers have proven me wrong once before, and I'm excited to see that happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you mentioned, the map pool is just so limited for Puggers, and we're gonna go to Ascent anyway. Still, this Icebox map, I'm very suspicious of that.
Nako, Raf, hindi lang Puggers ang nakasorpresa sa'yo at have proven you wrong in the past. Ngayon si Azuray, well predicted niya yung map pool natin. Kinontra ka niya. Si Azuray ang may malaking no.
Nice try.
Nice try. Pagbigyan mo na, throw him a bone every now and then. Come on. Actually, I'm gonna throw Azuray one right now. Good Tagalog. Galing mo mag-Tagalog, Azuray, ah.
Na-practice na sa Sao Paulo.
Grabe, sa Brazil ka pa nagtatagalog, ha? Lupit mo talaga. Pero ayan, there you have it, guys. We are gonna be going to Pearl, Icebox, and Ascent. Mainit-init tong mga mapa na to. And especially for the last two maps na aabutan natin, malaki. Malaki yung mga space na kailangan i-clear ni Mojer, pati ni Walk on Water. So, excited na ako. Sana makita natin yung developments talaga on both of these teams, especially in that map kasi nga sabi nyo, there is a lot that they needed to adjust and hopefully malabas na nila yung best form nila when we go to these maps. But as I say that, I do wanna know, since tama yung prediction mo sa mapa natin, Azuray, is your prediction for the teams gonna be correct as well? Sinong sa tingin mo yung mananalo sa series na to?
Well, I am making an argument dito para sa Puggers. I feel like the stats is incredibly undeniable. My prediction would have to still be NAOS Esports.
NAOS Esports. I'm gonna, tama si Azuray sa mga predictions niya. Magaling rin talaga yung NAOS Esports, so kakampi ako kay Azuray. Ang tanong na lang, malaking no na naman ba yung reply sa atin ni Raf? O kakampi siya sa atin? If you can't beat them, join them, di ba?
Listen, guys, am I really the type of person to say no in your face just because
Yes.
I can? You're right.
Yes.
But this time around, I am honestly going for NAOS. It is just so hard to go against them right now. And with that being said, I would love to see a fun underdog story unfold within this series, but it is statistically not likely to happen. And this is with all due respect. You know what I mean?
If we go back, isa sa mga Filipino talents natin, di ba, Team Secret, they were able to beat Team Liquid dun sa ating Sao Paulo tournament. So,
Tama lang.
anything can happen talaga. Hindi sila yung expected na victors dun, but they did it anyway. So, maybe Puggers, baka ito na yung chance nyo na ipakita sa amin what you guys have got. But that is it here on the panel. We all predicted NAOS Esports. So ngayon, gusto ko naman alamin yung mga casters kaya natin, yun din yung pananaw. Magkaalaman na tayo ngayon as we begin with game number 1.
The end of the season is in sight. Absolutely hyped that we have made it all through these weeks. But now is the time to figure out who's going to be taking our final few series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of the VCTPH broadcast. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. And as you can see, my friend, I'm feeling so hyped up and energetic for these upcoming games.
Oh yeah, you came in with this morning here on a Sunday, just very, very bright, like some sunny side eggs. But, maybe some people would look at this match and think there's no real consequence to this, and that this doesn't matter. Well, I disagree. I think this matters quite a bit, especially for the Puggers. They can go up with their heads up high. I don't think necessarily there's a big case to be made for them to still make it to the playoffs at this point, but you can certainly have some pride by taking away a series, especially from a team like NAOS.
Yeah, that'll be huge, especially as they're one of the two teams that can be our top seed. But before anything else, we gotta give our love and our thanks to our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. You know that? Celebrate great wins with great food. Enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. QR code down below. And you are tuning in right now to the English broadcast. We still have more and more streams for you in our language redirect. And check us out. We're on twitch.tv/Valorant_PH as of now. You can also find the English broadcast at youtube.com/@ValorantEsportsPH as well. On the Filipino side, though, it's facebook.com/ValorantEsportsPH or youtube.com/@ValorantEsportsPH. So whether English or Filipino, we thank you guys for tuning in and supporting the Philippine scene. But back to the points we've been making there, Black and Blue. And truth be told, you are correct. The Puggers, whether they win this or not, is impossible for them to make it to the playoffs because of their loss against Abaddon Abyss. But on the other hand, this is going to be absolutely important for NAOS. They need to get this win over Puggers, and they need Oasis Gaming to lose later if they want that first seed moving forward.
Yeah, and that first seed matters a lot, right? You get to face, I think, the 6th seeded team coming into that playoff slot, and that gives you a lot more benefit when going into things, especially kind of ending the regular season with your heads up high and your hopes even higher. So we're going to map number 1, and I think this is a very curious fact that they left Icebox open, arguably the best map here coming in from the NAOS squad. But then you look at the bans of the case here, Puggers, they aren't a team that likes to, play many maps in general anyway, so Icebox, they leave that on in. It hasn't been a bad map, to be fair, for them. They were able to win it for the most part. They have a pretty positive record on it, so maybe they're feeling like, hey, if it's their best playground, then maybe we can kick the sand a bit and see what can happen.
Yeah, the offset, you look at NAOS and they're picking maps that they know they have seen Puggers lose before. We got Pearl to start things off, and we got Ascent later on. And let's be real, this is 100% on the side of NAOS right now in terms of a map draft. This is just absolutely the fact. It takes guts to take and pick Icebox against a squad like NAOS Esports. But for the Puggers, I think that's one point you really have to hit home right now. Their playtime itself has been limited. The squad and their longevity has been limited, and the map pool is limited as a result. So playing those different map picks, playing things that they have already seen before and have done so before, are really the best ways for the Puggers to move forward and try to get these victories. It's the hardest road there, Black and Blue, but if the Puggers can do it, it'll be the sweetest victory that they can get this season.
Hey, if there's anybody who can do it, it's the Puggers squad, right? With the type of player like the Fluffy O2's tournament winner on Blixarino on it. So maybe they can show us a bit of that championship magic that we saw during the off time, during the community season of things. But I mean, Dax, as you talked about, unfortunately, so enough, even if Puggers do somehow manage to win this as the incredible underdogs as they are, we're not counting them out, they will be tied up 2-5 with teams like Abaddon Abyss and Sky Empire all vying for that 6th slot. But as you said, it's because they lost the head-to-head series with Abaddon Abyss and Sky Empire, which does make them a lot more difficult of a case for them to be able to actually get into it. But it would have been a nice thing to see. It would have been a nice stake to have for this match, but there are still some things to be given on up, especially, of course, if you get to ruin one of the best records here in the regular season, being that of NAOS, and with a match a while later on as well, with Oasis going to be played on up. If they're the ones that are also upset, then we might not actually have a single team here only finish this regular season with a single loss.
Yeah, there's always that possibility, but NAOS, on the other hand, they have been on absolute there. Look at the records that we've seen from them time after time. Victories over Game Lab Alpha, Abaddon Abyss, Action PH, as well as Sky Empire, and a closely contested matchup against Oasis Gaming. We've always been saying that is that number 1, number 2 seed, but for NAOS Esports, lately their form has been akin to a number 1 seed. After the Oasis Gaming series there, Black and Blue, it seems like they just turned it up to 11. Everything has been more hyper-focused. We are seeing the synchronicity between the two factions that we deemed back then from now as the old guard of NCG and Mojer, as well as the new ones, but the veterans that were with Papi Chulo and Ja. They have meshed together well. We're seeing so much synergy right now in the best stats and the best performances, especially from the first two that we mentioned, Mojer and NDG. We're getting it recently as of we've seen in the local season.
For sure. I mean, old guard in tenure within the NAOS organization, but certainly a bit newer to the competing front, and you got the opposite of that exact case to be made for the latter three of this roster added onto this. We know the big names on this, but I think really our microscope has been on NDG and Mojer for good reason. They are the players who are by far a bit more untested, but they've been so impressive in what they've been able to do. Like, Mojer has been such a just complete haywire kind of factor sometimes for this now squad. He just comes in big, gets so much space for the rest of the team to do their work, and then you got NDG on that backline who, for the most part, has been also pretty reliable, getting those trades, making sure that they have enough players, enough bodies on site to be able to actually reliably win their fights and win their gun bouts. And that's, I think, a really big thing that this NAOS core has come to rely on, right? Those new guns in terms of competitive tenure, not necessarily within the org, but just those new young bloods, they have been under our microscope for very good reason, because sometimes, you know, like organisms, you want to look at the most interesting part of that biology, and for NAOS, I think they are the most interesting part of the cell, the mitochondria.
Wow, so you're telling me they're the powerhouse.
The powerhouse.
The powerhouse of the PH scene? Perhaps. I didn't expect, though, to hear a cell reference from you out of nowhere. But enough of my biology lesson. I do believe we are going to be going on a bit on a break. And when we return, it will be Agent Select for that first map. We'll see you guys in a bit for more of NAOS versus Puggers.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
I am Jinten.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing VALORANT so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin, kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema, which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat, and nag-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra, at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
one player para sa akin, si Mojer. Kasi feeling ko nakalabang ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abadon Esports. Kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential. And I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, I think. Kasi lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong ng individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Feeling ko anong yanik sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team. Outside the game, para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin. Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami, buong team. Kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang mag-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Mauger.
I'm Wits. I'm Ja. And we are NAOS.
Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon.
Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas. Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila. After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve sa team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparation for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa NAOS and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin talaga para dalhin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yeah.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slatom 999.
I'm Exotic.
I'm Hydra.
I'm Rabab.
I'm V-Black. And we are
Abaddon
Abyss.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon Abyss, and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay.
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week lang yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can't get to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to V-Black's house, and having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ayo because dami niyang tinuro sa akin. And at the same time, gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
Ganon yung team, di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of students na nagka-cutting, tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart, kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us.
Still up and raring to go. We will continue now with our upcoming first series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of pause there, but we're gonna be no breaks this time around. Get into the game, into our first map between NAOS Esports as well as Puggers. Dax in Black and Blue still with you for today's festivities, and I'm just excited. Afternoon of adventure here, my friend. It still is a battle effectively for the first seed over 2 series, but we focus on NAOS and Puggers right now, and we get into Agent Select to kick off Pearl in the afternoon. So maybe expectations, perhaps, will we see some adjustments here from NAOS Esports, especially given that we've seen Ja himself flex over to more frontline role. Seems like for now, it's not gonna be a case there for NAOS.
Well, looking at Pearl so far, NAOS here, no real too stark difference, I think, coming on. Now they have the same exact composition from the last on time, but you look at the Puggers, and that's a very big difference. They do bring out Chongi here this time around on the Sova. We've seen him on the Fade in the past in Second Love. From the Killjoy, he now swaps on over to the Jet, where the last time around it was Walk On Watcher himself in that role. So they swap on around who is going to be where configuration-wise. Hopefully, for their sake, this is what they need to make this map work out.
No, that's the biggest deal right now, Black and Blue. I was looking at the roster. It's just like, where is Walk on Water? He's not here right now. He's not going to be in the game. Instead, it's Lost Boy subbing in. There's 6-man that we've seen perhaps in maybe the open qualifier or whatnot, but he's been in that roster, but we haven't seen too much of him to begin with. NAOS Esports tried, tested, and ready to go yet again. That synergy that we've been talking about for NAOS from front to back, absolutely important. We have to keep an eye out on how Mojer and Wits will coordinate with one another yet again. And that solo initiator Sky has been very effective for NAOS Esports. Super, I'd say, self-reliant, super self-sufficient, and really able to make a play off just by himself there for Wits.
What's been interesting is that it's kind of like a throwback to a lot of what was being done during the end of year one, where you'd have some teams want to run a single initiator with that Sky being the solo one, right? They go for a more aggressive composition. There is indirect info to be found. The only direct information you really get is from the Trailblazer, and it's going to be very curious to see if they can make it work or not. We've seen it be very effective against other teams as well, but now we go on out to the final match between these two teams, NAOS and Puggers. This ain't a best of one, that's on me. As the Puggers start on the defense, Dax, I think it's going to be a very... Is that thing... It's facing the wrong way.
Where are you looking? Hey, Mr. Turret, what you doing? And seems like we're getting ahead of ourselves, so into the action we go. Chongi will get that first kill. Bit of that mid-presence from the Puggers. Now's in the meantime, though, heavy investment on the frenzies. We've seen how effective this gun can be, especially in the lock-in season. And now NAOS taking names and taking command of the art area towards main. They shall go, lobbing the pain shells towards the dugout even. I like the reposition, though, from the Puggers. Main control, a bit important right now, but NAOS, they're going to play for backside. And as of now, they're getting the plant going here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, there it goes. 3v2. Now as a pick is found, it's a 2v2 on the back side. They're trying to retake this site. They have the man advantage here on the Puggers side. It's all down to Mojer, who's a single HP. He's a single shot away from death. The swing is just too difficult to deal with, and Puggers, pretty successful pistol round they're able to find on the retake.
Yeah, they funneled basically the NAOS Esports squad in. From that point on, the Puggers get the answer and get the takedowns. This squad, we've seen, especially in their lone victory against GameLab Alpha, very effective on the frags are Black and Blue. Puggers to their name and to their core, ready to just frag out at a moment's notice and make highlights for themselves. Second Love though, first one in this time around, he refuses to play second fiddle in this roster this time. 3 kills already on the Jet, taking the mantle of responsibility from Walk on Water. I'm excited to see what the Puggers can do down the line now.
You can't say fiddle and not just instantly ring. Some notes in my head, but the Puggers, as of the moment, is a pretty big pistol round, I think, for them to start off with. They're on the defensive side, the less favored side on Pearl. Anywho, as we seem to be in a technical pause, seemingly so, as how you don't see a monochrome filter over your screen. Yeah, this is a tech.
Yeah, quick little tech pause right there. Where did I have a tech pause? Did we just have a tech pause yesterday?
We did have a tech pause yesterday. Abaddon Abyss versus...
Was it the same map?
Sky Empire.
Yeah?
It actually might have been.
It might have been.
It actually might have been.
I can't remember.
Let me check.
Pearl equals cursed? Question mark? Find out on the last weekend of the regular season. But while we have this time right now, we can talk about NAOS. We can see. We kind of have to wonder, what will they bring to the playoffs? Because truth be told, we've said it already. The Puggers can't really make it to the playoffs because of the head-to-head. They're just here for a bit of glory. A map win or two against NAOS Esports is gonna be such a big testament to their greatness moving forward, if they're gonna stick around as a team or not. But I'm really wondering, especially with additions of Split and Lotus, what else will NAOS bring to the table? Are they more prepared for a map pool like this rather than what we saw a while ago on Bind Embrace? How will they also look to beat their biggest rivals in Oasis Gaming? That synchronicity though that we've been looking for, we've seen it in spades now, and really for NAOS, that's the biggest strength they have moving forward.
Well, I mean, for the 3 veterans on that NAOS squad, we did see Split be one of those maps on their former teams, but both of them actually really be quite effective on that. But Lotus, I think, is a bigger question on out. We've been seeing them be very effective in playing the Harbor on out on a map like Icebox, but something they could also apply onto something like Lotus. Move on now to the Eco. NAOS, not much to go with. They do have that flank catch here on the jaw. The rest of the squad all walking their way up to this wall. Nano Swarm's going to keep him at bay and make it more difficult to entry here without much damage done. Second Love quick on the trade, and he's supposed to win the second fight, and that he does. All they're prioritizing right now is the plant, which won't even go down. And this round is done. There it is, 2-0.
Absolutely caught there by the Puggers and effectively worked out by this squad. Say what you will, there is that inexperience for a roster like this, but the firepower is just there, and the shots just connect again and again. This time around though, main anchor positions from Lost Boy as well as Chongi. It just seems like when we look at the map pool like this, we can easily say that the stats favor NAOS, the experience favors NAOS as well. But then again, on the offset, the Puggers right now, if they're feeling comfortable, they're gonna be ready to go the distance. This time around, rifles ready for NAOS.
Some Spectres, for the most part, here on the Puggers squad. No real advance towards B, as they've kind of focused towards going towards that A site once more. A third time around towards here, the B site. Second time around, rather. NAOS, they've made their presence known. Puggers have cleared so much and taken so much control that they know this is going to be a B hit. They do have a flank watch turret here on NAOS' squad, though, to be able to catch this off. But if they can tell this, if they can hear, then they could place out the smoke to try and bypass that. But Job, he's at the ready. They shoot out the turret. They know it's coming here towards the B side. Lost Boy with a ghost somehow fends off Mojer, but not for too long.
Yeah, danger close. Die name is Lost Boy, but then again, Papichulo deciding to take the mantle of the push and get even deeper towards the holes itself. Guiding light though, allowing Job to peek. Gets one for his troubles before Chongi mows him down. 3v2 now. Long angle being played here by the Puggers. Good formation though for NAOS. And you can see they have the setup that they want in the first place. That Toxic Screen very much usable. Wits now behind the pillar, becoming that first contact if ever. Shock Dart though to just hurt them where it really stings. And Chonky gets a zap on and the takedown. It's 2v2 now. NDG and Papi Chulo looking to set up a bit of a crossfire. Will he play on the opposite of backhauls though? Getting ready now for that spike to be touched. Papi Chulo says, this is mine. This is my objective. And NAOS will take the round along the way. You get the guns and you get the round win for NAOS Esports.
Alright, okay round, I think. I'm not going to say good or great necessarily because it did come to be expensive. They got the plant down, which should buy them an extra piece of utility at the very end, but still, valiant effort here comes from Puggers. Lost Boy with a mere ghost, getting that opening pick off, and then Shock Darts coming on in here, so absolute value to be found by Puggers in their bonus, and because of that, they're able to force up the operator here on round 4 from Second Love, so could give them a second life here early in this half, and be a thing that NAOS might not even expect to come out this early.
And just a chance perhaps here for the Puggers. Yet again, the operator, as you mentioned, big tipping points for the Puggers playing towards the ramp area especially. We've seen how aggressive the Puggers can play there, same case as NAOS, so it might be a little wary of anyone hiding behind that platform so far. And again, NAOS right now, different plan of action. They're playing for mid, more of the defaults. They just want to find those picks as much as possible, Black and Blue, knowing the fact that if they go into a bad situation, the Puggers can actually get them. But if they play it smart and steady, that might be the chance. Chongi though, peeking forward, finds the first one before Papi Chulo trades him. Nidtups cannot push because of the suppressing fire. From that point on, now it's now re-rotating towards A.
Well, they found to pick a piece. Rotate back on now to try and re-aggress towards this A side. You can see them pinging on the minimap. They want to commit to this soon. Stars placed here to hamper that infiltrate. As they do egress onto the site in a sec. It's going to be a slow push, but one that's going to hit hard for sure. Nano Swarms keep him at bay. Mojo good for one. Lost Boy trade out immediately, not to let him go unchecked or unwasted. Ninitup shutting them down. They don't have much time. They can't rotate towards B, and Ninitup is going to make quick work and clean him on up. No problem at all. They save the operator still. And Puggers, a very convincing third round for them to get on the board.
Yeah, a little love for his own teammate there, but the Puggers, as of now, have been exceptional in just keeping steady and keeping away from the pressure. The fact of the matter is, they're the ones who are dictating a bit of the pace of the game right now. They're the ones who peered through with Chongi to get that kill. And from that point on, the rotations just allowed the Puggers to funnel them towards the A area. Ninitups, he is just on top of it, killing again and again and again. The Puggers right now looking absolutely exceptional. It really just goes to show, stats are one thing here, Black and Blue, but comfort is another. And you can see it's cozy for the Puggers. This might have been a lineup there from Blixarino. Steady aim as they go for the push. Ready though with the numbers now. So right now just going for the overrun.
Oh my
they
goodness.
find too many people. An angry mob just chasing after the Puggers as of yet.
They just completely came in like a horde, like an entire Darn Zerg Dax rushing on in and just bulldozing anything in their path. And, you know, Ants, they work together the best. But Lost Boy finds two going his way. The showstopper not going to be stopped just yet, but he does go down with it as Ninitups answers back and shuts him down finally. That could have been dangerous though. Luckily for them, Lost Boy with a Guardian in his hands, rightfully so and aptly named. He keeps him alive.
A Lost Boy, but he found the crowd and he kept his cool order in his court as of yet. The Puggers, one after the other, showing how strong they can be. As fraggers especially. Really begs the question right now. I think this is an interesting talking point we can mention since the Puggers aren't going to make it to the playoffs, unfortunately. I wonder what the individual futures are going to be for the Puggers. Will they get picked up by other squads? Will they stay together and look to just emphasize on their strengths? I'm really curious to what the Puggers will do right after this series, especially in the Valorant scene. Well, NAOS, they have to ask the question, why are we losing like this? Trailblazer to begin with. Backhall's also getting covered now by the utility of the rays in the sky. Perfect sickening towards Lost Boy. Great control there by Wits. And now it's Esports even covering their flanks and getting the takedowns now.
Yeah, good catch there by Ja. Now 5v3 within this site. The operator, difficult weapon to try and retake with. Maybe they can find a pick and try and confirm this, but I'm not too sure if the chances are going to be too high just yet. They have a suppress on the Ninitups that should confirm the presence within the site is fourfold. And the operator still does not connect up close. Very difficult. NDG finds 2 and Ninitups can't find none. That's NAOS finally getting around back on the board to tie up the half.
Yeah, but I'm getting concerned here for NAOS Esports. It's another instance where we see back-to-back rounds that they're so bunched up that they get so much value there with the 0-point courtesy of the KO. And if there were just a few more numbers better there for the Puggers, that could have gone absolutely to the wayside. But in the back line, you can see that Jap is always a presence. We always discuss which will be better, him at the front, him at the back. Either way, he will perform for the squad. This is now where it's time for NAOS Esports to continue on this momentum.
Well, this time around, it's Puggers who are forced into an eco state, and there's certainly a fiery hot start. Could come in pretty handy as of the moment. Turret here on A main, so he's going to be the first point to contact Lost Boy, and he's one of those players we're looking out for because, as he said, we didn't see him at all. He's the 6th man, and the only time he really played, I think, was during the Open Qualifiers, not during the regular season, so seems like he's been finding value so far. The entry here just way too difficult to find, and Moder, he finds a 2-for-1, one with a nade, one with a gun. That's a pretty fun one to start off with, but Second Love answers back to at least give them some sort of fight.
Playing with cutlery, and you're the one who gets stabbed instead. NAOS Esports commanding presence towards that A site, and Chongy's the only one to try and fight. 3-4 now. NAOS reeling back into it. And you made that point there, Black and Blue. Lost Boy, I think the only time we've seen him in the regular season was against Oasis Gaming. He has just been filling in some of the roles that have been left behind by missing members, but Moder's not missing any beats whatsoever. He is just on point with the advance. Wits also finally getting on the board with the kill. A bit of a confidence boost. Now Esports, this is where the adjustments can truly beat, I'd say, a more inexperienced squad. But the Puggers have had such a strong hand approach in the past few rounds that we've seen here in NAOS now with the guns getting ready to answer in kind.
You're telling me you watch games that you don't even cast, Dax?
Of course! Dude, I love Valorant. My past, 24 hours have been all Valorant. Maybe like a few hours of another game, but still.
Of course, it was Oasis too.
Of course, but, well, there you have it. Second Love. On Papichula at least. Now, they do want to play the entry here towards Art.
Gives him a love tap. Lost Boy, he's able to get the trade off on the Wits, and they're both trading out each other pretty efficiently here, but Moser has the final say at the end of things. 2v2, Second Love. Oh, I think he has some idea of this Art presence. He catches him there, but the timing just doesn't work out. He's not ready for both angles. And Moser is able to get back onto the site. They can plan for the CT position. The Flower, though, it's left, right open, and he can pick these. But Ja, he's on the lurk. He's pushed out deep. He's not checking the window. And Ninitups has found himself a small avenue to get in, but they've both backed off. They're not trying to be seized nor pincered here, clearing out with a suppress. And now so completely bypassed him. Now, Puggers, they have no idea where they are.
Indeed, in the Flowers area yet again, ready to go in bloom. There you go, grow and glow for Ja. Ninitup's gonna be that easy target. Mojer's prepared towards the corner. Also, the swing comes, but Second Love will hit first and foremost. Ja, though, just will not be denied whatsoever. And NAOS have tied up a scoreline. The wrap around this time from NAOS. They learned from their mistakes from the pistol, and they've adjusted yet again to put them on a tied score.
That round was ultimately about timing. There's so many small timing macro moments that just turned out in the way that it did. Moser able to, Moher able to escape like twice from Second Love as he almost had to beat on him there towards Art and then pieing the corner as well. Then they just somehow, Ninitups and Moser pass each other. They both have the same idea to try and aggress slowly. Now the Puggers is forced into another eco state. They have a bunch of ultimates to throw out, but NAOS have got a few to answer back. And I've noticed that Puggers on these eco thrifty rounds of theirs, they like to aggress here towards A and push out towards A and mid, but you don't really see much of a B stack. If anything, they only leave one player here on these thrifties to try and get information on B and then play the retake.
They want to basically just fight early on. Nothing to lose, everything to gain if they play mid. And the NAOS squad has gotten that read and played towards the site itself instead. Boombot, though, as well as the spray down. NDG providing pressure, and it suffocates Chongy to begin with. Second Love also a sliver away from demise. Anyone that looks him wrong, he will just basically die. The alleyway, though, covered now by the members of the Puggers towards the link area. Smoke dissipates, and it might be the Veil uncovered. Time to peek and time to die. NAOS right now, we're on cleanup duty, and a flawless win to get their 5th round.
Yeah, now might be a good time for a timeout here, Puggers. You have a gun round to play right on after. You want to stop the momentum early. You have a timeout per half anyways here in the online setting, so might as well use it in this moment to not let the lead get too out of hand. But I mean, frankly, even if this half goes completely the way of NAOS from now on and they ended 8-4, that's still not a bad scoreline on Pearl on the defensive side, and yet it's still not one you'd be comfortable with against NAOS when you're the Puggers, so I'm not too sure about continuing to play just yet, but let's see if they're able to bounce on back, because NAOS have completely reeled this situation back in their favor.
Speaking of the bounces there, you have a bit of a lineup here for Chongi. I do notice though the Puggers have held onto their ultimates for quite a while, and it seems like that's something they're scared of. Using ults for tempo, using those ultimates just in a pinch. You want to make it for those kind of plays, especially when they know NAOS is ready to barrel down towards the site, but this is just, again, site control being vied for by NAOS. 3 towards the B main area. Over on the lurk. It's 2 getting ready to try and hit A if ever. With the first takedown onto Chongi. We also get the Seekers, and this is perfect right now since they will be able to get the catch onto the closer targets. John now found out though by Second Love. The rotation will come as the distraction for the Seekers will end. The curious choice, NAOS. They feel like A might be the easier site to hit here, Black and Blue.
I think they're right on that. The defense here a bit more poised to repel a B-side take, where Art is being occupied by the Puggers as of the moment. Second Love, he's going to be the first one to see all this when he does come on in. He can go for a quick peek and dash on out, and that he does. Showstopper not thrown his way. Mojer opting to go and look towards that, but perfect null command to try and dismiss that out from being used. Lockdown here. That just cuts the time frame for Puggers now to be able to go for this retake. And they get the kill off of Wits as well. Perfect flash from Ninitops. He's doing so much work with all the utility on the KO. They don't have much time to plant. They have to get on this now.
Yeah, it's not even a retake by this point. It's just all about the stall. Papi Chulo, he has to put this down right here, right now. And NCG, he just runs into a crowd. Sure, Papi Chulo gets a quick little collat there, but it's not enough to beat the Puggers. We go 5-5, and you mentioned it. Ninitop's absolutely on point on this game. 10 takedowns and utility usage for ages.
Dude, that single fragment that he threw out, that Molly, might have just won them that round there. Denied Wits with like, what, 15, 12 seconds remaining on the plant, and then the flash on here because he knew they're going to have to push towards that pit, towards the dugout, and it just connects right on time, right on the money. Puggers, they benefit off of that, so that's the type of round they need. A player like that coming in big.
Just goes to show here for the Puggers, someone needs to play the hero, and it will be one of the members on their roster. Ninitops being the one to wield that cape as of now, while Second Love and Blixarino both get mowed down. Also, Ninitops wanted to get into the action, but eventually now Esports control the chaos, and they're ready to go again. Perfect guiding light right now to keep the entry going. A second one to boot, and you can't see what can kill you. That's already there. Wits playing that so well, clearing out the corners again and again. Lost Boy now might be found as soon as he peeks. Now it's Esports. We'll just call the intercom and say, anyone looking for a round, because we found it here.
Yeah, a hasty end there to what could have been potentially a run from Puggers, but now, final round of the half. Bad economy, not a great state to be in, but they've gotten 5 rounds. The question is, of course, you know, we know 5 rounds is enough on the defense, but is it enough against this NAOS squad necessarily in terms of how the Puggers play their attacking side? We look at, you know, the Puggers in the past and their past matches here on Pearl, and their attacking side hasn't always been the most favorable, unless, aside from that Sky Empire match that they had. So, curious to see if they can still continue to convert moving forward.
I really wonder right now what we're going to see into the second half, but we watch the first ending first, most and foremost, as the Hunter's Fury will begin the action. Mojer trying to get the hell away from that one, and eventually the blastbacks will provide him a bit more altitude that he can work with. Caustic Divide, though, silencing the storm yet again. Calm before the winds of change do come their way. It's quite a gaseous state here for NAOS. The Viper Spit now, online and ready. Curious enough, though, it's gets the spike on the outside itself. Lockdown for the stall even. Now is playing even deeper in. They want to go towards Secret. They want to just hold the back of that side. And the Puggers do fight on back. Second Love though, desperation. Tries to use the blades to break that lockdown.
No.
But hands up. Too little. Too late. And now a taste of Tondo towards Secret there at the end. It's 7-5. NAOS will be having the lead at the end of the first half.
Well, isn't that poetic, Dax? Tondo at Secret.
Of course! It writes itself.
It
I'm just
totally
there to
does.
say it.
The Twitch director could not write a better script. 5-7, and the Puggers, let me correct myself, it was against Abaddon Abyss rather, not Sky Empire, that we saw Puggers play this map on. And yeah, their attacking side wasn't super convincing. It was okay. By all means, able to win 4 out of the 6 played. And that ain't too shabby, so hopefully for their sake, they can start to make some work here to be done on this attacking side. But now, so they've just completely starting to gain their momentum on back.
Dirty.
He's got the cryo hammer too.
The cryo hammer just makes it worse. It's like you're bonking the guy. It's like a game of whack-a-mole, and it's just... Whoa. What do you mean?
Whoa,
what are you trying to say?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? It's like...
Too early for this, Dax.
Dude, let's go to the arcade. I'll show you what I mean. But here we go again. No timeouts, no time zones. We are back into the art gallery for the Puggers. Looking to take a better picture this time around. Here we have it. Wits. Trailblazer has been actually something very useful for the NAOS squad. If you notice, the Trailblazer has gotten so much value at clearing out angles like holes, checking out the middle part of the map, and really one of the reasons why they still run the Sky to begin with on this configuration.
It's the only real way, Dax, that they can get any actual active, true information, right? The guide. Whoa, a bit of your Tagalog coming out there. I think a bit of the guiding light is, just.
What's that accent? The guiding light.
What do you mean?
You're not even on the morning broadcast there, my friend, but here we have it now. Back to speaking a little bit of that English here, and well, it's breakfast time for NDG as he consumes 2. The Puggers here out in the open though, and now it's Esports. The kill box is set, and the site is secured.
You know, I pressed F while all that was happening, because I could see it like, yeah, Puggers, F. It wasn't going to work out. There was a flying coming on in. They were trapped within the site. No real smoke. And yeah, that's really all it is. Respects the cloud burst here to block off the Jenny angle, yes, but not where he actually ends up dashing towards, and just multiple things that went wrong there for Puggers. So not the most convincing opening pistol start, but they're not sunken just yet. This sailboat can still continue on, maybe keep afloat if they can win the next round. This one, especially if it can do some damage here.
Look, whether or not the Puggers win or lose this series, they still have the best logo.
They do.
I will forever remember. Like, 100%. The Puggers logo is timeless. It is exceptional. And this might be even better for NDG, but Second Love denies them of any kind of mowdown so far. Mojer instead can be a little bit wary. They do have the toxic screen though to keep him alive, and the veil is unveiled. The wall goes down, and the Puggers tumble and follow suit. Ninitups in Second Love. What else can you do? Cornered here like rats, and unfortunately for them, exterminated in their kind. Ninitups 40 HP, a classic in hand. The odds, my friend, are absolutely stacked against you. Maybe go for the 1v1 versus the turret. That might be the only thing you can fight right now in this regard. And, well, NAOS has won this round basically. They're just waiting for confirmation. And there you have it. 2 rounds in a row to begin the second half with.
Yeah, unfortunately so. They run out of gas there on the toxic screen for able to get the spike down. That just gave a free kill for Mojer to deny the plant from going down in the first place. So spike unplanted, but the score doesn't have to be. Puggers can still come back into this. This is their gun round. It's a very crucial one for all things considered. They lose this, and now they're going to be even closer to that match point. Continuing momentum could be, by all means, 11-5. And so Puggers right now, this is the round to win. They win this round, they have very real chances of keeping alive within this map.
Absolutely. You have to just stem the momentum here of NAOS Esports. Bit by bit, we're getting just even more confidence on the active map control here. And we talked about how the Trailblazer has been exceptional for that, but then again, it's still the whole utility package from NAOS. They played out the main angle so well with the toxic screen. Now and again, committed position here for NTG. Let's see who can help him in this instance. Jado trying to peek on forward, and with the dissipate, it's NDG who finds Chongi instead, just baiting him with the smokes. And here we go yet again, but the Bulldog cannot fight. Up close and personal. Papi Chulo though, just keeping the club in check. Blixarino, the one to fall. And interesting enough, while Puggers may be able to get link control here and move towards the site, the spike has been left behind towards the initial spawn area. Wits already searching and seeking for these takedowns. These Bulldogs are all that NAOS needs to get these takedowns. And in the 1v4, Ninitups, familiar territory, difficult scenario.
What are the Puggers? What is a pug? But a mere more... Yes, that's my point. A mere more tame version of an actual Bulldog. There you go. Ja ends it on out, and yeah, just able to make these thrifty rounds work out, and you see the benefit of having a bunch of Bulldogs for your bonus instead of the the usual Spectres and Stingers. You have much more firepower when it comes to that bonus round of theirs. Just much more confirmation of securing an anti-thrifty, and those are the type of things that really do set NAOS apart. They have that capability to make it effective. Puggers, they're just really struggling right now. A Bucky, a Stinger. Not much else to go in that regard aside from some Sheriffs. This is looking like to be a one-way show unless Puggers can start to answer back.
Yeah, it seems like the protagonist buff has went in NAOS' favor, and as of now, the economy still piling on. As of yet, Trailblazer, the information that exactly needed, they will get it here and now. Keep an eye out. The worst that Bucky, as Wits will mow them down in close quarters. 3 for Wits before he falls. There you go with the snake bite. The catch is unreal from NAOS Esports, and it's just clinical right now. Textbook from NAOS.
Yeah, NAOS are looking really primed and in form. Earlier in the half, maybe not so, but even on the less favored defensive side right now, they are slapping it home. With just no real problem for him at all at that range. He only had the Stinger on the Ninitups and not much else, and once he got rid of that Bucky, there wasn't really much big of a threat up close for him to have to worry about or deal with. So it's pretty impressive how effective they are with this single initiator comp and with this single initiator as well, being a Sky. But if there's anyone to make it happen and make it work, it's Wits.
Yeah, of course, Wits has been having a bit of a comeback right now in this game. Struggle at the starts, but near the tail end, his Trailblazers have been exceptional. Papi Chulo also, of course, stable as per usual. Really, the constants and variables that you get in a game of Valorant, I'd say there's a lot more constants on NAOS. They've been absolutely reliable. They've been absolutely consistent, and really just goes to show when you have those stable parts, that's exactly what brings you to the top of the Philippine food chain. Here we go again. Mojer already getting one. Blix Arena, though, at least from the shops, makes a trade, makes a return with this receipt. It's 3v4. And the Puggers still struggling to make any way towards the objective. The Seekers now perfectly timed to just get all the intel they need this time around.
Well, 4v3. Puggers pushed back, dissuaded now from continuing towards that A site. They rotate now towards B. The setup here by Ja is at the ready, so I don't think it's going to be too easy of a push here. He's got the line. Oh, goodness, lockdown. He finds two with that ADS as well. Gone for a third, but Blixarino is not going to let that pass. Still, though, so much damage has been done. Practically won the round for them at this point. As soon as he comes across this, it's going to be difficult. There's only Wits here, though. Maybe he can find him. He spots Remojer on out, but now he's going to get knifed in the face. Another Tonda moment for the Tonda guys. And 12-5, they bring it.
You can't do this, Wits. You changed teams already. You can't bring out the knives like that. Done dirty by NAOS Esports, but just the confidence right now. Absolutely here for NAOS. They know how to clear these corners. They know how to play it right. And look at him go! Just leaping into the fray. No fear whatsoever. Of course. Come on, Black and Blue, we know Wits.
Yeah.
If he wants it, he'll get it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
12-5.
He's gonna go for it, but, well, is this it? So...
You know,
You're trying to
Witz is
say?
actually statistically the third highest rated player in terms of KDA this stage.
Oh, really?
In the VCTPH. Yes, you know who's number 1?
Ooh.
Papi Chulo. Number 2,
Ooh.
Dreximov.
Oh, that's pretty close. Some veterans for NAOS and Oasis indeed, but Second Love right now, ready to bring out the knives. Not gonna be paper this time around, though. Sharp as steel. As Second Love will find the 2 that he needs. It's 5v2. The 2 members we talked about on those leaderboards, Witz and Papi Chulo, still alive. They'll look for a little Lost Boy around here on the art area, but Lost Boy needs not any finding. Answers back with his own takedown. All left now to Witz in a 1v5 scenario. He's got this.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it. If he wants it, he'll get it.
Yes! Dude,
let's see how much he wants it.
Look, if he might be number 3 in the leaderboards, I know he's number 1 in someone's heart, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure. And many
For
of ours,
sure.
too, as well.
Oh.
Witz.
I don't think there's any sharing in that. Kind of
There's no sharing. In different regards. In laudiness.
In laudiness, that's true. But Witz, sure. Okay, what are you gonna do, bud? He's on the higher
What's
ground.
he gonna do?
He's gonna flash. He's gonna get
Bam.
darted. Oh,
Oh,
look at those balls! No! You can't do this again! Classic rest back moments. You know, in the Filipino, we say binalikan. They brought it back and they gave it to him.
Oh man, revenge is a dessert served best, and it's so damn sweet for Lost Boy. Are you lost, Witz? You said you seem to be turned around, and that he showed him the way. In the Tagalog terms,
dude,
grinipuhan.
He's not gonna play basketball anymore. I know that, right? He just got hit by a ice pick or not. He stabbed him in the ankle. He's dead.
I thought you were gonna say a different word that starts with an A. He stabbed him in the A.
Yeah.
So we're gonna call it for now.
Well, I don't know. I didn't see the. I thought it was there by the leg area. Maybe there too.
Maybe.
Who knows? A backstab to end all backstabs, and well, we've had our fun. We're back
Isn't
to
that the
business
NAOS
here.
guy as well?
Oh yeah, that's true. Shout out to the manager. Shout out to
Yeah.
everyone in NAOS. You know, I know Time was always watching, so he gets another shout out.
There's actually
umpteen
quite a
times.
bunch of them in chat right now.
Of course, the
So-
NAOS faithful are there, and of course the people who believe in the Puggers.
Yes.
Especially the
Oh, yeah.
Blitz Arena fan club that we've seen
Yes.
time and time.
Very.
Hey.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Very
about.
what?
Yes.
Yeah. why is it when you struggle when we talk about casual things? It's like, yes, we are people watching, but sure, back
Yes.
to Valorant. Big execute here for the Pride of Puggers. The lockdown's there, the Cosmic Divide even, just to make that space. Witsto still playing by secret, not the team, but in the area. Ninatub's on board and already getting to take that towards Papi Chulo. All of the backside here for the side of NAOS. Gonna be a difficult retake in this regard.
Or will it?
Or will it?
Ellipses. NAOS. 4v5, they got the lockdown here on the retake. They forced him on back. They have to know that this push is going to come on in. And they certainly are right. Blixarino gets a catch off on the jaw. Cosmic Divide, they've gotten the half defuse, I think. No, they forced him off. The Gravity Well plus the Hunter's Fury, way too difficult to deal with. It's all on the Wits. He gets a second for his favor. Still, the time is ticking. There is a chance here, but it's really just going away as the time whispers. He doesn't have much. 1v1, no time anyways, and Blixarino gets him in the end, and that's one for the fan club, always so supportive.
Yeah, that was honestly Blixarino having the most impact in that round. That one Gravity Well ruined the plan of NAOS Esports. They saw the Cosmic Divide, but they had that star set up perfectly to get the pull going. And even here, just a small little gap. Blixarino able to take advantage. It was close though. Wits really fired up now after getting stabbed in the behind in the middle of the map. Still not enough though for NAOS. The Puggers, they refuse to lose. This is no bearing to their standings, Black and Blue, but they're still here fighting. They're still here playing at VCTPH, and perhaps they want to make their magical moments as we go for the mid-take.
Oh, but Mojo goes down. He has one away from his showstopper as well. But Second Love, they've taken complete control of mid. As NAOS are trying to fend him off back. He's found a third, and that's a fourth kill going the Puggers' way. It's all on the jaw this time. Another veteran put in another Herculean task. But we know the tasks that this man has achieved in the past. Can he make it happen? Second Love low. If he finds any tups, he's got a chance.
Well then, chance though It'll be difficult with the flash thrown out as well as the owl drone. Second Love now monitoring the situation. Here we go yet again! They're just making the pincer happen! No knives this time, they tried to! And the Ja fan club will just rejoice there in the middle of his corpse. 8-12, the Puggers! They're everywhere! It's so scary to see. Turn around, turn to the front. There's someone from Puggers watching and waiting for you.
Yeah, just no chance for Ja to, get the ball rolling in that case. And just, they played with him like a darn fiddle, if anything. But in the end, they got the kill anyways. Went for the knife, but the real talking point of this round is Second Love. My goodness. Entering towards that site. They almost should have had the ults in that round there for NAOS, and rightfully so, a timeout call. They can't let this slip. They can't let this get close.
Nico, all I have to say is NAOS is probably like, guys, how are we still losing this? Guys, these guys are trying to knife us. We can't let this happen. We can't let this slip, and truth be told, you're absolutely right. The Puggers' entry has been exceptional this time around to put them in situations where they can have their cake and eat it too, have a good time trying to get those knives going. That mid-contest looking very perilous right now for NAOS Esports. We've seen the Puggers exploit that, even on the defense, with players like Chonky, as well as, I believe, Nintops from time to time, or perhaps even Second Love there. But beyond that, the Puggers still forces to be reckoned with on those frags. It's very strong shots. That's always one thing we can rely on them to be. And if this keeps up, if we keep getting the contact here for the Puggers and in their favor, then this is still possible for the attacking side.
Well, bunch of pistols and very stark contrast to how Puggers were playing their Thrifties. They push on towards B long instead. Want to take that long range and cut it down to more, I guess, digestible ranges of engagement. The Puggers, instead though, they split on up. Making presence here towards that B site, but really the spike is going towards A. The drone here, just in case they push on out clear. They should be able to control Art because of this as well. Wits, I think he had some inkling of the possibility of them crossing on in, but they have no real idea as of the moment where the Puggers are. Really just trying to feel and see where in the map each other has been placed. As the spike goes down soon, within the next 10 seconds, should confirm now suspicions that, hey, A is where they went.
Yeah, just absolutely clear here for the Puggers. Now a flank perhaps to try and make it work. They do have that showstopper if they want to be explosive on the re-entry. This time around, the table has been turned. Position has been reversed, and here and now clearing these corners, but they hear the Trailblazer being used. Blitz Serena NAOS knows Wits is around the middle area. The rest of NAOS though following suit from the main position. The guiding light towards the site itself to provide the flash, but the Puggers, they're ready yet again. It's an easy mode down here for Second Love. He gets 3 before he falls to the poison. And from that point on, the Puggers bloom into greatness and into another round.
Is Second Love a play off of the players, the other player named First Love?
Maybe.
Perhaps, right?
Maybe he tried to be First Love, and then it was like, that name has been taken. Or maybe he had an experience where he was only the Second Love.
Oh, that's even sadder. Now I was 13.
I had my Second Love.
Second Love. Well, they're having a second chance at life here.
I don't know how to do it. You know, once I tried practicing that, and I can actually say it if I have the lyrics out in front of me. But not off the top of my head. So, well,
from the noggin.
From the noggin, you love it. You care. It's time to go back to the Valorant game we have here. And all the Puggers happy to still play that middle. NAOS now respecting that completely. They're not buying for mid whatsoever. Wits, though, the operator doesn't actually land its target the way he wanted. Lost Point survives and fights to get that takedown. Papi Chulo now through the smoke, trying to just egress and play aggressive here. But the Puggers, they got the pick that they need. They gotten rid of the operator. A perfect chance now to find another area of engagement this time around.
Yeah, big investment removed out immediately. Flash on out here towards that B link. Provides a bit more presence and should pull the defense here to try and help on a bit, but no, it doesn't. They have a different read on this. NDG still staying towards that A. It's Papi Chulo pushing forward to try and secure that A main site. Chongi, he's taking lots of damage in that bout here versus Ja. It keeps them at bay and secures that B lane control for the meantime, but the B side is where they're going to be going. They get the Boombot out before the suppress and before the null command commits, but they still have a showstopper to utilize. Motor absolutely has to stay alive here because that showstopper is going to come in big later in the round. Lost Boy very low on HP. Shock Dart's connecting on the back haul. They're trying to take this side, and for the most part, they are pretty successful in doing so. It's all on the Papi Chulo. Could it be his time?
Always someone who comes in big here for the Puggers. A triple kill this time around for Blixerino and Papi Chulo. It's time to show them how it's done. Towards the link area. Stellar Crossfire trying to be set up here by the Puggers. They're checking towards the spawn itself. But now they know it's the alleyway here that can lead to their demise. Papi Chulo trying to find any kind of angle to isolate here. But he's been found, spotted. And we report a murder here towards that B side yet again. 10-12. The Puggers,
Wow.
they've had their fun in games, but they're also getting the rounds here along the way.
From like, what was this, a 12-5 or something like that? That is crazy. 4 or 5 rounds straight here by the Puggers to get back into arguably pretty good reaching distance. This should be a round that they could win, but I might have just jinxed it by saying that. But yeah, they're against the Thrifty, which so far we haven't really seen a proper Thrifty round work out for either side anyways. And so the Puggers here, this could be them fighting for really overtime after this round.
Yeah, well, the Puggers right now, playing it slow and steady. Have they realized they've been just absolutely aggressive in making these side takes, but now that they see the scoreline is in reach here, Black and Blue, they've changed the pace of engagement, slowly creeping and crawling. Understanding this is an eco state here for NAOS. Now, the Cosmic Divide, play the entry. The Puggers, though, they will just play it as standard as possible. They're keeping an eye out towards Link. Papi Chulo might be there to peek it out. And there you have it, execution. Summarily done by Papi. Chongi goes, and here we have Puggers now trying to play close. The flashes, though, still scary. NAOS is on the opposite side of the wall here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, but the Iron Curtain finally goes down. Second Love, he gets that kill in the Mojo, and Papi Chulo and John, the Sheriff's all coming in big! Lost Boy, he's lost! And they've lost the map due to it as well. NAOS, a thrifty round. I told you I might have just jinxed it by calling it, but they make it happen and they convert 13-10. It went the distance, but in the end, Simple Sheriffs is all they needed.
Perhaps the jitter is there for Puggers in the end when the realism settled in. It was just too slow of a crawl to get any of that map control, and NAOS, of all things to win with, it's a Thrifty state. For an org like NAOS to win on Thrifty, feels like it's an interesting prospect there, and then
Look at their faces. They don't look happy about that one. They're like,
they kind of have to be. Yeah.
that went too long.
Well, that went way too long than it should have. And, well, cleaning up their act, that's something NAOS is able to realize, though, midway into the game. We haven't really seen from NAOS an utter collapse all throughout the regular season. And it's just because that they set some high standards for themselves. They don't look too happy about winning that way. But a win is a win nonetheless. And we'll check out the stats right now. And we can see a bit of the rally that we had there from the Puggers as well. Papi Chulo, though, always a force to be reckoned with. Consistent with his aim, with his shots, and really pressuring the Puggers time and time again. Second Love, you gotta give props to him. Especially that second half, popping off to make those openings happen. Ninitops, I still remember, first half also absolutely in control. Beautiful diamonds in the roughs there for the side of Puggers, but the experience of NAOS does kick in for their victory.
For sure, and that experience is part of the reason why it seemed like they were just a bit more disappointed than they should be off of a win. And a lot of it was also because of the way Puggers were winning. It didn't even seem like the Puggers were trying, right? They were just slapping them on these duels, on these fights, on these bouts as well, and even trying to meme around, go for a knife, just to counteract what was happening earlier on. And yet the Puggers were just still able to give such a valiant fight when all hope seemed lost. There's a very good reason to still keep your head in the game, and the Puggers, they showed that here. They made this a much closer game than it should have been earlier on.
I feel for the Puggers, maybe that last round, you guys have nothing to lose anymore. This is a series that you are just here to impress everyone and perhaps move it into your highlight reel in the future. Impeccable string of rounds. They're exploiting the NAOS mistakes time and time again. But you have to remember, this is NAOS Esports. You know the pedigree of this squad, especially from the COS. You know that they're able to play slow and thrifty rounds like that in their favor. And in that chaos, The order was found there by NAOS Esports. Big props to Puggers, still being here, still fighting and giving us a glorious first map. We move to Icebox, but we know that's still, NAOS in their favor. But to deliver that win, he's been the one there to always ask for a bit of allowance, a bit of space, and a bit of those frags. Delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, it is Papi Chulo.
There you go, Papi Chulo. The highest KDA in the entire regular season, and especially delivering that win at the end of things. But the end is what we have to talk about here, because this next map, Icebox, map number 2 of the series, it could be the final map that we see the Puggers in. Maybe they can extend this into a third map. Win or lose, they're not making it to the playoffs, unfortunately, but they've given us a jolly good time here for a Sunday, Dax, and we saw that during Pearl, and I'm just hoping to see we can get even more great games and more showings from the Puggers, because we know we still got a split 2 for this year, right? Yep. So if they're able to even prove even more so than some of these players, you might be seeing them on some actual, org-based teams in the future. And I'm hoping for their sake that that's exactly what's going to happen. So for the meantime, I'm still Black and Blue, and with me is still Dax, my idol. We'll see you guys after this break.
So Black and Blue requested something for me and how to intro this next map. So eto na po mga kaibigan. We are making balik to the series. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Am I ready for the Filipino broadcast
Are you handa now for our next laban?
Yes, I'm like making the ready, you know. Ganun tayo,
Yes.
pare. Alright, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Please ignore exactly what just happened. We are going to be moving into the second map between NAOS Esports as well. Puggers, Dax and Black and Blue still here for you at the English broadcast of VCTPH. And let's lay down the law here, my friend. Icebox, Puggers, map pick. But we know NAOS absolute territory.
I have to give props to Puggers, especially, not because they left this open, but because they specifically picked this against this NAOS squad,
Ballsy.
who, when we look in this entire regular season, are undefeated. No one even came close to beating them. No overtimes, no final rounds of regulation, just stomped everybody. Even their toughest competitor in NAOS, 13-3. So those are results that you just have to go look at the Puggers like, I applaud the bravery, and there's nothing more I can say about it.
Well, I do have something to say about it. We mentioned a while ago that the Puggers squad, they play off comfort. They play off maps that they know, and we know their inexperience means that they haven't really been scrimming as much together, and especially on other maps that they're not too accustomed to. But Icebox is that map that they're familiar with. Icebox is that map that they love to play. And for such a young team, they played it around 6 times over the course of the open qualifiers and the regular season. Played it 4 times during the regular season with a 2-2 standing. And some big wins against Sky Empire, as well as their series win with Game Lab Alpha. So there is a lot to muster here for the Puggers. The only problem, as you mentioned, now is undefeated, and no one has solved the puzzle that is the harbor on Icebox.
Yeah, just yet. And, looking at the Puggers, they've had a pretty traditional composition when it comes here on the Icebox, tried and true from practically the moment the map released. So I think NAOS are going to be pretty comfortable still with playing against the composition that they bring into this, but we talk about it's not always about the hand that you deal, it's more about how you play what's dealt. And I think the Puggers, if they can continue some of their momentum from that map number 1, then we could have a real map on our hands. And you know, you'd be pretty surprised sometimes at which teams lose which maps against which opponents, and underdogs are always certainly ones that are always underestimated, and just over disregarded in terms of power levels. And so maybe NAOS have learned their lesson from map number 1 on Pearl. If not, then this could be a chance for the Puggers to really strike back.
That's always possible here for the Puggers, especially on a map that they want to call their home. And here we have it. He is back with a vengeance. He is back on the roster, and he is walk on water. Put Second Love back into the Sentinel role. Tried, tested, true. The Puggers way, the meta way. But of course, something they just feel accustomed to. On the other hand, no surprise. Double duelist here for NAOS. Honestly, this configuration, in a way, it makes me feel very familiar for NAOS. Putting Ja back on that duelist role, putting Papi Chulo back on that Sentinel role, with Wits the one adjusting, playing this very exquisite Harper. It really just goes to show that when there is that adjustment here from NAOS Esports, there also breeds familiarity, comfort, and of course, with comfort comes excellence. So all in all, these two compositions, they will bring out the best of each player right now, and we're gonna be getting into possibly the decider, or possibly just a game number 2 in the best of 3 series. Play off the cascade, as I always love to say, and now it's already advancing with the Waters pushing forward towards A site.
Yeah, battle of 2 different ideas here. Do you stick with what's tried and true, what has been the meta for so long, or the new wave, the new style of thinking in this harbor for Icebox? Now going with the latter, and Papi Chulo perfect on the flank, finds Chongi, has to worry about Second Love as well in that fight, and they're just completely winning every single bout that they come across with for the most part. 1v4, it's all in the Blix Arena, who doesn't stand much of a chance, and now a swift opening start, very decisive here on the opening pistol.
Yeah, very excellent to say the least, as commanding as can be. Pressure towards the middle of the map as well as the orb itself, already suffocating Puggers on 2 different angles. And peer through the wall, why don't you? Papi Chulo just awaiting. You have to watch it twice. He's walking into those bullets basically. For NAOS, well, that's a good start, and we know after that first map they want to make this as convincing as possible. Not business as usual, strictly business now for NAOS as they move towards A yet again.
Yeah, he checked the wall, and well, his face got checked. In that case, going on up here towards his A site once more. Oh, that paint trail is gonna try and tear them apart a bit. Ja somehow doesn't win that fight, kind of getting caught in an awkward position where his tailwind wasn't able to dash him out of safety. Blix Arena goes down eventually anyways on out, but the trade on from Walk on Water going through that toxic screen is very dangerous. You can be taken down much easier with a Sheriff when walking through because of the decay. But still ultimately enough. Now just have too much firepower here for the Puggers to deal with. Finds ahead, well, sees ahead. Now he does find it finally on NDG this time around. Almost could have gotten Wits as well and maybe brought this down to a 1v1. But all hope is not lost just yet.
Yeah, well, there you have it. You said it again, Black and Blue. You say one thing, and the opposite happens. And NAOS Esports, as of now, they have found the second round decent, I'd say, eco round though for the Puggers, getting 3 for the troubles. And actually, it's a bit more expensive than you'd expect for NAOS, because those aren't Spectres. Those are Bulldogs. They pack a better punch, sure. They also cost a little bit more in this instance. Sheriffs instead, the 2 Bulldogs that they have, and we go for the NAOS bonus round as Puggers get the full buy going.
Yeah, not the most efficient of anti-eco rounds there on round 2, but hey, some Bulldogs, we saw that be effective on the Puggers. Seems like it's had a bigger bite, as well as bark, as the Puggers expected on Pearl. Maybe it could once more here, coming in on Icebox on these long-range engagements. They made some contact, and there it goes. It's a Sheriff this time that finds the opening pick here on a Second Love. Look at this wall. They're going for that snowman take, and rightfully so, because Mojer finds a shutdown on the Walk on Water. But when this wall goes down, the question is, how do they dismantle this here, Puggers, on the retake? 3v5 as we come into it.
Well, 3v4 immediately. The numbers dwindle on the side of the Puggers. It's only 2 rifles in hand, and Chongi needs to make these transfers work. Waits though, a better shot. It's Ninetubs right now, trying to spin around, but cannot find any angle of engagements. Wits finds 3, and speaking of 3s, it's NAOS now in the 3-0 lead.
That almost went sour there actually for Mojer when he was taking that snowman control, but luckily enough able to hit the shot with the Bulldog up close. Just shut down here the Puggers. And I like the fact that they took all this control because they know that in a straight up gunfight in the post plant, you know, towards yellow, towards B-long, they're not going to win. They don't have the best weapons, not without the flank at the very least. And so they push the boundaries of where Puggers expect them to be. And it works very effectively.
Speaking of, I'd say, honestly, what we've seen in terms of the push, every single time the Puggers push the wall, they're just punished right now. And that can just be absolutely Pavlovian moving forward. Just a bit of that trauma to inflict towards the Puggers. And now it's again commanding now. Obviously, they do have the rifles in hand after winning out the bonus. 5-finger discount on many. And Wits right now still keeping on with the shots. Blixerino looking up to just blow shots to Kingdom come up with that judge. But beyond that, though, it's Second Love versus the world. 2 targets already low. Perhaps a tap or 2 can even up the odds. But Papi Chulo, he's still prepared on the opposite with seen and taken down. Over onto the opposite end. Another low HP target. Critical moment here for Second Love, though, as time is running out. Pierce through the smoke. And Second Love with a 3rd kill. Can he do this for the Pugger squad? All hope is left on him. Banana Swarm right now, breaking the chances and breaking his heart. Papi Chulo, the ultimate killjoy, and we'll make it 4-0 now.
Oh, you worded that so painfully, Dax. But that it was here for Puggers. Could have been theirs on the Thrifty. This time around, it doesn't come to pass. And you talked about, you know, those walls. They're so difficult to try and push. Like, yes, on a toxic screen, there's decay, but the slow off a cascade or off a high tide is just so punishing sometimes because you want to go aggressive sometimes on those walls. You want to maybe get some good off timing to catch out anybody waiting behind it, but yet you're just instantly nerfed as soon as you try and go for that attempt. Those are the type of things that really, I think, do set this harbor apart when it comes to playing on Icebox. The Puggers here right now feeling the full effects of it. The A push, rather the B push coming here momentarily, but they pull back.
If you notice, the cascades are for orb control, or both A and B side. Allows them to push even deeper than expected. That cover itself is such a bane. And there's only 2 ways to deal with it. One is you back on away and respect that space. The second one is you spam it down and make sure that you scare off that transit. The Puggers, though, haven't been able to really do either and play off the areas of engagement. NAOS are setting up, and, well, NAOS, it's time for a pool party. The reckoning is there, forcing Puggers out. They do catch out Jado, lurking all the way towards B site. 4v5, gonna be a retake here for the Puggers. They do have that lockdown available, but Mojer advance in his push, advancing forward to cut down the lockdown. No ultimates needed. The NAOS squad have control for now.
You see where NDG used that Hunter's Fury initially to try and destroy the lockdown, but once it got dealt with, he was like, okay, I can use it for other things. I got a tag anyways. Wits finds one up from the 410. Difficult situation and scenario now for the Puggers to try and win on out, as Blixerino's only good for the 1, but Waton Walker doesn't stay alive too long. We saw there as well, you know, NAOS really efficiently pulling that defense towards the B site because of that cascade towards B long. Then they rotate back around towards A. They secure the round off of it.
There's just so much confidence here for NAOS. They're the ones who can push the walls of both the Harbor and the Viper to reckless abandon, and on the other side, they punish Puggers if they try to do the same. Very aggressive positions. When you have control of 410, you need control of the rest of the site. And that's exactly what NAOS has right now in spades. They get towards the objective. That's all they need. They even have 2 duelist boots, so they can spare one on the lurk. And they need the entry in the first place. Here now, though, I believe the Blades have been brought out by Walk on Water. A bit of a half-buy situation here for the Puggers. Desperate to find a pickoff.
Well, there isn't much of a defense to try and uphold this. Strongkey, the only one with a real weapon to try and fight on back with. Now here comes in Walk on War to help in with the Blades. The Stinger doesn't really find too much. Done some damage, yes, but no kills confirmed. Look at that, the Nano Swarm still find one in the end, but eventually now, so they just overrun this site, have way too much firepower, way too much bodies to throw onto this and really bully that defense of the Puggers.
Yeah, that's the keyword right now. Just bully on the execute over and over again. We get the advance towards the site and not done. The bounce there from NDG. Would have been impressed if he got the kill along the way, but Wits, of course, can confirm the kill. And NAOS, clinical approach as per usual on Icebox. 6-0, commanding presence, and I think those are the two words we have to look into right now. The commanding presence to get the objective. The amount of space they get just from the single harbor. Sure, it's a bit more telegraphed than any other controller player. But then again, does it matter if you get the space that you need anyway?
I'd argue it's less telegraphed than maybe a Viper, because Viper, you place that wall down, you're going to have to be sure that that's the only place that wall would be in. So at least the harbor, you can be a bit more dynamic with it, with a cascade. You throw things on up as soon as they go on in. And look at this, 2 kills, and maybe that's a bit of the telegraph you're talking about, Dax, but not in the way we were expecting. Second Love gets that free kill. NDG and Jado, they respect it, and they just reply back.
Yeah, I like it when you answer me like that there, Black and Blue. It's a matter of debate, and really just goes to show, when you play that harbor, you have to play off the utility or you're just wasting it. But now is wasting no time to get these frags. High ground position here for Mojer. Chongi making it a 1v1 situation, but the showstopper is there, getting ready to rip. Rockets red glare, but the Puggers get the kill first and will win the round.
My goodness, that came down to just such close odds. And Mojer not able to get his showstopper to connect for Chongi just a bit quicker. He knew the win condition there, Chongi, when he was caught out in the open. Get the kill ASAP. And that he did. So Puggers, they steal away a round off of it too. Now, just great retaliation, I think. But the bigger point here is Second Love just able to walk his way into the tube and come out of it with 2 kills.
Yeah, but again, it just goes to show that's the problem with the harbor. You are wasting your utility if you don't play off things like the Cascade, the Cove, or the High Tide. Compared to the Viper, where the setup's usually something very standard, and the Poison Cloud something you pick up, but Wits interrupted while he's trying to just say his suggestions. The Reckoning, though, is still there in position, and this gives NAOS Esports now the space to work with yet again. It really feels like it's just an area of engagement that they're capitalizing on again. Free real estate here for NAOS Esports, doubling up like dragons into the skies. NDG, the Hunter's Fury is there. 4v3 scenario. The Blix Arena and Ninetop's trying to stack towards the middle. They're able to have enough firepower to fight on back. It's now up to Papi Chulo as well as NDG. The dart comes to try and get a bit of that intel towards Maze. It still gets a scan ongoing, so they know the Blix Arena is there. Ninetop's advancing. Ninetop's able to get that takedown, separating with the wall, but time is ticking, and Papi Chulo is still there yet again. It's looking dire here for the Puggers, and Papi Chulo is playing for exits. Evacuations are towards the top, so the wraparound is unreal! Oh my Papi! He does it yet again, and the clutch comes in favor of NAOS Esports.
My goodness, Daddy Chulo. He delivered the win on the last map there with a final kill. Once more, another clutch, as classic as true. One of the best Sentinels here in the scene. He's showing just his comfort in being in that role. He's kind of moved on over to being on the controller side of things lately quite often, but when you have Wits on that harbor, it allows him to play late into the game in these situations and just be the clutch master that he is.
He's just clutch regardless of what he plays, and well, Puggers.
Oh my goodness.
That's Haps! Exceptional! The Sheriffs just ring through. That is thoroughly done by the Puggers, and NAOS, if they found an Achilles heel so far, it's that tube take. Put someone there on the offensive, on the defense. Enough to get those takedowns. NAOS, you're gonna have to watch that all the way in those VODs later on, because we're seeing now, they get the plant going here, Black and Blue. Aldrone, get a bit of that intel, but the numbers, and a few rifles to work with here for Puggers.
Well, they got the retake wall on up here for that exact thing. 2v5 as the Classics coming in big, but NDG answers back. If he gets another kill here, this is certainly winnable. Now it's back down to Papi Chulo. Can he do it once more? This time a 1v3. They've got rifles retrieved. The plant is for him, yes. You can isolate these fights. He's found one. They're both very low. He sees ahead. He gets a second on a Second Love. Chongi up top does get the angle on him from the ropes, and that should be the round secured by the Puggers, but it almost came way too close.
What's new, Papi Chulo? What is new? Could have just gotten one more shot going, but the Puggers, Chongi especially, learning his lessons and engaging in an angle of opportune moment. really feels like at least the Puggers have found an inch that they can work with here, Black and Blue. They realize that mid control is something that they can stifle by just putting players towards the tube. And here we go yet again, Walk on Water thinking about that. This honestly limits the options of NAOS right now. We've seen ever since the pistol round, they like to play for that mid, they like to play for that wraparound. But since the numbers from the Puggers and the presence is still there, it does put a wrench in some of the plans here for NAOS. Does it affect the long term here for NAOS Esports? They have adjusted even that turret position just to confirm. So, but they line up from him! Walk on Water! Skating on thin ice! But he's still able to come up ahead. Jado flying high here, soaring like an eagle, and the wings clipped finally by Chongi. A 4v2 situation, the lockdown though, forcing the evacuation notice. Wits has to get the hell out of here. NEG trying to get in position as well, and already the defuse is going. The wall fortified, and this should be around here for the Puggers. No angles to work with, and no chance now. NAOS Esports can't win this one.
My goodness here. Puggers and Walk on Water, they line on up for him. He initially gave up his information that he was pushing down towards that tube again. I certainly thought, like, no way. No, he just pushes up tube here and just gets away with it when we were talking about it already. Now, they're dissuaded by it. They expect it to come at this point. That's why they're playing a bit more passive when it comes to mid control. But still, he comes out of it on top. They line on up. The Vandal, you see the beauty of it in those moments and just his crisp, clear aim. And Walk on Water, what a return here to the competition.
Yeah, welcome back here in map number 2. Perhaps really a bit of a story to say. Where was he when he needed you the most? Map 2 on Icebox. Still not done though. NAOS of the half-buy situation. Hero rifle for Wits, but his hero has been turned into a zero by Chongi, who's prepared in the middle yet again. This time around, NDG contesting the boiler position. The rifle though, able to be picked up. While this happens, NAOS cutting the noise and slowly creeping towards the maze area. But from up top, John's the distraction. Mojer is there for the return. 3v4 now. Advance here towards that A site. The toxic screen in the way as well. Chongi has to break that boom bot. And they know that the presence is close here for the Puggers. NAOS trying to set something up. They have a bit of that site control. And Mojer at least evening up the odds here.
All right, 3v3 as of the moment. A rifle retrieved, but instantly dropped here by Second Love by Force as well. Walk on Water on that rotation from the flank. Poppy Chulo and NDG, they find one apiece now down to the 1v1, but Walk on Water comes in big with another miracle to be brought here. 4-7, and that is where they needed him the most here on that front line. They're certainly benefiting off of having him back.
Yeah, turning water into wine, or in this case, turning a dash into a kill. The Pugger is now fired up yet again. We see this. The second wind for Second Love & Co. We see this so often right now for the Puggers, so the fight is always there. And whether they're getting dominated or not throughout the regular season, the fight has been in the Puggers again and again. Crucial moment now for NAOS. They do want to utilize these ultimates for a strong commitment and a strong side take. Keep an eye out on Poppy Chulo, especially a lockdown to be the ultimate decider. If ever, Chongi though, Hunter's Fury ready on the opposite end.
Yeah, they need to maybe get this final round of the half here now, because the momentum has seemingly just immediately thrown in the favor of Puggers now. Viper's Pit's going to be difficult to dismantle. They do have the Harbor, which gives them a bit more to utilize against this. Oh, the Operator, it connects on the Mojer, the trade in from NDG, but the second follow-up, Walk on Water, is just so potent, so deadly, and so just dangerous right now.
Yeah, just fluid motions here from Walk on Water, and he is a man unchained. Continuing on, so middle still vied for, and look at Blixarino. Keeping an eye out towards the pipes, holding as close as possible. Might be baited out by Poppy Chulo, and it's locked down here. So space trying to be created with Hunter's Fury though from the middle of the map. And it's gonna be Walk on Water now catching out Wits. Now let's get a few of the kills that they need. Ja on the opposite end of this one, and Ja has to run on away. Walk on Water is ready, and Walk on Water is a man on fire. 4 kills to end the first half strong.
How do you even connect on a kill like that when, you know, he's bunny hopping across the screen? And Walk on Water getting them another round here. That's like, what, 3 rounds potentially where he's had such a high impact to secure it? Incredible stuff from the man who's just returned. I wonder where he was during map number 1. Maybe they were just trying to give them a different look, but Look at this, all hopping in unison. Puggers, they are feeling no doubt, no pressure. All the pressure right now is on NAOS. Why are they slipping this way? The answer is, well, the Puggers are pugging.
And this is a problem for NAOS Esports in general. This is a series that, in all intents and purposes, is meaningless for the Puggers, but the Puggers are the one exposing the weaknesses of NAOS. Moving forward, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone give a thank you basket to the Puggers from what we've seen so far, because this high impact frag potential from the Puggers have thrown such a wrench in the plans of NAOS on both Pearl as well as Icebox so far. Convincing is necessary if you want to be dominant as that top seed here for NAOS Esports. And as of now, they do stay towards that B site. Big gamble here for NAOS. They're gonna read this wrong, but they're willing to play the 5v5 retake anyway.
Yeah, they can do that. In any case, they have a Sheriff on the side here by their Jet. So, A site right for the taking. Plant on down, no problem at all. No worries. They go for the flank. It's gonna have to be Chongi to fend off against Ja here, but he has a Sheriff, so that's not a fight he wants to continue to take as of the moment. Smartly, he backs off, and Walk on Water is like, well, I'm up for that bout. I've got the Sheriff too. I'm full HP.
Yeah, here we go again, the Jets duel, and it's Walk on Water who just makes a difference towards the round. Ja immediately executed on the spot, but Papichulo and NTG bringing numbers back here, but now Savior Papichulo with another one. It's so Papichulo, a triple kill to his name, and while NDG is his partner in crime along this area. 8-5, it's now us again winning out that pistol.
Papichulo, you know, this man is a man of many records, and it's not a hard statistic, but one of them we did observe in the past 2-3 years of the VCT. He is also one of the best pistol players in general anyways on those pistol rounds, and you certainly see it come out in those moments. Smart though by Puggers, really, I think, for the recognition to have Walk on Water be the guy to engage Ja on that flank, knowing he has a Sheriff as well. It's like mano y mano, Jet v Jet, and is a proper angle and the proper timing to find it as well. Still though, NAOS, they finally win the round after what, 5 in a row, 4 in a row lost?
It's been a string there for the Puggers, but look, Valorant team games, someone can pick up the pieces, and Ja here getting ready, wanting a bit of momentum. Wits is there, ready for the peak on the opposite angle, and a 1 and 2 step here for NAOS Esports. The third step now is to kill Walk on Water. By the ropes, he will be hanged by Wits. And in a quick round, it's NAOS with another one.
Alright, these are the rounds they have to get and have to convert. NAOS, full Bulldogs. You notice very little Spectres to be bought. I think there was only a single Spectre bought there in that round at all in the first place. So they have that benefit for them on these bonus rounds where they can have a bit more firepower to work with. And I really like the idea of using Bulldogs quite often, or even having rifles on those anti-eco rounds, because it gives you such a higher chance of winning the bonuses right on after, and that's what they're banking on here.
Yeah, early investment for the later purchase, basically. And here we go again. Ja, though ambitious, but spotted out by Walk on Water another time. Sure, danger close, but that's exactly the range the Puggers want to play. It's in their name, and it's in their game. All that aim ready now to move towards that B side, plant that default down, and Blixerino, quick eye, and keenly finds Wits over onto the top side. Immediately, the numbers of NAOS gone to the wayside. Papichulo, here he goes again, but he can only get 1 this time around. Nicely done by the Puggers.
6-9.
Nice.
Well, now certainly their bonus didn't go the way that they wanted. Thought they'd find a gem at the end, but all they found was a bag of coal. Luckily for them though, here in Icebox, Sana isn't too greedy. He's ready to give up some and give every now and then. And they've got some to utilize here. Weapons now abound for NAOS. But the mid control, I think, is a big thing where we saw be really overtaken during that first half by Puggers on the defense. I want to see how NAOS play against this mid control now. They're the ones pushing on up. Look at Wits here. He's pushed up towards Tube. He's made contact with the turret. They know there's presence there, but Ja catches off second love. The push is coming towards the B site instead, and they have the proper apt utility to dissuade this and actually just burn time. Shock Dart, though, to clear out any nano swarm, smartly enough.
Yeah, but now Swarm's still stalling the plant, and really now setting up a 1-2 step situation.
Whoa.
NDG now able to step on Chongi, crushing his hopes of getting that plant going. Yellow box now here for the Puggers. They're absolutely funneled into a corner. And the NAOS squad, once they realize the situation, it's time for them to go for the executions. The spray down though, can't find the target beyond the toxic screen. Walk on water though, being healed up by fluids here brought by Ninetubs. It's still a problem for the Puggers. They're absolutely entrapped here right now. Can they get any space going? Wits denies them of any kind of impact whatsoever. Visa revoke, no travels are available. Ninetubs fights back towards the corner. He's just still here. He hasn't moved a single inch. Now he's fighting for his life. He's gotten 2, but that's all he gets. Now it's now double digits.
Yeah, the double peak as well there. Papichulo coming on in. He was low HP though, but could have gotten the trade if ever Ja wasn't able to get his. Man, look at here, the backline of NAOS up top. NDG with 20 kills. Great spam through that to deny the plant from happening. Counter shock darts as well. Buy them even more time and just apply pressure on this defensive round. And Puggers in a very difficult spot. They lose this round. That could be it for them in this entire stage. So this is a big round for them to have to win here right now. The Puggers, they got the Sheriff on second love. Hopefully it works out in their favor.
Right here.
As of now, as we go again.
I see you're busy.
Yeah, I saw it too. I was like, wait a minute. That's a man. There's a man in the background, but the Puggers, they are going to be pushing towards this B site. Wits holding close as per usual. And you got Papichulo on the high ground. We keep talking about it. The 1-2 step goodbye here from NAOS Esports. Someone's going to peek, someone's going to frag. And here we have it now. Wits and Papichulo doing exactly that. Get the advantage until the resurrection comes online. Puggers though, you live deja vu. They're stuck here yet again. And it's up to Ninetubs and Blix Arena to just remove the past away. It's still Blix though in a 1v2 scenario. Yellow has been the home of the Puggers, but this seems like this is where they're gonna be created and shipped. No return to sender though. The toxic screen absolutely in the way. And for now, as it goes down, now they're already on the opposite end to just win out the round.
That could have been it as well. If it was NDG he made contact with there, he could have gotten the kill through that exact angle. 6-11. Difficult situation now put upon the Puggers. Let's almost hit that flick up towards a vertical as well. But this is now just incredibly more difficult. First half, very, very impressive from the Puggers on their defense. But on the side that you'd think that the Puggers would be better on the attacking side, that's where they struggle even so far. So it's going to be a big task for them. We saw them come back, though, with a match point. 6 rounds down. Maybe they can do it again one more.
I think the system of NAOS is just unbreakable right now. The fact that they're aggressive to play 2 different angles at once, and they're so willing to trade and frag out from that point on, that little bit of a distraction has helped NAOS in the pinch. And I think it's a perfect adjustment and the perfect way to deal with a squad that is so frag heavy. The Puggers will be hungry to get these takedowns and push once they get the kill. What happens? Time and time again, now it's just putting the Puggers in a crate and shipping it to the next continent. And speaking of, ship that, move to the next round. Second love, you're not allowed to play. Mojer, though, getting away from the blades. The Puggers now creeping their way towards that A side, but the dash on in is the space that Walk on Water wants to make. NDG, though, denying him of any kind of glory. And NDG with another one. With an asterisk to his name, it's just gonna be an exclamation point for Wits instead. And with a triple kill, this puts NAOS on series points.
Something underrated there, I think Mojer did so well, and it was exactly to your point, Dax. They're now playing for these trades on the defense so much more effectively. You saw their Mojer make that contact towards Maze, and he fell back towards the screen side, where he can also see towards the back side, where he knows and expects that the first point of contact that NDG is going to have on the upper rafter will also be towards that dice, where we did see Walk on Water swing. And so if NDG did not get that kill, Mojer would have been ready anyways to trade off of him, and those are the small micro things that have been enabling NAOS to have such a steadfast defense.
And this is it now. The operator might be the killing blow to the Puggers squad. Mojer also prepared up close and personal, but with the Aldro now, And a bit of that information, the Puggers, will they go through the hard way? Yes, they do, as Ja finds one. Another challenger, perhaps, as Walk on Water decides to go for the invasion with the updraft. Danger close, and the Reckoning plus the shot connect. Ja with the takedown. Hunter's Fury is gonna be there, though, as it's 3v3. But big intel for Wits, and a big shot yet again. Now's truly looking to be the time to finish the job off. And with Chongi on the opposite end, a single color will just keep one away from the other. Chongi, what can he do in a 1v3 situation? Absolutely nothing. Now's command the defense and will command the series. They've done all they can in the rally for the first seed. Let's see what the future holds for NAOS Esports now.
Yeah, very valiant effort put on, and a bit of brighter faces here on the NAOS squad after winning that one, in stark contrast to map number 1. And they finally get it done the way that we expect from a team like NAOS. But still, many props to Puggers. They played their damn hearts out throughout this entire series. Map number 1, especially map number 2. So many incredible moments from Walk on Water, who had a very limited kind of, I guess, playtime here in this today so far. But my goodness, where they value so much, and just incredible stuff once more from the Puggers. I cannot completely just give them praise and absolute respect for what they've done this stage.
Yeah, the fact that they were here in the first place through the regular season and all, they willed themselves to match after match, and a team made just for the open qualifiers, making it this far. Absolute props to the Pugger squad, and perhaps experience will be the better teacher moving forward. The skill is there, the shots are perfect, and especially on that first half, you could see that they would fight tooth and nail versus NAOS Esports. But coming into the second, it's just that setup by now. It's the fact that they're willing to aggress the aggressors and play in angles that get the distraction on. But we're not going to get distracted by the stats whatsoever. We'll pull them up right now as we check out who to really give props to. We've talked about so many of these names here for NAOS, but honestly a bit low-key on the impact. NDG, 25 takedowns. Always there, consistently getting, I'd say, what, double, triple kills? Alongside what we get from Papichulo, alongside what we get from Wits. And it really just goes to show, whether it's sung or not here for NAOS Esports, they know what it takes to get the job done with.
Yeah, he had a quieter game, but one that was completely filled with just high-impact plays, high-impact rounds, one after the other. Consistency is the key. That's what we see from many, and that's what we need from many Asova in this case, especially on a map like Icebox. And even with Ja having a bit of a quieter game, you have just so much talent rather, on this NAOS squad to pick up the pace as well. Yeah, Ja buys him that space, but he needs somebody to confirm the kill off of it, and that's what players like NDG were very, very efficient at doing. Wits as well, many times on over. I like that mid push here we see on the defense from the Puggers. They just couldn't replicate that success in the second half.
Yeah, it just goes to show, though, moving into the second half especially, it's just all NAOS Esports from that point on. Their setup, their formation, and you've seen it multiple times. Puggers absolutely cornered, stuck there by Yellow, couldn't get out at all. And it's really just a formation made by the NAOS squad, and of course, the control given by Wits along the way. But we touted him to be the man who fragged out the most. And who delivered the win there with Grabs Unlimited? It was NDG. Exceptionally played by the NAOS core. If the first map there was fun in games, was a bit of business on the side, this was strictly business, and this was really NAOS Esports proving that they have what it takes to be that first seed if ever things go the way they want to.
Yeah, no joking around this time here for the NAOS squad. No even attempts to go for a knife, no Tonda moments, because they want to get this done. They want to end the day early here, and that they do with a 2-0. But my goodness, once more, the Puggers, you are incredible. I hope you guys keep your heads up high, because we hope to see you back here coming in during Split 2 of the VCTPH. That is the final match for either side to be played here in the regular season. We're going to the panel. I am Dax. I am Black and Blue, and with me is Dax. Panel, it's yours. Bye.
I like all of you too, I guess. We're back here on the panel, and of course, it's your girl Likeable, still with Asarai and Raph. And ang ganda nung laban na napanood natin kanina. Siguro pwede nating sabihin na ito yung exit frag na gustong gawin ng Puggers kasi even though hindi na sila makakasama dun sa ating playoffs, talagang nagbigay pa rin sila ng a good show for all of us, especially dun sa ating Pearl. May instances pa nga na akala ko when we moved on to Icebox na mauulit na almost comeback story rin yung mangyayari dito. Pero hindi na tayo umabot dun. Sinabi ng NAOS, alam nyo, wag na nating patagalin. Tapusin na natin to. Pero dun pa lang sa Pearl, may mga interesting points dito. Tulad na lang, Raf, yung role switch na nakita natin dito, wala si Walk on Water. Second Love bumped up to that duelist role at pinasok si Lost Boy in replacement dun sa Killjoy role niya na yun.
That's true. I mean, Lost Boy also had some few shining moments for himself. I think that Guardian clip was pretty nice on the eyes. And as you mentioned, there is quite a few swaps, not just in role, but Comfort Agent. You brought it up that we typically see, I believe it's Chongi on the Fade. But today he opted to go for that Sova. And while we're on Pearl, I think it's actually a pretty interesting stat that the Puggers matched I believe the Now squad with the same amount of thrifty wins. I think that's like, what, 3 apiece? So, you know, like you said, it's a pretty nice exit frag. They did show up, and I said this about a lot of teams. I'll say it about Puggers too. It's going to be really fun to see them develop in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. It just felt overall that this was honestly just an incredibly entertaining match to watch. I just enjoyed how it got incredibly frag heavy, and that's really where Puggers tends to shine the most on this end. I love kung umabot tayo sa point na na-inspire sila sa ginagawa ng ibang teams natin na nasa Brazil nga, guys. Nakipag Tondo Gaming, which was pretty fun to watch. But coming into Icebox, I like how the Stockcasters nga sa Tagalog side, Eliza was mentioning na it really was difficult for Puggers to dictate the pace of the match nung naka-defending side na ang NAOS, because that's where the strong suit lies. That's where Puggers really tends to have difficulties kasi when they're on the defending side, that's when Puggers can dictate the pace of palagan tayo ng palagan. Pero when they're on the attacking side, nakikita mo talaga that they struggle to deal with the utility, especially with the harbor nga na meron si Wits.
Yeah, ganda naman nangyari dito eh. And actually, nakakatuwa tong second map. Nung first map kasi, di ba, it was just a brawl fest. Yun talaga yung tinawag natin dun kanina. Na barilan lang talaga yun nangyayari, pero moving over to the second map, mas naging careful na rin etong Puggers, pero in the end, NAOS pa rin talaga ang nagwagi with, of course, Mojer on the front lines. Sorry, pinag-usapan na natin tong player na to kanina eh. Pero for very good reason, match after match, laging siya yung MVP. Napaka-consistent talaga nitong ni Mojer.
Tama naman. And again, it is due to the fact nga na he has just meshed well so incredibly fluid, or what's the word nga ba dito? Just, mesh well with the team. We were mentioning nga before how it was kind of difficult for Mojer to find that groove before with NAOS, pero it feels like he's really come into his own. And because of that, I feel like NAOS right now, there's only one true opponent that they're gonna have to face, and that is going to be Oasis Gaming. With this being said na rin, I wonder then if Mojer is gonna be showing up any more duelists other than just the race. I mean, I like it very much, but I would love to see a little bit of versatility from the man.
Grabe na yung tanong mo, what's the word? Pero you follow it up with an entire monologue. Okay, Asaray. But yeah, that has been the hallmark of Mojer. He has been incredibly consistent, and I feel like this is very, very comparable to, I think this was Moniet, APAC 2, where, yes, Moniet was popping off with that old Onyx squad, but once they really found that common ground between each other where Moniet can go crazy and Onyx can pretty much do their thing, we're seeing this right now with NAOS, and they are looking mighty, mighty dangerous.
Alam mo, Raf, nung nag-umpisa kasi itong tournament, we always talked about these two, si NDG saka si Mojer, as the new bloods. Do you think after this tournament, may veterancy na talaga na status to their name?
What does umpisa mean? I don't know what that
Start.
means. Genuinely.
They started with.
Start. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I learned something new every day. Wait, what was the other question? I was too focused on mine. Wait, I'm sorry.
As soon as he heard umpisa, he was hyper-fixated on that word. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Okay, when the tournament started, wow, translator yan, Borkum 2.0 tayo dito. When the tournament started, we were referring to NDG and Mojer as the new bloods of the team, or of the tournament in general. So do you think that after this, after we finish through with Split 1, are they gonna be considered like the veterans at this point, or like there is veterancy to their name now?
I feel like, yes, they're going to have experience with that squad and that core, and they're definitely expected to perform quite a bit better after the split. But in relative comparison to Ja and everybody else on that squad, they do still have quite a way to go. And I believe with, you know, the influence that Wits and the rest of the gang have, they're really on the, I guess, the narrow straight for that.
Yeah. Sabi nga ni Asper, rookie season is over. Hindi, alam ko na kung saan papunta yung sasabihin mo eh. Ano tayo? Telepathic connection. Kasi we were born in the same year. But that is it, guys. Dito na natin isasara etong series na to. Puggers really putting on a good show for all of us. But now, they're really at the top right now. And yan yung feat na gustong labanan ng Oasis Gaming. As we move on over to the second series of the day, that is gonna be SR Nacague versus Oasis Gaming. So abangan nyo yan after this break.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
I am Zayden.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing VALORANT so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema, which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin, si Moder. Kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abadon Esports. Kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential. And I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, team. Kasi lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
feeling ko anong yanik sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team outside the game para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team. Kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang ma-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Mauger.
I'm Wits.
I'm Ja, and we are NAOS.
Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon.
Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila.
After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve sa team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparation for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa NAOS and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin talaga para madalin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yeah.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slatom 999.
I'm Exotic. I'm Hydra.
I'm Rababs.
I'm V-Black. And we are Abenanabis.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon Abyss, and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay.
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week lang yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can't get to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to VBlock's house. And having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ayo because dami niyang tinuro sa akin. And at the same time, gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
Ganon yung team, di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of students na nagka-cutting, tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Muling nagbabalik ang VCTPH. Nakangiti kami ngayong lahat kasi lagi may bumubulong ng good luck sa amin. Gusto namin yan.
Buti nga dito sa panel, good luck binubulong sa inyo. Like,
ano bang binubulong sa'yo?
Huwag na natin pag-usapan.
Indirect namin, ibang klase.
Ibang klase talaga. Ayan, magkakasama na naman ang paborito nyo, of course, The Mods Compromise. Pag andito ako, The Panel kami ngayon. At dahil The Panel kami ngayon, ibig sabihin yan, ibe-breakdown natin yung mga usap-usapin when it comes to the teams over here. Pero bago pang lahat, magpasalamat muna tayo sa sponsors natin. So maraming salamat, of course, to Riot Games and NCG Philippines. Kung hindi kami magkakasama dito, no? Di ba?
Tama ka dyan, kasi hindi mabubuo ang Valorant kung wala ang Riot, no? Pero syempre, maraming salamat din sa Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Kaya mag-subscribe na kayo sa Grab Unlimited. 9 pesos lang yan sa inyong first month.
And syempre, meron pang isa. This tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Hello nga pala sa inyo dyan, mga taga-Gab.
Akala ko shoutout mo na naman si Miss Cynthia eh.
Sige. Hello, Miss Cynthia. Okay na.
Okay na, kompleto na.
So, may kulang. Anyong haseo? Para sa'yo.
Para sa'yo.
Yung mga gano'n.
Parang yung mga finger heart lang ni Sine dun sa Brazil nakikita ko kagabi. Kaso, Bill, ba't may nunal ka pa?
Alam mo, Bes, guni-guni mo na lang yan. Wala na talaga to.
Ngayon ko lang na-realize.
Best CGI to. Huwag mo sasabihin yung pangalan nun. Nanggigigil ako eh.
Okay, wag na natin pag-usapan. Basta, peke daw yan. Wag nyo na lang pansin. Wala tayong nakikita, guys. O, peke lang yan. Ngayon, itong pag-uusapan natin na team, nakita kasi natin kanina, di ba? Kinas nyo to, Oasis, NAOS Esports panalo. So, sila yung nasa taas ng leaderboards natin ngayon. So, for the upcoming series, medyo may pressure on the side of Oasis Gaming. Kasi lahat naman ng mga teams na magko-compete dito sa series na to, pasok na yan sa playoffs. Yun nila kailangan problema sa slot na yan. Pero syempre, gusto mong ipakita na pagkatapos ng group stage, ikaw yung nasa taas, di ba? Napakalaking bagay niyan. Lalong-lalo na para sa mga teams na ine-expect talaga na sila yung magka-come out na champion dito sa ating split na to. So, himay-himayin na natin tong mga teams na to. Alamin natin kung ano nga ba yung unang team na pag-uusapan natin. Kasi mainit-init tong laban na to. Gusto ko malaman kung Oasis ba? Ano bang gusto nyo munang pag-usapan? Oasis or NCG?
Gusto ko, Nacague. Sige,
Nacague
gusto
muna.
ko.
Sige, dahil gusto ni Terror, makikinig tayo kasi gusto niya. So, ito na ipapakilala na natin yung SR Nacague. Perfect.
nung off-season, of course, ng VCT last year and syempre dito sa this year as well, sila yung credited talaga and former na top 1 dito nga sa Pilipinas for the side of this team. Diba, pinakita ni Nario, Maxi, Mid-Mathers, and si Senior Carl and Patman na they can actually do it. Being here already and knowing na isa sila sa invited teams, of course, talagang medyo shaky lang din talaga yung mga una nilang games. Pero being the players of SR Nacague, nakita natin talaga na they're on a winning streak. 4 winning streak na meron sila. Pero ang tanong, itutuloy ba nila knowing na Oasis Gaming ang kalaban nila, which is going to be one of their hardest na makakatapat nga.
That's the thing, no? Para sa side ng SR Nacague. When it comes to tier 2 teams na nakikita natin dito sa VCTPH, they can flawlessly win those matches. But when it comes to matches going up against teams like NAOS and Oasis Gaming, doon sila nagfo-falter. And I feel like doon nga sa start or initial na off-season na meron tayo, obviously, they had targets on their backs. And for this, inaral talaga sila ng mga teams na meron tayo dito, especially those teams na sanay na pagdating sa VCT circuit.
Totoo yan.
Sorry. Lastly, yun nga, 'di ba? I mean, like what you've said, Taylor, 'di ba? Yung mga tier 2 teams, yung mga nandito ngayon sa baba ng leaderboards natin, talagang puro 2-0 na talaga yung score nila. Pero if ever gonna check out yung Sky Empire, which is mga decorated players na yan, and syempre yung NAOS as well, talagang halos yung mga score nila puro mga 2-1.
Yan, umaabot talaga sa mga game number 3 ang mga yan. Ang titibay, malupit. Mas malupit pa kaysa sa nunal mo. Pero sabi ko nga, hindi natin babalikan yung usapan na yan. Ayaw na mag-react ni Bill.
Ay, sorry. In the zone ako eh.
Nagbabasa kasi siya ng stats. Gawa siya ng stats. Nanonood pa ng YouTube video kasabay ng mga lineups.
Iba ka talaga, Bill. Ibang napakalupit mo. Kaya
ayun yung ata eh.
Hindi, gusto ko nga eh.
Sige,
Pabor
sige,
na pabor ako dyan. Palakpakan muna natin si Bill. Di ba?
Oo, men, no more.
Palakpakan din natin yung susunod na team na ipapakilala natin because they have had a strong performance throughout this season. So, pakilala natin ang Oasis Gaming.
Oasis Gaming since day 1. Kumbaga, sila ang tunay na definition ng Relentless pagdating dito sa VCTPH. We have Nexi, Savvy, Georgie, Marky, and Wild Oreo. Kung napag-usapan natin yung mga 3 map pools kanina ng mga games, dito ka na tumingin sa Oasis Gaming dahil majority ng mga matches nila dito umaabot talaga ng 3 games. But, to be fair, Oasis Gaming always stands up tall with regards to those games. Ang game nga lang na nag-slip up sila dito is against GameLab Alpha. Pero sa lahat ng wins na meron sila dito, best, pagbibigyan ko na yung slip up na yun.
Yeah, I mean, if ever to check out the players of Oasis Gaming, since day 1, nakikita talaga natin yung mga players talaga nila. They have the most cracked players talaga. Kasi sino-sino ba yung nandito? Yung top 3 na pinakamagaling duel sa Pilipinas nandito. Siyempre, andyan yung pinakadisiplinado. We have Georgie. Andyan yung pinaka-crack talaga yung aim. Andyan si Marky. And as well, ang halimaw sa Collegiate League, andyan si Javi 8K. And siyempre, kasama pa nila yung mga ibang players talaga sobrang solid rin talaga. Andyan si Marky, andyan si Wild Oreo, andyan si Draxi. Alam mo yun, that team alone, pag narinig mo na yung mga pangalan nila, talagang kakabahan ka na. Kasi yung mga ibang players kasi, yung iba wala na sa Pilipinas, yung iba na sa Pacific League na, pero sila, nandito sila sa Philippines in order for them to be relentless, in order for them to conquer it all.
Parang masasabi mo, ang Pilipinas ang Oasis, no? Para sa kanila. Pero ang ganda ng sinabi mo doon kanina, Vil, ang description mo pa nga para kay Georgie, most disciplined. Hindi yan yung descriptor natin sa kanya dati, pero ngayon na nandito siya sa Oasis, nagpapakita talaga siya ng discipline over and over again sa lahat ng mga matches niya. Pero may isa pa akong player na gustong i-highlight across another player, of course. Let's go in our head-to-head at pag-usapan natin si Patman at si Wild Oreo. Etong dalawang to, alam ko, flexible players na rin tong mga to. Pero kahit saan mo idaan, grabe talaga yung ginagawa ng mga Tovil. Pag nakikita natin sila sa matches, andun talaga, lagi silang present, lagi silang may ambag talaga.
Yeah, I actually love na andito talaga si Patman kasi if ever gonna check out kung gaano ka-flexible si Patman dito mga kaibigan, talaga sobrang solid. He played actually all roles dito sa span niya sa buong VCT. Played a total of 7 different agents na talagang isa sa pinakamarami talaga dito sa VCT ngayon. And of course, he got a mind of a duelist, of a sentinel, an initiator, and a controller talaga para mas maging flexible pa siya as a team, para mas makapag-adjust pa yung mga ibang ka-teammates in order for them to win their matches.
But you have to be really careful with Wild Oreo though. Kahit na nakikita natin, when it comes to ACS damage and average kills, nakakataas dyan si Patman. All throughout, dito sa mga games na nakikita natin, especially in VCTPH, towards Oasis Gaming side, isa si Wild Oreo sa pinaka-consistent nilang player dito. Actually, even on the last match na nakita or napanood natin tong Oasis Gaming, Wild Oreo dropped 40 plus kills in a single series na nakita natin. And even on the latter part of the matches na titignan natin, siya rin yung nasa second frag dito. And that just shows a lot kung ano nga ba ang capabilities niya, not only for the kills, but for setting up for the rest of the team.
Alam mo, Taylor, yung gusto kong i-bring up dyan, yung sinasabi mong match na yun, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, yan yung matchup nila after nila matalo dun sa Game Lab Alpha.
Bawi daw.
So, sa tingin ko, nagalit si Wild Oreo o kaya naman sila rin talaga parang na-motivate sila. Kasi may ganun din itong mga players eh. Pag natalo sila once, parang ayoko na ng gantong pakiramdam. Kailangan gagalingan ko na sa susunod. And that's exactly what this guy did. So, for the head-to-head, Patman, alam naman natin, respect talaga, ang galing talaga din ni Patman sa kanyang team. Pero there is something na kailangan natin makita, especially on the side of NCG, para makatapat talaga sila sa Oasis Gaming. At magsisimula tayo sa pagpili pa lang nila ng mapa dito. Kailangan plinano nila ng maigi kung anong mapa yung makikita natin. Pero sa tingin mo ba, Taylor, ano yung dapat piliin ng NCG para matalo tong Oasis?
Feeling ko, para sa NCG side, kailangan nilang dumikit pagdating sa kanilang mga comfy na picks dito or comfortable na mga mapa. And we can see that so far for them, Icebox is one of the maps that they can show up to. And aside from that, meron din silang very good setups coming in from Ascent map. And for this, I feel like this should be one of those 2 maps na kailangan nilang i-prioritize. Ikaw ba, Vil, anong sa tingin mo yung mga mapa natin dito?
Well, para sa akin, siguro NCG, if ever they're gonna ban their first map, siguro it's gonna be Haven because 100% win rate yung mga players in Oasis Gaming. And dito naman sa Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan, talaga, knowing na matagal na sila naglalaro, knowing na mga well-decorated players na to, they have a large na map pool eh. So, they can actually play everything na talagang sobrang solid, pero ang pinakamahihirap lang talaga sila is Pearl. So, there's a chance na talagang i-veto rin yan ng Oasis Gaming. Pero, let's see if ever ba talaga i-pick up nila. Kasi if ever naman Haven yung gagamitin nila, wala namang problema. Kasi number 1, malakas din naman ng SR Nacague dyan. Pero, ang problema, if ever gonna compare that to Oasis Gaming, dun sila mas nakakaangat nga dun sa mapa na yun. Pero I have a feeling na we're gonna get to see a Haven map here in this game.
Posible nga, no? And para sa na-mention ni Laika, no, natalo nga yung Nacague pagdating sa Icebox against Sky Empire to a 2-13. So, medyo malaking difference yun when it comes to the scoreboards. And they really have to be careful dahil nga, na-mention natin kanina nung nag-start tayo sa panel, Nacague was a team na we are gearing for the top spot as well during the off-season. And yung target, nasa likuran na nila. And so, because of that, dahil nga napakaraming VODs din na pwedeng makita, maaaral talaga sila dito. And for this, na-mention mo na, Vil, tama, no? Haven yung unang magiging mapa natin dito. Exciting, actually.
Really exciting talaga. Haven, napakalakas na itong Oasis dito. So, challenging talaga siya. Actually, going into this, i-address na natin na NCG is more of the underdog. Hindi naman sila inexperienced. Malakas din tong NCG. It's just that kailangan natin i-address na right now, pagdating din sa standings and pagdating sa mga nakikita nating matches, Oasis has had a solid run. And for them to pick Haven, one of their more comfier maps or like best maps, mag-alala talaga tong NCG. So interested ako, Vil, ito na, ilalabas na natin in just a bit yung magiging pick naman ng NCG. And we are gonna be going on Ascent, which I think for their side is gonna be an interesting pick.
Yeah, they have a fair share na amount na paggamit nga ng Ascent dito sa side nga ng Oasis Gaming and syempre dito sa SR Nacague. Pero for NCG, I mean Ascent syempre isa yan sa pinaka-comfy picks na rin talaga, 'di ba? Na mga not just NCG, pero yung mga iba't ibang Filipino teams as well. Pero I really have a feeling na talagang baka lumabas dito ang Pearl. Kasi isipin mo, if ever they're gonna use Pearl, mas lamang ang NCG doon if ever compare that to Oasis Gaming kasi out of 4 matches ng Oasis Gaming dito, isang beses lang silang nanalo. Pero gagawin ba yon na parang panlaban ba ng NCG or probably talagang malay mo talagang Oasis pa rin makakuha nun. Dami pang mapa pwedeng gamitin talaga. Actually, dalawa na nga lang.
Yun nga eh. And na-mention ko na kanina, no, baka nga Ascent yung makita natin dito for Nacage's side and they actually pulled that out. I really feel like they have a good default pagdating sa Ascent and this is again a comfortable map they can play around with. And yung first map natin na Haven, mapa kasi to ng mga magagaling mag-retake eh. And I feel like this is just the perfect map for Oasis to not just shine on the attack but also for those retakes as well.
Actually, now that you mentioned it, chinek ko yung records. Isang beses pa lang nga pala nilalaro netong Oasis Gaming tong Ascent. And medyo tikit pa yung laban nila against Puggers. So I think pinag-isipan din talaga ng NCG ng mabuti to na alam nyo, even though wala pa tayong masyadong VODs when it comes to Oasis, sa Ascent, I think the fact na medyo na nakahabol tong Puggers, we can use this. We can use what they were using and i-apply natin dito sa game natin na baka mamaya makita natin. But as you said, Vil, we are gonna be going to Pearl for the decider. Sa tingin mo, sino yung magkakaroon ng advantage dito sa dalawang teams na to?
In terms of advantage naman talaga, di ba? Siyempre, if ever check out kung paano ba nilalaro to, mas halos lamang pa rin talaga ang NCG kahit papano. Pero dito naman sa side ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, isang beses pa lang sila nanalo dito out of 4 matches. So if ever din talaga, malay mo, nilaro ng NCG itong veto natin para mapunta sa Pearl na map. Let's see if ever ganun ba mangyayari dyan. Pero dito sa Pearl, if ever na talaga na makikita natin itong mapa na to, parang lunggarin to ng long games, kumbaga.
Ay nako, pagdating sa long games, 'di ba, napag-usapan na rin naman natin kanina, sanay na yung Oasis dyan. And I feel like napanood natin sa interview mismo from Nacage's side, ito yung isa sa mga naging issues nila eh. Overplaying. 'Di ba? Dahil nga nung off-season, halos lahat ng tournament sinalihan nila dito. And now they're trying to find that balance kung saan hindi magiging over-fatigue yung mga players natin. And I feel like ito yung mga factor to consider ng mga long games. Masyado bang pagod yung mga players mo to play for more? And if nasa Nacage's side na magpapantay sila dito o maghahanap sila ng balance through that, they can go for that 3 games as well.
Ang ganda doon na tinatake into consideration rin talaga nila dyan. Ina-acknowledge nila na alam mo, hindi pwede na nagpapa-overfatigue tayo. Let's play our cards right at huwag tayong masyadong magpapagod kasi mahirap talaga eh. Pag napagod ka na yung mental mo, hindi na siya as sharp. Yung aim mo, hindi na rin siya ganun ka-sharp. So mag-ingat-ingat ka na lang talaga. Especially since sabi nga ni Vil kanina, mechanical players talaga ang Oasis Gaming. So hindi ka pwedeng aantok-antokin pagdating sa tutok mo. Pero, ayan, gusto ko tong diskusyon na to, nag-iinit. Pero parang nag-iinit din yung mga predictions natin. May feeling ako, kahapon nagkaroon tayo ng panel curse, no? Nagkaroon tayo ng panel curse. So, today kaya magiging same fate kaya tayong tatlo. May pakiramdam ako na oo. Kasi ako, I'm gonna go with Oasis Gaming for this one. Taylor muna. Sige, Taylor
Walang
muna.
panel curse na mangyayari. Kahit si Direk nagulat na sure ba ako sa prediction ko dahil ang prediction ko dito is actually SR Nacague. When we see the map pool that we have right now, I feel like they have an advantage towards this and feeling ko papakitaan tayo ng SR Nacague. Pero feeling ko lang yon, mali ang feeling ko kahapon at nung isang araw. Kaya ikaw naman, partner.
Para sa akin, partner, talagang for me, it's gonna be Oasis Gaming kasi we all know talagang what if talagang itutuloy nila yung win streak nila dito and they're gonna be the win streak stopper nga para dito nga sa side ng SR Nacague. Well, this is the last day of the group stages. This is the last day na maglalaro itong mga teams na to. So makikita natin dito sa last game nila is gonna be the sneak peek kung ano pwede mangyari sa playoffs on March.
Ayan na nga, nagpa-teaser na rin sa inyo si Vil. Pero yun nga, no, yun na yung mga mapa natin. Ito na rin yung mga predictions natin. Ibig sabihin nun, guys, ready na kayo? Ready na kayo?
It's time.
Ready na. It's time na. Simulan na natin yung laban. So, casters, you guys, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing ourselves for the last series of the day and the last series of the regular split before we prepare ourselves for the playoffs. My name is Asarai. With me now is Raph. And again, it's going to be SR Nacague versus Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, buddy. And of course, as excited as we all are, man, I feel like this could still be one of those potential, I guess, really, what's the word here, Aster? Now I'm in a bit of a, I don't think it's an upset, right? But I think this could be a potential El Clasico because I feel like SR had quite a bit of time to really prove themselves and how they can cement themselves at the very top spots. But lo and behold, NAOS and Oasis, they swoop in with these super star-studded teams. And SR, I feel like they've somewhat lagged behind despite their, I guess, dominance during the offseason and basically everything after APAC 2 last year. But of course, guys, it is a story that is going to unfold before your very eyes. And I must say, Aster, I think I want to put on my hat. Nah, you know, whatever.
Yeah, you gotta have the earphones, man. I know I can't match up to your wonderful studio headphones because I only got my mere mortal earphones. But yeah, going back to the topic though, you're absolutely right. I feel like SR Nacague, these past couple of series, even though they did win the last three against Abandoned Abyss, Game of Alpha, and Sky Empire, up against the true top teams such as Oasis and NAOS, it feels like they've hit that hurdle, that first obstacle for them to try to get over with, right? So with this match against Oasis, it is going to be incredibly crucial to see them get that in. Because again, the last time that they saw each other truly was during the Mineski VXV, where Oasis won up them 2-1. This is the time for Nacague to bring back the pain. But the problem with that, Raph, is that was the iteration of Oasis that they did not have Georgie. This time, Georgie looking strong with the Oasis roster.
That's a very interesting lineup on the side of NCG here. We actually have Naru on the field after quite a bit. I'm trying to remember who we swapped out here as
Maxi.
my memory has not been very good. No, Maxi's also there.
Oh wait, let me check. Hang on.
But in any case, Asarai, with our fickle memory. Yeah, Patman. You know what's interesting today? Most of our featured players did not play on map 1. And because that was Walk on Water in the previous series. I think he sat out the previous map because they did field in Lost Boy.
And Second Love as the duelist, yeah.
Yeah, now we don't have Patman. Instead, we have, of course, Naru on that Reyna. And I have to say, that's a very, very interesting pick. I'm excited to see the pop-up potential because we've always made the comparison that Maxi is a little more sound when it comes to just raw fundamentals. But Naru, he has a much higher ceiling perhaps for popping off. And Reyna is the perfect pop-off agent.
You know that we could make an argument here that actually makes sense because the last time that they used Patman on a secondary duelist to Zind, right? That was against Sky Empire, and they heavy lost that 13-2 with SR Nacague just not feeling the SR Nacague that we knew them to be. So I feel like this is a good idea to do so because you just put Naru in a position where he doesn't really have to set things up for his teammates in terms of utility. It's all about the gunplay for him, and he's well known for that. He has reached certain high ranks just because of how well he approaches those fights, and we'll have to see if he can put himself on that position once more. Maxi loves to go for this lurk, but Oasis immediately knows about this, goes for the double swing, but Zin also finds Savvy in turn.
I find it really interesting to put Naru on that Reyna because we saw Pathman actually pop off in their last series, but once again, we refocus our lens onto what's happening on this pistol round, and my, a corner criminal is Senior Carl, surviving, reloading, trying to rearm himself, and Wild Oreo did have a window to swing. But here we are, folks. The first round on the board goes to NCG. Maybe, perhaps... Wow, look at that. Two words that mean the exact same thing being used the exact same way. Don't do that, Raph. Don't do that, everybody, actually. It's really redundant. But in any case, maybe Naru is finally hitting a groove with the team because he was sidelined for a good minute. Perhaps strategic purposes, right?
Oh, that's
but
a
maybe
good point, yeah.
This could be his game. Right now, he did start off getting traded, but it is a long Haven map, the bastion of Oasis, Paradise itself. But the Raiders, of course, true to their name, they try to hold on, and they bust the door open, finding Drax. Georgie, who's evolved into quite a tenacious yet disciplined duelist, is holding down the corner, can only get one, as the man of the hour gets a big double kill for that entry, Asser. And a Wild Oreo yet again on that Silva. Typically, it's him on the flashing initiators, but it's also Javi who is tasked to that role. Now, Wild Oreo, we have seen an actual clutch happen from that very corner on his Sky. If you remember, I think this was PH1 or PH2 last year.
Yeah.
That was not meant to be here, Asser. NCG getting that first swing under the belt. How does Oasis respond on this bonus?
We'll have to see, but so far, so good. This is what we kind of expected with SR Nacague to begin with. And up against Oasis, you know that there's a lot of tricks up the sleeve, and you're absolutely right. What's going to be the approach right now for Nacague on their bonus? They only really have Zind and Senior Carl rocking the rifles. Are they going to go once again for another B attack here? Use the close quarters specialty of SR Nacague and see if they can make work with that. For the moment, seems like they just want to find somebody getting information. Maybe a catch-off if ever, as Draxi is playing Jiggle on C. Here's a setup. He does have a paranoia. They got to be careful with this. Immediately dashes over, and Nexi through the Nano Swarm still gets picked up, but he's bought time. Draxi still at the angle, holding, coming around, and beautiful hold for Oasis. Nothing Maxi and the rest can really do. And speaking of Maxi, all down to him, Spectre and Toe, not really going to happen.
Not at all, Aserai. And I really find it interesting that that early Nano Swarm, I think the first time we actually saw that was Oasis doing it too. I think this was like, what, last week, 2 weeks ago? And now to see it being employed against them truly exposes how ready we are as a region to evolve and just be better. We always take the best from each other, and, you know, it brings joy to my heart. But now Oasis, they handle that bonus perfectly. SR, they do have a full buy ahead of them and a full belt of utility. We have Naru's Empress ready and waiting, perhaps saving it for a rainy day. But as we know, Mid Mathers is also trying to pressure, and the pressure will make Georgie crack. An uncharacteristic overswing there, maybe waiting for some sort of support flash there on the side of Javi. But still, a 4v5, a bit of a deficit on the side of Oasis. And NCG, they know this.
Well, Maxi trying to get a little bit cheeky, but he's going to be going up against, I think, the better counterpart, which is Nexi. So that's going to be a tall task for him to try to overcome. Although we'll see how this goes. Zin opens up perfectly, while Oreos flash onto the side. Can react in time. That paranoia just enough to keep them on their toes. Draxi 3 versus 1. Him against the world. He does have some own utilities. Naru using his Leer to delay even further. And we'll see what Naru brings to this table. He's already got a couple of kills. Empress was used. And Draxi clears up. Goes back into the corner. Fights another. He knows. His paranoia doesn't hit. Tries to reposition. Georgie.
Oh my.
Guesses correctly.
Okay, if Drax was going to pull that off, I feel like that would have been such a momentum killer. And Zind, who's been so reliable for NCG as the gun of choice, really helped recover that round. Now, I'm trying to think what Oasis is planning on doing here, because normally we see Oasis a little more active in rounds like that, but there seemed to be a lack of rotation. And as I mentioned, that's fairly uncharacteristic on Oasis. Sure, they are probably just trying to test the waters out. It is pretty early in the round, but NCG, man, they're already making a pretty decent lead here. If they can capitalize on this, actually no, it's still going to be a full buy. I think this is going to be an early pause on the side of Oasis. Already sensing that there may be some bad seeds in their harvest this time around.
Yeah, we haven't seen Georgie be online.
It's
for
round
the
4,
past
man.
couple of rounds. I mean, true, but you know how he always starts hot from the get-go, and that's really important for Oasis here. But as you mentioned, they do have the monetary capabilities, capacity to be able to bring themselves back into this round. They also have Nexi, who does have his lockdown, so a kill or 2 here, a pick up a weapon of 2 here, and Oasis might be back on track. But again, NCG just very smooth sailing with how they take the sites. They bait a bit of utility, and then they go the other way. It's been working for them, but we'll see if Oasis can adjust to that.
I love that approach. You know what I mean? Again, NCG had the tendency to somewhat overplay their hand at times, but right now they are keeping it as simple and as clean as it can be. Hey, maybe if our strat book isn't as deep as Oasis, we can probably outgun them with this Reyna pick. Or maybe that's the philosophy that they're entering this matchup with. But so far, they have a different tempo in this round. They hold out. They're waiting if Oasis is willing to gather some advanced information here. I'm actually curious, Aster. They had enough to full buy, but instead they go for an eco round. Maybe they're rushing an operator?
That, or they might not be able to have gone for proper
Utility,
shields, which
right?
is never, yeah, exactly, what you want to kind of deal with here. Oh, that's perfect, because now Georgie can try to be cheeky on Cubby. Unfortunately, Senor Carl was just a bit too quick on the response. That's literally it. Zind, not quickly charging onto the side, clearing corners first, as is what a good duelist should do. And he's waiting for Naro as well to make sure that short is clear as well. Look at this. NCG just playing absolutely clean in these rounds, Raph.
Ooh, but who else is clean? It is Xavi himself. He gets one for his troubles, but is burning quite a bit of utility for this Aserai. Little does he know there is a pinch happening, but that information will not be given away as he will finish that duel off, but a little bit on the shorter end here. And Eco on the side of Oasis, they will recuperate their resources now. As you mentioned, they will have full shields. They do have 3 ultimates available, 2 quite generally high impact across the round. But like I said, sorry, it doesn't seem like Oasis is up to what they usually are. They're normally a little more dynamic in the openers. But maybe, just maybe, they're ready to throw a curveball on the side of NCG.
Yeah, I did see Georgie was just having fun in the chat just a couple of moments before this series has started. So you know that they are prepared, or at least ready to go for the fight. The question is, NCG, they're finding some formulas here. Great, actually fine by onto Nexi, but Draxi, it's the combo, man. They're just going to be playing together. Ultimate used to delay even further. The pick off onto Drax, but the damage is still done. They've lost both of their duelists. They still have not really much left in the tank. And if Singer Carl actually goes for this plant, Georgie's very much prepared for it. Has the operator. Yeah, I mean, they're not really going to over-rotate, so this is a very botched round for NCG. They could try to pick up the spike. They have the time, but they don't really have the numbers to utilize with.
Not entirely sure what the game plan was there. I felt like they had a firm foothold already towards C. They already pulled a little bit of aggro towards B on that play, but once again, the tendency to overplay their hand is very apparent, at least in that round. But they do have a few rounds to give Aserai, and they haven't really done too much eco damage here. Nexi could potentially find mid, but mid, interestingly enough, is on that initiator role yet again. Normally, he would be much more comfortable, or at least from what we're used to, on a controller. But this time, they've relegated him on that Sova.
I mean, I guess this is the strength of NCG, right? Is they're basically players that are very much known for their duelists, right? So we know Senior Carl's there. He's gotten adjusted. I think they're using the fact as well that because they came from just backgrounds of incredibly, cracked teams, as well as them just having the experience to play anything, it is somewhat working. either that or he's the one that just said, yeah, I'll have to, just give way for my own teammates. Because even though I know that Naru has played Initiator before as well, not just the Reign, or not just the Fade that we've seen before, he's also played, I believe, Sova in the past. I don't think it's still up to par to what NCG wants. And Midmatter is the only other person that can really do that, especially now that Patman's not here.
I mean, there is the question of flexibility, and everybody can play all these roles. How effective can it be? I mean, here's another thing, right? Haven, historically a very attacker-sided map. How is Naru going to fit in that picture? Because he'll obviously be a pretty much, I guess, over-glorified sentry when it comes to the defensive side, but Mid-Mathers actually finds Javi in that duel. And now NCG, they'll be operating on a big advantage here. Xavi is not going to be able to flash his teammates out or deny plants if that were the case. But now we will begin the snowball here. That's the paranoia on the side of Senior Carl being expended for this too, so no more passive threat. Zin finds Georgie, not entirely sure where. Feel like it was a peek from Link. He sees another shoulder and he wants another kill. But he might just have to wait here. Mid-Mathers trying to look for that flank. Do they have security over that window position? That they do, and this retake on the side of Oasis is going to happen. As long as they can avoid funneling, then they perhaps still have a realistic chance here. NCG, they double swing even on that smoke, but Drax gets the trade. Oh, and the blind there. So convenient. Nexi also gets one for himself, but the numbers, what do they mean? It means that there's just too many players to overcome on the side of NCG, and a 3-round lead.
Love how the push was there from NCG. You might think that Naru's push through the smoke was greedy in some sense, but not really. It was there to make Oasis think or stop them from trying to tap the spike, buying time for, as you mentioned, the more players of NCG still waiting on the outside of the site. So because of that, very able to just, again, reposition themselves, shoot through the smoke, and because we don't have no Sage, there is no wall to really kind of mix up the defuse here. It's a straight shot. All you gotta do is ping. Those legs are exposed to the elements. But it's a trade for trade. It's gonna be Senior Carl for Georgie. No more smokes here for NCG, but Oasis have also lost their cannon.
Perhaps. Although there is no interest towards any of the sites, at least on the side of NCG. They will put an attacking force towards C here. The timing on this Wild Oreo jump peak could prove critical. But Zind has been an absolute sniper, finding anybody and everybody who sets foot at their gate. Oasis with a Sheriff and a Stinger. Zavi's pretty close to Rolling Thunder, so they might just want to hold on to that. It does look like they're already setting up for exits, Asteroid. I think there's a Vandal here that they could potentially take. And that they do. It's actually a Phantom. But with that in mind... Ooh, Maxi has other business to take care of. Is Zavi actually going to go for this? I mean, they can buy up still, but... bonus rifle would have been nice. There you go, 2-6 to NCG. Pretty strong start. Lightweight,
Is Zavi
baby.
just 360? Senior Carl there? Wait, I don't know if we'll see it on the replay, but I kind of want to spot it out if ever. That was kind of nasty because he primed the flash. All right, we'll see that kill, which is good. We'll see the extra kill, which is also good. Wait, this one. There he did.
I think he did.
360.
That's a cheeky.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's not a 360. That's a quick anti-flash. Actually, a point that I wanted to make earlier to Asterai was how maybe perhaps. Again, I said it again. Don't do that. Maybe the Reyna play could have been greedy, but she's designed to be greedy. I feel like that's why she's a coach's nightmare and analyst's nightmare, because she has to play, in the eyes of many, suboptimal for her to truly thrive.
Yeah.
Because she becomes a dead agent once you just hold angles with her.
That's true.
She finds very little value.
Work.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, everything is just primed for you to get frags. So
yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But it kind of meshes well to the playstyle of NCG too, though, right? But you kind of don't want Zind on that particular agent. It has to be Patman. But this time they're choosing Naru. And it's actually pretty good. Look at how just calmer he is. There's
That is
going to
true.
be, of course, the entryway onto the A side or B side, excuse me. But NCG, they do love utilizing their utilities quite well. They will have to trade mid matters for this. Naru overextending himself, and this might not be the first good time for them. But NCG want to go for the quick duels as Zin absolutely pops off. That is the Killjoy lockdown.
Wow.
And Zin is using it as a beacon of bait. They have to at least respect it. They have to wait for it. And because of that, Zin is
No way,
absolutely mauling the opposition. 1 versus 1. Maxi playing close. He is spotted by the angle. That smoke a little bit suboptimal for him to utilize. And Oasis clutch it up. But that was incredibly down to the wire.
All that for a drop of blood is what Wild Oreo is probably thinking. But wow, man, what a play by Zin there. Very, very sharp. Trying to get those aggressive angles. And one might say that those are incredibly risky. But hey, if you can kill them in one hit, I like the trade-off. I like my chances there. Despite all of that, Aserai, once again, the reliability of Wild Oreo to clutch up is just so insane.
You did mention it before. You know, I'll just, agree with you again. True enough.
I was about to bring up that specific hit towards B with the Reyna. It reminds me so much of Alpha and Jin. Jin would just play Reyna and Jin would do Jin things. That is a tale as old as time now, I would assume. But with NCG going for more pressure towards A, they might just be right on the money here, as there is only a solo defender, and Wild Oreo won't have recon for another 30 seconds. He does have drone, but he has no sound cues to his name. But wow, dodges a knife there, and Oasis is going to try and reinforce this as quickly as they can. Very, very interesting Hunter's Fury there. Wild Oreo might be caught with his pants down, and that he is. Oh, Zin, he has been pushing the tempo, and he's been doing it so well.
He has been, what's the word here, really pressing his buttons. They're pressing his luck with how he just pushes that aggressively, but somehow it is working. Threading the line, threading the needle, and Zin finishes off the kill. You're absolutely right. There was an interesting Hunter's Fury, but I think it just sets up Zin to go for the push because Oasis got scattered. I don't know if that was the idea, but if it was, very big brain from NCG.
Indeed it was. And like I said, there are merits to simplifying the game like this. You eliminate quite a bit of unnecessary flowcharts, bloat perhaps, in your playbook. And NCG, they've been riding it pretty well, man. 7-3 against Oasis. Zind 16-4. Pretty insane. Now this is another eco in Oasis. I feel like this is also super uncharacteristic of Oasis. Once again, they're usually very active on eco rounds, trying to get as much space and eco damage as they can. But look how static they are right now, Asrai. Maybe they know that NCG knows. So that is truly the metagame.
To know your opponent is to know yourself.
Wow. Wisdom.
Sun Tzu. Yeah. The art of war. You know, I believe there was like an esports coach before that actually utilized the philosophies of the art of war.
I mean,
it actually works.
There's
Yeah,
plenty. Like, if we're really going to reference that type of literature, every retake in this game is basically the empty castle by, I think it's Zhuge Liang. And now Naru doesn't care for strategy. Will get his head shot off. The trades are happening, so this is still a very, very expensive round on the side of NCG. But Mid Mathers gets 2 for himself. Maxi, the sentinel, the anchor, the wall, has to drive his shoulder into the remaining players of Oasis. But Drax goes for a bit of a mix-up here. It's going to buy Maxi enough time to run back. 20 seconds. I don't think he has anywhere else to go realistically. And look at this momentary lapse here. They think that he's going to swing, but the bot will spot him out.
No time.
He has a spike, has no time. If he can find just one more kill here, then it may be worth his time. But Oasis, despite everything I said about them early on, they will still find success. My bad.
Able to at least disrupt the flow of process here for SR Nacague. And wow, even through the Leers though, so quick to go for the punish. And as you mentioned, just no real follow-up there for Maxi, unfortunately, as he fell a whole lot short in that debacle. So with all of that being said, NCG, I believe they have called a timeout before the last round ensues here in the first half. There is purchase power for them somewhat. That's not out of the equation. Naru has picked himself the Stinger. He does have the Empress, but what is kind of good about this is if they can get that first initial take of opponents, this would really help out in the snowball for NCG if ever.
NCG, they have to be careful. If they give up one more round, that's effectively just another pistol that they can't afford to lose. They did win the opener today, or rather just this half. But once again, they have to tread very, very carefully as Oasis is always ready to pounce. I am very happy to see Mid Mathers also pop off Aserai. Typically with Astra, he is pretty preoccupied most of the time. And I think he's also main calling for SR. Don't quote me on that. I could just be assuming things. But now we are going to be entering the last round of the half here. Georgie is going to be sticking to that Vandal. The frag distribution on the side of Oasis a little more equal. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see a little more volume in the coming half. But look how slow NCG is willing to take this.
I mean, again, they can't really mess about, as they have to be aware that Georgie always loves to go for that particular aggressive, early peak. Maxi, again, just left to the lurk duties. But if he finds a bit of timing here, that's going to be good. Oasis, the read was because NCG have somewhat the weaker weapons. Oh, that's huge, though. They might actually want to go for B, but that's the opposite direction. They're going to go for the A site, and even through the blind, they find Georgie. That's going to be huge. 4 versus 4. Naru, how is he surviving and dodging all of these ultimates? Okay, the smoke will dissipate. He might need to push. He might need to play a little bit greedy here, but the double swing trips him up. But the oohs and ahs, Raph, they're actually rotating for the C site.
So what I was thinking was NCG, they see the commitment of the lockdown and they know that Oasis don't have a, or actually rather Oasis know that NCG don't have a Sentinel anymore. That could have opted them to maybe just abuse the fact that anti-flank is going to be offline. But still a pretty successful, or rather a pretty decent retake attempt could happen here. But look how low Nexi is. A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl will now allow anybody onto the C site.
Don't you hurt my boy. I got you, Mid. That's all that matters.
Wow.
But look at that. Oh. So it was before the flash actually hit Maxi, but still, that was huge. Because obviously they would bank on the fact that they have, the double cloudburst positioning of Georgie on the A site to help them retake that. Supposedly.
True. Supposedly, again, that's why we're on the analytics desk. That's why we've done this in the past as well. We love to look at the hypotheticals, Aserai, I guess the ceiling that we're always clamoring for. Now these teams, they have really innovated quite a bit. Now we have a new half, could be a potentially new slate for Oasis here. NCG, they know they might be operating on bit of a crutch, is that Reina, once again, when she's not fighting, she's not really doing much. But Georgie does get a quick trade here. Look at the defense of NCG, though. They collapse quickly onto Oasis, and Oasis, they can't seem to respond. Naru will fall eventually, but an expensive investment it had to be. And NCG, both mid and Zind, not the healthiest here, but so is Drax. That Sheriff is going to look like a pocket op. Javi will have the shot, but a massive whiff happens here. A 2v1. Nexi could still potentially win this, but he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Zin has been on fire, and Maxi still is on the prowl. He hears the sound, and Nexi has his back turned. He has no idea that Maxi's already here. I think he'll ring around the Rosie Aserai. No!
And wow, NCG, they're playing on the fact that Oasis's ability to
read situations is, I feel like, purely on the audio. Because there was this one angle, yeah, this one, where Zin abandoned short to allow mid-matters to just play there as a additional lurk. And it wasn't really snuffed out perfectly by Oasis, right? There's a microsecond of opening for NCG here. And NCG does not disappoint in capitalizing, which is incredible for them. Zin, I mean, Frenzy, Sheriff, long range, Sheriff's gonna win.
Oh yeah. It's the basic numbers of the Game Master Eye. Sometimes they confuse us. Most of the time they are as clear as day. But with the pistols in hand, Oasis haven't really found any meaningful ground on this map. In fact, getting no value whatsoever. But my goodness, Javi will turn it up at the drop of a hat. Can potentially find one more here. Naru gets that final kill. Speaking of Naru, I don't think he's as hot as he wants to be right now, Asarai. But I feel like it's also giving Zin the space to really just go crazy. Having two duels also, that's shared gravity. And one might think, oh, that doesn't matter. But when you have two agents that have crazy pop-off potential, it's definitely going to still be lurking in the back of your mind. And it's been working wonders for SR.
Yeah, and that's the thing I mentioned before, right? Is you don't really want to put Zin in a position where he's the sole duelist of the group up until this point. He moves incredibly well. Yes, even though he's the solo duelist from time to time for NCG, but in a map such as Haven, you want to have that extra threat just in case in their pockets, right? If Zin doesn't perform, he has Naru, or at least in this situation, in this particular game, mid matters on the follow-up. Naru is there as an extra level of security, but NCG hasn't really, as you mentioned, he hasn't really been that explosive as of the moment. In any case, cannot deny it though, Raph, that it's 10-4. SR Nacague, they're really leading the charge here. And Oasis, they're in for a ride.
NCG's doing fantastic, man. Like I said, they really made a case on why they belong at the higher echelons of our region. Right now, they're proving it. They are making Oasis sweat bullets. As this attack is still halted to an honest, like, grind and crawl. They're trying to work Garage here, but unbeknownst to them, there's nothing in Garage to really deter them. And NCG, they're already going to be prepping the retake here. Oasis, they are going to have a pretty much uncontested plant here. The question is, what can they do on the post plant? They only have one shock dart available in Wild Oreo, so that's out of the question. Javi's always going to be a threat, especially in that breach. Drax still has that paranoia in hand. And NCG, this is still technically their bonus. So Oasis, they want to keep this as tight and as clean as possible. They do pressure Garage, but they decide to funnel all the way through main. Maxi Hard clears every single corner here, and Naru finds Georgie yet again. The spear been broken. Nexi gets one. But NCG Asarai, they are as coherent as they can be.
Dude, NCG's mid-round quick calls is just so damn good. It's insane. Because the thing is, that should have been Oasis's from the get-go already because they got the plant and the post. But the play for NCG was, okay, we have an extra give or take 10-15 seconds before the spike explodes. Yes, let's use a third of that to flush out Oasis from Garage, because we know something's going to be holding there. If anybody's going to be at C-Long, we'll deal with it when it comes. But they got two off of it. They triple peak Nexi and Georgie on Garage. Who does that on the retake?
Like I said, man, NCG, they will make you bleed. They will make any team bleed, and they're doing it so well. They are absolutely firing on all cylinders. Oasis, on the other hand, I feel like that round was probably the most suspicious they played in a good minute, right? I mean, I hope I'm not alone on this. In any case, we move forward. Nexi does have just one away. They have the timeout. They have quite a way to go. And with a buy like this, I believe they're going to have one player that's... Oh no, they're going to be fine. The utility's just going to be a little spotty. SR, this defense is looking so strong, man.
Oh, there we go. I was wondering why Zen wasn't purchasing anything, but he purchases the big guns already on the operator.
Like your arms. I'm kidding.
Oh, you're talking about yourself, bro? Sheesh.
Bro, sheesh. I don't bench
Sheesh.
325. What's up?
Looking swole right there. Anyways, Nexi, if you can pick up the orb as of here, he does have the lockdown already prepped. NCG, they're very aware of this push. We'll see how it goes. Did Georgie spot it out?
I think he
That's
did.
gonna
He
be very.
definitely
Oh, there he is. Quick. No way, Zind! What are you on right now? The big flank's already coming in from NCG, but
Yo,
yo,
the
I'm
pre,
just speechless. Yeah,
the pre is hitting him mad crazy, bruh.
the instincts is there, dude.
What? Yo,
Okay, granted, he heard it. He knew that Georgie already dashed into the site, but still, he hid himself in his own cloudburst to survive, not to thrive. But he did both.
that's insane. That's still such a difficult shot to land because could you imagine all the other noises that came with it? Again, the utility was there. The cloudburst obviously is going to disrupt the noise. Like you mentioned, he is running on instinct, and he is absolutely primal.
What an animal Zend is turning out right
Oh.
now. Honestly, you could argue here that we are seeing both of the best duelists that we have in the VCTPH. Zind and Georgie head-to-head.
Is making a case for it.
Making an absolute demonic case for it. Okay, he whiffs that one, the easier shots. But his teammates are already here, blinded, can't really find the openings, but hold the phone. Drax and Georgie get some picks. Naru has the Empress, goes back into cover, but spotted out very quickly. 2 versus 2. Damage is done onto Savvy. Savvy and Drax having the crossfire here, but they haven't planted the spike. They want to find Maxi first, which they do, and it's all left to Senor Carl, who peeks right back up. And unfortunately, what just happened? Did Drax pick up the operator thinking he might be able to make some value off of this? But no, Senor Carl denies them with a quick 2 kills.
I was worried about the danger of going for a split like that. Just the trading ability when there's a slight delay from your Heaven player becomes just so dangerous, like I said. But wow, to take Haven like that, that's a statement, man. And with wild round after wild round, SR, they break into SR Nacague, they break into Paradise, like I said, and they are making a case on why they belong, why the top is reserved for them. And wow, Astrai, that was only the first game of the series too. It's already getting really hot.
It absolutely is blazing. I am lost for words, dude. Those final 2 rounds were so massive here for SR Nacague. There was just a disjoint that felt so off for the Oasis roster. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Raph, but it felt like whenever Georgie tries to make a play, he just can't find that opening that he wants to. What he usually does as Georgie, and because of that, SR Nacague thrived in the chaos of it all.
Yeah, it has been stumping me too what the problems with, at least in that map alone, Oasis, are they off rhythm today? Because like you said, right, it's really the smaller things that make the biggest differences. For example, at the very last round, the trade timing just was so off. The utility cleanliness that we normally see from Oasis was also fairly absent on Haven, which is arguably one of their best maps, if not their best. Wow, I am honestly at a loss for words because people would probably say, oh, Naru didn't really pop off on the arena, but with the space that he bought for his teammates with Lear and whatever that he did still benefited SR Nacague so well. Obviously, we look at the stats here. Mid Mathers, despite Zind having the flashier kills, it's Mid Mathers working silently, dropping a Tim Duncan. 22 and 9 with an ACS of 376. That's pretty nuts.
It all just fell into place for NCG here. Of course, it sounds like we're talking, all right, the series is over. It's not done yet, but what a massive upset. I gotta say it's an upset, dude, because even though this is the start of series, we already know that Oasis has some overwhelming odds up until this point, right? They've only lost to GameLab Alpha. But maybe we could ascertain into that as well, right? Because GameLab Alpha is a team that plays a lot about the top frag heavy style, and NCG I think has what's the word here? Has really developed that style as well to the next level, and them being on on par once again to what we know NCG can do, is really stumping Oasis on how they approach, these rounds.
You might be onto something here. Maybe that Game Lab game unlocked Pandora's box for a lot of these teams. And maybe, just maybe, that's the winning formula against a team like Oasis. Who knows? I mean, the sample size is still relatively small and the adjustments can still be made. But this was pretty convincing, Asterai. 13-4 on what a lot of people would say it's a suboptimal lineup. Again, when the Reyna is there, it's going to raise a lot of eyebrows. It's going to raise a lot of questions. But me personally, I love them Reyna picks. And that was the shot that made everybody go silent. The soul taker, the heart stopper.
Man, I kind of want to see Twitch chat here on the broadcast on what has happened. But of course, before any of that, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, of course, it's got to be Senor Carl. Yeah, it is. I would say SR Nacague Senor Carl, or Sen for short. Ooh, just
so. Yeah, like so many moments, right, where he would just rack up multi-kill after multi-kill, and these were not just empty frags. He was holding it down on, again, the late trade timings, Astra. It's really the biggest thing right now for Oasis. Sure, it's one small thing that they can honestly just fix, even within the game, but if they can't, it's going to prove so problematic.
Well, what is our next map, actually, in this series? We got Ascent, dude. I mean, I feel like when we go to Ascent, that's fair play, man. Every and any team has a very good case at getting upsets even against the top teams that we have right now. And with Haven being one of the stronger, I think, map picks for Oasis, already checked on the the checklist of SR Nacague, this series could definitely go to the underdog of this best of 3. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go for a best of 3. When we come back, we have to know, dude, how this series ends or if it continues to a game of 3. Anyways, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It is a red letter day for our Raiders as they ransack the Oasis. Once again, my name is Raph, that is Asarai, and we are here and ready to see how things go in Game 2, Asarai, because my, the safe haven just did not look safe at all for Oasis.
I was just going to say that this is one of Oasis's stronger maps. So them being taken, this being taken away by SR Nacague is very, very huge. You know what? I was so excited to get my point in that I forgot that my mic was not hot just yet. All right, so I'm
Don't
sorry.
get too excited.
I apologize. And yes, I got too excited. I know. My bad.
In any case, guys, we were going to be going into Ascent very, very soon. So again, there were some very fine details that I feel like Oasis have to really mull over and pretty much just get through this, Asari, because I feel like they're the team with the least margin for error. But you can never go wrong, guys, if you are ready to order food and order drink right now, because, Asari, will you take it away, sir?
Of course, guys, we got to you our official sponsor of VCTPH, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
9 pesos. It has truly become an icon for everybody here and
will
everybody
be
who's
for years to come.
listen to Asarai. Oh my. And
How
wow,
much
it
is my change? 9 pesos po. Yeah, imagine like going outside. No, just get the free delivery, bruh.
I don't know what point you're trying to make here, Asarai, but there is multiple ways to approach the broadcast and multiple languages that you can listen to. One of them is us on the English broadcast, and of course we have our very, very beautiful folk on the Filipino broadcast that is on facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH. There's also a mirror for both broadcasts on youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH. So you have something for everybody, and I think me and Asra actually use the YouTube mirror for a lot of our VODing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, so
Cut me off.
What?
No, not you. I was like, oh yeah, I'm looking at my notes here.
I don't know where this is going, but
It's not supposed to go anywhere. Yeah.
It's not supposed to go anywhere, but you know what? It's supposed to go somewhere. This series, we're still preparing for our second map, which is going to be Haven. I'm trying to check what happened in the final game that Oasis and SR Nacague did have again on the Mineski tournament late year, and it also went Ascent on game number 3, where Oasis won 13-11, and that is again because of, I think, just the heroics of Nexi and Savvy. Again, that was before Georgie has joined the team. So at least historically, Oasis has the one up. That's the thing. But now, with this particular series going the direction that it is going, I'm unclear if Oasis can reset themselves. They usually, I feel, can't. They usually have to start strong and finish strong. That's usually the Oasis way. So definitely this time, SR Nacague has the shot to take the series away from them.
That being said, this is going to be one of the few times, I believe, that we've witnessed Oasis deal with adversity, especially with a map pick, or rather a map point, not in their favor. So, again, this is where we kind of, or at least we see them test their mental strength and their fortitude and, in general, their mettle. So, Astra, I feel like we've seen a lot of teams be so surprised about losing one map that they just can't recuperate for the second, and it is something that plagues even the very best, the very top 0.1% of the Valorant world. Now, we are hoping that Oasis don't fall victim to that, but there is still a lot of speculation going on, and whatever adjustments they have to make should be made right now. Because, again, I feel like this could also be a statement, right? Because their biggest rivals is NAOS, and NAOS just took a clean 2-0 today. Oasis has already dropped the map. So at the very least, they have to close the series strong. But NCG, they're looking so hungry, man.
Yeah, I mean, we always keep talking about the top two, NAOS and Oasis. But again, don't forget, before these 5 weeks began, we talked about how SR Nacague was our top team to beat. And arguably, they are starting to rise once again. You have to also remember that they won almost all of their matches against every other team. But if you're SR Nacague, the two targets has got to be Oasis and NAOS. So this is one of the real tests of strength for the SR Nacague roster. And speaking of the team, they still have Naru, no Patman in sight, and they will be going for the double duelist once again.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They brought quite a bit of boon towards their end in that previous map. Now they are looking to be the Bane. We actually have Marky here being slotted in for the side of Oasis. So this is going to be a fairly different look and potentially a different pace. There's definitely a sense of urgency, at least on the side of Oasis here. And NCG, they're probably foaming at the mouth now, right? Just the prospect of 2-0ing. One of the, arguably our strongest team in the circuit right now. It is within arm's reach.
Within arm's reach, within arm's grasp. But Oasis, they have plenty of tricks up their sleeves in Ascent. And one of the tricks that we've seen the most, I think, from them is this El Standard operator on Georgie and Marky on the Odin. So if you think about that way, SR Nacague, they got some boots to fill here. They got some questions that needs to be answered. In Ascent, it could be a tipping point. It could be a breaking point as well here, because I feel like if you go to game number 3, that's a map that I don't really feel comfortable anymore for SR Nacague, even though they were extremely good on Pearl at the first couple of weeks. But the thing is, they didn't really adjust their playstyle, and teams have started to adjust. And you know, the SR Nacague has just strayed farther and farther away from their beloved Pearl map.
That they have, and I find it really, really peculiar that Mid still has not relegated himself to the Astra role, which we find him here on the Sova yet again. And Georgie giving a bit of a peek towards Zin. Zin potentially fell asleep. And now NCG, they're operating without the man of the hour. Zin, who's been absolutely disgusting. An absolute disease to Oasis earlier. Well, in any case, Asarai, Maxi's gonna find a bit of contact. Ow, my lord,
that is so annoying.
That is so much HP.
Yeah.
Oh, the turret.
This isn't the patch, right? Where the turret's like 100 HP, or it is now. I actually can't remember. Is it? It's still a big thing, especially on pistol.
It really is, especially how fragile most players are without the armor and without the normal firepower that they operate with. That being said, doesn't seem like it's a problem for NCG. They barrel their way through the site, despite already losing Zin in the early exchange. I think they've equalized the numbers now, and that's gonna be an even bigger bonus finding Georgie. Naru has been sweeping the area and finding a lot of targets for him, and he's been an absolute killer. Senior Carl has a smoke available. They go for that double swing, and they actually get Naru here. Maybe it's a good idea to get him before he gets the ball rolling. Now all alone is Marky. Can he actually get the clutch here? The one way is going to help, at least on that side. But does he know that it's going to be a bit of a double stack, and he gets swung on by Senior Carl at the most inopportune time for him.
Yeah, I think our UI is a little bit delayed. That's why I was a little bit confused. Wait, did they get picked off Nexi very early on the back of the site? Anyways, it was left into that 2 versus 1 with Marky, but unfortunately did not work out for him. Georgie, marvelous first kill, but you can see already here that Naru was able to pick up the pieces in that entry fragging. So even though he's not the most explosive of players, again, impact frags are just as good, and Naru has that in spades here for NCG.
Space, space, space. Something that's been eluding Oasis quite a bit. Just a very, very slight change to the rhythm, and it seems like they're having an entire off day, right? SR and Nacague, they do have the Bulldogs. So they might just abuse this range advantage, but look at this. We see one perpetrator towards tree. I'm assuming that's Wild Oreo, and he has a shorty in hand. That he does. And Drax, he has been undiscovered just yet. Naru, you could get robbed right here in this dark alley. You don't want to turn into Batman. And he instead becomes Joe Chill, finding Georgie. Drax still waiting on this double up. We see Wild Oreo try to play for the anti-flash here. And Drax, wow, needs no help.
Ooh.
I don't know about that one. They got the speed right, but maybe not with the shorty.
I mean,
Next he's still, yeah? Still
yeah,
finds
I was
value
gonna
in that
say,
classic.
That was exactly it. It was the shorty. So he had to charge in because he was pressured from the flank on A main. If you saw who killed, who was that? I think that was Drax. That was actually Georgie all the way through A, or not Georgie, Zin all the way through A main. So, yeah, very unfortunate. Marky to remain here.
Yet
He's
again.
only got the shorty again.
Look at
Open
this
the door.
SRA.
Yeah, open your surprise.
No, I feel like maybe, just maybe, if Wild Oreo swung at the same time of with Drax, and they could have found an extra kill, but it's one of those smaller details that we like to nitpick on, right? And Marky's just gonna accept his fate here. The Void will take him. The rest of NCG, they will scale pretty well with these Bulldogs. They're gonna have an upgraded buy, I would assume, on their duelist, which is Naru and Maxi's probably gonna go for something similar here. At least they're gonna have extra firepower on that anti-lurk. Yeah, it's just those small things that we're nitpicking on. People are like, oh, you guys are hating on next team, on Y team.
It's how it goes, man. It is what it is,
like,
right?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, he swung the operator with a shorty from 50 feet away. That was a good try. Is that what you guys want to hear? Is that what you guys want to hear? Because you're not going to hear it here. Yeah. Anywho, we go back to the Game Master, right? We refocus our lenses on such a spectacular sight.
They know. They know Georgie's somewhere with the operator. So they want to bait out the utility. And I guess this is where having an Omen is such a big thing. Because compared to the Astra, you technically can just keep reusing your smokes without, you know, on full duration without refunding it. Without overusing it. Oh, this is going to be quite difficult. Yeah, for NCJ, I would say, because again, Georgie on that op is going to be massive, and they haven't really smoked Garage here just yet, or Market, and he could definitely explode. And speaking of which, there he is, Maxi on the peak, but Georgie, no freaking way. Maxi was prepared, 3 versus 2 as the round continues, and look at this, Raph. Mid Matters is on the long lurk, so Oreo, Wild Oreo, and Drax would have to deal with this because they have to clear it up, but at the same time, they also have to clear out the back of B. Good delay on the Nano, though.
Good delay indeed. That's all they can really do now. And I cannot believe NCG is still pulling this off, Aster. I mean, despite the weaker weapons, they have free upgrades here. The economy status of NCG is towering over what we have on the side of Oasis. Oh man, this is really, really rough, and it's starting to look kind of, or rather, it's starting to be very difficult to watch because there's this certain excellency that we hold Oasis to right now.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Again, it's so star-studded from the front end to the back end. They are just so overpowered. But right now, they could use a recharge.
Need a refresh, a reset. Man, their economy's been shot to the ground. Where's the rest of the offense here? They're wanting to bait out the peaks. But it's a trade for trade. Georgie is so close. He is reloading, but Georgie can't hit the shot. Naru tucks himself perfectly on the corner. And Wild Oreo and Marky to remain. Maxi making sure that Marky can't find any shenanigans outside of B. And the rest of Oasis now just looking to regroup, use their numbers, push on B, and without Nexi being alive, they don't really have to worry about any cheeky utilities anymore. It's all about the dry peaks, but Marky can always deal some damage here, but he's blinded by the lights. And unfortunately, this weekend is looking pretty rough for Oasis.
They have to save their tears for another day, Asteroid. Despite everything that's been happening in NCG, they are really running it up, man. really running it up now. I know that was an eco, but if they can get yet another prio around here, Oasis, they will have to fight tooth and nail to just pretty much have any sort of light in this half.
This is rough, man. Like, Oasis are just not finding that groove, and they've called a timeout once again this very early, Raf, so they know that they are in a bit of a pickle. Unfortunately, they need to unscrew that bottle. They do have the ultimates here. They got Georgie back on the operator as well. It was kind of interesting as well that Georgie got spotted out by Maxi. And again, Maxi doesn't usually have those explosive games. He did have one, what was it, like yesterday or the day before yesterday, I think. But that was one of the very off occurrences. But this time, Maxi really is finding that value, at least for this point. And it has saved them in that particular last one.
Speaking of Maxi, Astra, I feel like NCG, at least in this specific matchup, right? Typically, Oasis is not a team that would try to establish a lot of lurk threats. If you've noticed, they're always very, very front-facing, and their dueling has been honestly one of their more pivotal aspects. NCG, they haven't really done anything to lurk either. They have been pretty much 5-manning everything they do, except when they're defaulting like this. As soon as I say it, of course, something else happens, right? But now Oasis, they try to take a bit more of an aggressive stance here towards A, hoping to get some sort of information and just a signal for the other lanes to be flooded. But Georgie, he is gonna narrowly miss because of that paranoia. He will burn his dash, but he will still have a pretty safe perch here, at least on Heaven. But now they know that Georgie and the big bad operator is gonna blow your house down if you enter A. They divert their attention and make B a point of interest. Now the question is Oasis gonna rotate in time? Because certainly having an operator on a retake is a little more difficult, right? Maxi shooing the ghosts away, Asarai. The evil spirits.
Is that what we call in the Philippines? Pash pash?
What is that?
Oh, I don't know. It's like swatting away the evil spirits with banana leaves or something. Or maybe I'm
Really?
thinking about like the marketplace when you're shooing away the flies from the meat. I don't know. Either way, it feels like it's something that... Oh.
Huh. This must be a fake. That recon could have been a fake, Asarai.
Kind of sus.
It's pretty suspicious indeed. But with the suspicion in hand, Asarai, the smoke is actually to cover how many people are here. But Drax sees no evil, hears no evil, yet finds Senior Carl in all of that. 13 seconds. They still have not found a footing towards B. And Marky's holding it down. He's doing more than holding it down. He is just shooing them away with whatever you just said at the beginning of the round. I still have no idea what that means. But Oasis, signs of life. The first round on the board.
Okay, off topic. I think it's called like a homemade fly swatter or something. Anyway,
I don't know. Bro.
I don't know either, man. Anyways, like you said, that timeout very was beneficial for Oasis here. And I don't know, NCG just got caught. There was also an awkward phase there where Maxi was just holding an operator. I wonder what he kind of wanted to do with that particular weapon. But yeah, it's not going to really find any value from the previous one. Speaking of which, Zind back on the rifle. They need their top man, their top gamer here to find some openings. And Marky, I don't think the Phantom's going to be sufficient enough to break that. So this lockdown will force out the defenders on the site. And oh, the tag though. Marky could be incapacitated if he's not careful. But thankfully, he's able to get away. The utility's being used. And Georgie, he wants something. He wants blood, but nobody is giving him the satisfaction of the peak.
No satisfaction tonight. Nothing on the menu, apparently, for Chef Georgie, but NCG. They're burning a bit of time here, Asar. And like I said, Oasis is really not a team that will pose quite a bit of flanking. And now, exactly what's happening is that Max has found himself towards Market, and this is going to be a very, very real crossfire. Naru is tagged down at 26, but if there's a stray kill going his way, he is just effectively healed. So it doesn't really matter what's going to come his way because Oasis, they look to just shoulder charge through everything. And Senior Carl, he perfectly counters it. And this is still looking dicey. No, they still can't get the defuse.
Ooh. Great hold there from Singer Carl onto B main. He basically single-handedly defended that angle by himself, deleted multiple players of Oasis bit by bit, and then somebody at the back of B just was able to delay it. Excuse me, I think I had some issues with the, from our perspective, I wasn't able to see that entirely, but the delay, it was enough that even though the spike was half diffused, as you saw, it still exploded in the end.
I think Seed called me a demon in chat. I'm just saying, but right now we've once again put our eyes towards this game as Oasis. They have a bit of a way to climb here. Nexi does have a sheriff in hand, and we've seen the magic from every single one of these players. They're still definitely not out of this one. But NCG, they're making a case in their grudge match, in their revenge match. So what utility do we have on the board here to really help this default? Oasis still leaning towards that safe side of the defensive line. They're really not deviating away from this defensive approach. And NCG, they are just so willing to sit back and burn a lot of clock.
Yeah, and this is where NCG, again, just loves to go for it, right? Because you mentioned once more the Oasis don't really like to play the lurk as often as NCG does, at least in comparison. And maybe because of that, they get the more map control. But you know what? Oasis, they still have tricks up their sleeves. It's off-angle positions like that that make a damn good argument for Oasis again, with Georgie at the helm of that peak. But NCG, not wasting opportunity, knows what's up. Oh, hold on. Marky, he's going to delay this with the ultimate, and he answers it so incredibly well, giving opportune moment for Nexi and Georgie to follow up. And in the blink of an eye, the Hunter just hunted everybody.
Wow, it's like that's what hunters do, Asarai. It's
True.
like their job description. That's crazy. And this is the first eco we are going to be seeing on the side of NCG. Very, very nice pick there towards short, just to have a little bit more map control, as you mentioned. But with NCG, they go for this timeout. Suddenly, they are very, very cautious. I really like this call. I know it's only one round that they lost, but they are just trying to keep this shape, this momentum towards their end of the of things. And now, as I inspect the economy, we might see a broken buy here. Zin does have Blade, so he is enough to probably drop a Spectre on one of the support players. Oasis, they're going to be very, very healthy. Marky's not going to have that Hunter's Fury, but you know it's going to be back up on him. Wild Oreo relatively quiet still, but the circumstances have really not benefited him either, so the numbers might not be as telling. Nexi has been an absolute unit, very, very difficult to take direct fights with. That's another thing, right, Aster? I think they've just been avoiding Nexi for the most part. Every time they hear the AWP or if they hear the utility, they just outright not mess with it. They're just like, yeah, we can go somewhere else.
That's a good point. They're kind of conditioning themselves to go the other way, but he does have some good merit here. Maxi really does love the Marshall. And he has found some pretty good openings with this particular weapon. Georgie did see that the dash is primed. If he can bait this out, Georgie has no more mobility options. And if he stays too long on mid, could be a practical opening for NCG.
Ooh.
But of course, that's still Georgie. He can become unhinged, untethered. And boy, is he starting to become unchained as well. 3 players remaining from NCG. They've lost control of the spike, and they have to try to claim it. Both of the Jet players going to be on top mid here. Zin has the blades.
Oh,
Georgie is on the dance of death. Zin, one more blade remaining. And this
Oh, no.
Eco, this Thrifty, is getting just torn apart. One more remaining. And that's going to be mid matters down and dusted.
Unchained like Mr. Biscuit Oliva. Folding that entirety of NCG in half. As Oasis, they rally back and they rally strong. Once again, an eco round, but they did so well to really not drop any additional weapons nor really take any meaningful damage. Asarai, Marky still has not farmed anything for his ultimate, so that's going to be a few rounds with that being offline. Georgie and Nexi are close to theirs, so that could be a saving grace on the side of Oasis. They also have that KO, that null command in the back pocket, ready and waiting. So that could be something that might just halt this very heavy-handed push on NCG. Again, they're very, very compact. They haven't really spread out their offense to, I guess, entangle the entirety of the map. But wherever they're situated, they're very, very difficult to get rid of.
Oh, okay. Bit of a breath here for NCG. They're starting to slow down. Utility used here by Maxi. He's pushing himself back. Can't really take a bite of this too long, or else Oasis will bite back. That's the thing. But look at this. Somehow NCG finds some free take on a short, and it's going to be the aggressive push here. The Paranoia will be thrown out. Wild Oreo, beautiful flash. The Cloud Burst, and Zin survives. This could be the start to something new. Oh my god, Georgie just got sideswept. But hold on, Wild Oreo, this is his moment to shine, but gets flushed out. Draxi trying to help him out, 2 versus 2. Round continues. Nexi is on heaven. What is happening?
Naru.
What is happening? It feels like they can't hear each other for some particular reason. The eye being thrown out, and this is Naru's time to shine, and boy does he, picking up that 3K.
What is happening? It just seems
So
that
messy.
even the senses of these players are betraying them, Asterai. And I hate to admit, and I hate to say this, but Oasis, they're just really not in the groove today. It is such a rare sight. Like, this is literally probably 1 of 2 times where we're thinking, where is Oasis? I know it's 3-6, but this is just to carry over from that previous map. This is them handling adversity, right? They have to get back. They have to bounce back to know that they have it in them. But NCG, man, they are so incredibly greedy. They're not letting, Oasis gain any momentum, gain any meaningful ground. And as I twist my words, a battle ensues. Zin, he is going to commit to this. And for his commitment, he is rewarded with a frag towards Georgie. Now, Marky, I don't know about this one. Oh, that's definitely going to give them away right now. They try to fight towards B main, but Maxi has to be the stalwart anti-flag, but he also gets a bit of a trim. Now the turns have been tabled, Aserai.
That was a bait and switch play too. They might think that Zind is here, maybe alongside his teammate. At least they know that the Lear is there. Unfortunately, Naru will get spotted out. This is perfect timing for Marky to hold the fort, which he does as he gets pick by pick. But Senor Carl, does he have the ultimate?
Goodness.
No, he doesn't, but he does have the spike, so this is a step in the right direction. Was not able to pick up a rifle. He'll have to clutch with the Bulldog with both of the players of Oasis coming in onto heaven. He should be able to hear this. He does have the utility, does have both of the smokes as well as the Paranoia. Will be able to utilize this to at least cut some corners, isolate some angles, and maybe make them flinch. This recon dart, oh no, now they know. The Paranoia is going to be used to at least isolate a couple of the fights. If he can fight Nexi first, this is going to be absolutely momentous.
Oh my gosh.
Senor Carl gets hit mid-air by Marky. Air Marky 360, and that is going to give Oasis 4 rounds in.
And oh my goodness, Marky. Looking like an eagle in his eagle powers.
They demand a fight.
Oasis, they're slowly coming back alive, Asar, but I have to admit that start of the round was so worrying. Marky. With that ending kill. Look at that.
Oh my. This is not TikTok. Maybe it is. Maybe the T in VCT stands for VALORANT Challengers TikTok. No, it's Tour, guys. It's Tour.
You are walking on very thin ice. I'm just
Tour.
telling you this now.
It is Tour. I am clarifying it right now. I was kidding. Or, you know, as a disclaimer, I was kidding.
And look at
All
this.
right. I've said my piece.
You have said your piece, and the rest of the teams have heard it.
Peace be with you.
Now, something that we have noticed with Senior Carl is that he's been in angles that nobody has really flushed out, Asar. And Georgie, he can sense it. Maxi can also sense it. There's a great disturbance in the force. And none of them are really letting go of this angle. My goodness. A duel of fates, perhaps? The beginning of the Temple March? No, they're just going to stare at this wall. They're going to watch the paint dry. Unless, Georgie, Nah, he doesn't go for it. And I love the patience on the side of NCG. But still, they are getting shredded to bits here. Wild Oreo with a bit of a repeat from the previous round. This time, he is faced with, I guess, lesser opposition without a full armory. And wow, that is some insurance, Astrai. He will pop that null command just to make sure. But Zin, where did he get that Vandal? And Mid Mathers hitting him with the confusion. Oh, dear me. And as quickly as it was built, Oasis, they're looking a little shaky again. The pillars are there, but are they pillars of sand? Mid Mathers with a 6-shooter, finding yet another frag here. But are we gonna see a clutch by Nexi? No, denied yet again. 4-7. Again, still competitive. But again, usually we see Oasis in such a dominating position that NCG, they are just absolutely ragdolling them in these rounds. It's crazy.
I believe Zind did go for the hero Vandal play, and while Oreo was holding A short by himself, Zind immediately just bypassed it, went to heaven, and got the flank there. Unfortunately, I was looking at the minimap, and Nexi was just holding spawn, thinking that maybe Zind would have been searching for him. But unfortunately, Zind's idea, at least unfortunate for Oasis, Zin's idea was just to pinch, and he found Drax out in the open looking to assist while Oreo then managing what was on the flank here. Georgie's brought out the operator, and as well as the blades. He really loves to go for this combo. It's his signature. The 4-5 losing Naru. They got no more flashes, only the paranoia, so we'll see how this goes.
Again, more delay tactics on both sides here, as we do have a Cosmic Divide. If Drax chooses to use it, they do have a significant man advantage, so that's something to calculate with. NCG, they are still clumped up in this death ball. They will find that information and that very valuable suppress, but look at this, Astrai. The rare flank, and I feel like it's gonna work wonders. Oh my gosh, Maxi just stepped out of range momentarily. It might take some time for his bot to rearm, but if he chooses to do that again, that is going to be a window that Nexi is going to be looking to abuse. Still a very, very expensive round on the side of NCG, but the anti-air systems, and nobody clears Senior Carl again! How is this man getting away with all these blind spots? Even as an ult to scout. Oh my goodness, and he will be met by immediate resistance, as there is no safe haven but Nexi. He's going to swoop in. He's going to give Senior Carl a bit of a slap on the wrist and maybe on the face as Wild Oreo. He holds it down. It has still been planted, but they dissect that post plant very, very well. The dream is still very much alive, Asarai. And 5-7. All Oasis needs to do now is to win the pistol. And they will equalize. And we will see where it goes from there. But NCG, knowing how greedy they are, they're not going to let this one go.
That was huge from Senior Carlo. He almost exploded in that one. But unfortunately, they played into the hands of Nexi. That ultimate was just massive. That put a lot of strain onto SR Nacague to push forward, to push on the spawn of Oasis. And Oasis, they were so prepared for that. You saw Wild Oreo already immediately use the flash, not even knowing that somebody was already right in front of him. But his guess, his instincts were correct. And you're absolutely right now, Raph. 10 more seconds in, and Oasis, they have a shot at equalizing this.
That they do. And equilibrium is something that they've been clamoring for, Asar, as we've seen rounds that they are looking like the Oasis we know, and sometimes rounds that just look very alien to all of us. NCG, they have no problem with dealing with anything being thrown their way, and Zin, he is still testing fate. He is 28 HP, but he knows one shot to the face is all he needs. As they've already lost Georgie, so that immediate space taking on these side hits is just going to be so absent. What else do they have in their back pocket to salvage the situation? They do have 4 stars and now a third to come off cooldown. So potentially this A take is not going to be as difficult. But Nexi, his presence will be known. There's already quite a bit of activity on the rotation.
Ooh,
they are going to get hit by the perfect combination here, Asari. Left, right, maybe one to the body. Now they are gassed as Naru is still overhealed. And the shock darts are coming in. Now the post plant, it will begin.
It is still, I think it's still pretty doable. If he uses that drone, that's gonna be not too good. But Zind, all right, he was whiffing a little bit, but now able to pick it back up. So the thing about that particular push, I love the smoke from Senor Carl. If you know that your opponents are already at A main, just smoke, not A main in general, but just that little divot as they peek in. So you get the information and you still cut off rotation just in case. And again, he threw the paranoia before the KO blade actually connected on him, so he was not disabled, able to use it for the delay tactics, and Naru, at least as you mentioned, was able to pick off a person or so. So, really huge round for NCG.
Huge indeed. And this could potentially snowball into critical mass, Asarai. We've seen NCG really work those first 3 rounds of a half, right? Really, really well. And if they could do that again, then, well, the math will add up. But even with a force by Oasis, that was peculiar. I thought Georgie was going to have a little more support there. Maybe a flash. But yet again, the woes continue, man.
It's a very big commitment for Oasis. Like you said, if they lose this round, the woes even become more woeful. Ooh. I mean, if they go to the B site, they're gonna get, welcomed by Maxi's utility. At least what is kind of good for Oasis here is Maxi is just by himself. Zin is some farther parts away off, but oh no, his timing. He knows something's up. There's going to be the molly to clear up the corners here. Zin gets bladed again. Can't really push forward, but he is popping a couple of shots. Wild Oreos tagged out to 45. They will be able to get the start regardless. But again, the numbers and the HPs well into the advantage of Nacague.
It is quite advantageous, and it is quite annoying on the side of Oasis that they have to deal with so many of these things, but it's slowly falling apart yet again. We have Drax all alone. And my goodness, his candy was taken from him, Asarai. NCG, they're literally looking like bullies. They're playing so well. Once again, maybe Naru was the X factor, right? Again, it's just maybe the space that they can take and the comfortability with, as I mentioned earlier, the shared gravity between both duelists. It's just making SR and Nacague move so well.
Now I gotta ask, dude. Actually, what happens, at least with how SR Nacague are going, if we actually still go to Pearl, theoretically, are they going to be more confident on it? Because again, the most recent matches that we've seen them on Pearl, it's been SR Nacague incredibly shaky. But this time, the way that they're playing here is inspiring faith that they're going to be able to make that happen. But of course, since this is a best of 3 and they're already looking fantastic on Ascent, we might not have that chance to experience it. Maybe in the playoffs, we'll have to see that. But again, I mean, still not over. It's 5-9.
It ain't over till it's over, right? I mean,
true.
We have seen crazier things happen in Oasis. They're true, firm believers of the magic. Are we going to see such wizardry, such sorcery? Only time will tell. As this has been a fairly slow game to Asarai. It's only round 15. But Zind has made quite a bit of space here. And he will dash out. Will not double dip this time around. And now Oasis. They go for B. What do they have right now? Just a bunch of sheriffs and some faith. Truly the Wild West here. And they go for a pretty much an every play. A very default play here, but they do get their boots on the ground. That's the biggest thing. But without their controller, their angle cutting is going to be that much more difficult. But we take those fights facing forward. As Nexi and Georgie, they will salvage this situation. They will now be stuck in the boathouse, and I can't believe Nexi's still alive. Senior Carl here, dancing with a Spectre, gets a third for himself. No, it's a second, but Naru. He's gonna hold down Nexi, suppressing fire. One's gonna stick.
Oh, the smoke.
Oh no, the penetration's not enough. I feel like if he just stabbed one more. Oh dear. Oh well, at least they do get a lot of eco damage and hella orbs on the side of Nexi. But what could have been, right?
He lost bullets, right? That's why he had to pick up the Spectre.
Yeah.
He was panicking there. I mean, did he have enough time to reload and then pop the second mag to go for the pop shot through? I am unclear of that. But in any case, even though they did get the orb farmer here, sounds like a good game to play if ever, right? But yeah, it's still 10-5. NCG garnered double digits from that round. It was messy, but you know what? That's where NCG loves to go for. Wants to go for.
Do you think maybe, just maybe, they should be a little more active with the Astra utility? Again, you have so much to combo with, right? And knowing that NCG for most of the time have been pretty clumped up on these sites, you could very well isolate some of these fights, but a raw gentleman's duel has been happening, and Georgie has shook hands and have felled 2 fellows. So that is going to be huge. Now NCG, they still have that operator on the side of Zin and the emergency blade storm, but he is ways away as Maxi is going to hold it down.
Oh my god!
That is serious damage he finds. But now Zin has to go for that save. And this might be the first time we will see NCG have a barely broken buy on this half. And now Georgie, he's starting to heat up, Asarai.
True enough, second wind from that heroics of Nexi. Granted, again, they did lose the round, but that was a thrifty round where they wiped the rest of NCG. So in my book, that was a pretty damn good one here for Oasis. You're absolutely right. Georgie is heating up. The catch onto Naru snowballed into a straight to short on the way to the A site. Yes, there were some utilities used by Maxi here, but ultimately it was just not meant to, well, get any value. In any case, that is going to be Zin just saving the operator. But now, it still is somewhat tricky because I believe NCG should still be able to buy? No, actually, no.
No, they're not. I mean, so potentially what could happen here is they either go for a double save or Zin goes huge with some sort of crazy peak.
He has the blades too.
Yeah, God knows wherever he's gonna go. As long as that is gonna come to light, NCJ is gonna have a very realistic chance of taking this. But right now, Oasis, they're still tasked to break down this defense reliably because the round counter, it's not gonna lie here. Look at this. We have some cover towards the top mid. And Georgie's considering on taking it. Nexi, still waiting if there's any aggressor swords, Cat, just to make sure that this A push is gonna go safe and sound. But oh dear me, the nightmares, they could happen for real here as Zin, he has no real threat to not peek this. And Georgie, he is once again the stuff of nightmares. Senior Carl, a character literally made out of nightmares, does find one, but Georgie's rampage doesn't look like it's gonna halt anytime soon. So now Senior Carl, he's gonna have to run away with the operator.
Just fine. Again, they wanted to get some value on the op, but that was very extremely well read by Oasis. So nothing really much, you know, Zen could have done there unless Georgie was unprepared, but that is nowhere near what has happened. Mid matters though. Okay. Wants a bit of action. Picked up the weapon of Nexi. Spots out Drax. First in the right direction, but again, it's not going to be that as there's just too many. There's too much heat from Oasis on the A side.
That was indeed a little too much here, and so far the biggest constant for Oasis success is just Georgie man-fighting everything. And as long as he's taking and winning those fights, then NCG is forced to respond somehow. Maybe just reel it back a little bit more to have some sort of crossfire setup, because this operator, once again, is just a bit of a nuisance on those retakes. Granted that was a very limited economy that they had to work with. So this is going to be a pause on the side of NCG, I believe. I'm telling you, man. Sometimes Georgie just like, I am going to win this round. And there is nothing they can do about it.
True. How many times has he done that? I think like 2-3 rounds in a row. So, well, what are you going to do when they come for when he comes for you.
Don't be a bad boy. Hope for the best.
Yeah, NCG, they've called a timeout. But I mean, they do have sub-ultimates here, but it's not really enough to answer, I think, what Oasis have, which is basically the whole enchilada, right? They got the wall, they got the lockdown, they got the null command, and this is the best utility that Oasis can actually hope for if they want to utilize, if they want to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this in the past and in the macro sense. Empress really does nothing for your team. You know? Oh yeah, sure, you'll have a sound key, you'll fight better, but again, in the grand scheme of things and just strategic value, very little.
Right here.
But now, on the side of Oasis, they have a million things that they could combo with. I don't think we've seen a Cosmic Divide so far in this half.
I don't think so too, yeah.
So they might just be saving that for something, and I like how Zin just walks out of there. He is just anticipating the push. The trade is potentially ready here for Naru, but he could be swinging onto 3 people if he's not careful. That Nano Swarm is just gonna keep him alive just for a little moment. But next he trades with Zin. Although both Jets actually are gonna be out of commission. Wild Oreo, they will now lead the charge. Unfortunately for him, wasn't popped soon enough as the smoke does fall anyway. Drax, he will get that res up without any questions. And surprisingly, on the side of Mid Mathers, he's not going to challenge that. Is he going to hold the angle? Yes, he does. That's one. Marky's going to be temporarily blinded, but he still gets Naru here. Mid Mathers holding on for dear life. And the classic, keeping him sustained. But Marky, a quiet demon, but a devil nonetheless, gets yet another pick and a round for his team. 8-10, Aserai. NCG now have been frozen in place.
Yeah, and once again, back to the drawing board. Their economy's been shot once more. I honestly thought that was a collateral from Zin. The way
it looked
that
like it, right?
It looked like it indeed. If that was the case, NCG would have had an easier time here. What was, I think, a conundrum to me, Raf, or an enigma here to me, is I wanted to see what happened with that Naru push as Senor Carl was able to hit, I think, multiple targets with his paranoia. Because we looked at the perspective of Mid Mathers first, but that was also kind of important because they both dropped, even though there was such a nice, again, strike of utility here from NCG.
And that it was. Yet another timeout being burnt here, this time on the side of Oasis. And I just wonder what they're trying to do. I mean, sure, yes, they can keep their momentum going. And maybe, just maybe, they're refining whatever plans they're brewing. Absolutely still anybody's game here, though. We've seen quite a bit of thrifties on both ends. NCG, now they're the ones that have a considerable ultimate advantage here. Marky's just only 1 away from Orb. So if ever that lockdown will come down the side of Maxi, there is an available counterplay for that. But I doubt that they'll use it on a buy like this. Once again, an interesting strategy here. And the numbers. The collapse onto this defense. I like it a lot, Aserai.
That's a commitment on the ultimate too.
That is too. And once again, right, we talked about this. Sometimes you just have to simplify the game. Don't make it hard for yourself. Just fight. And that's exactly what they're doing. And they're doing it so well.
Jeez, Georgie, calm down. Well, actually, no, don't calm down, because that's what they need. A well-heated up, oiled and ready Georgie, just raring to go, pushing into the sights. And again, Oasis, they keep their ult economy from 3 rounds ago, Raf, and this is where it's really gonna feel like a stub for NCG, because they're losing the firefights, and now they might even lose the utility shuffle because of just how massive Oasis's economy is looking.
So here's the problem, right? Since they went for that Reyna pick, they will never win a macro-wide utility shuffle. It's just not possible. Yes, she has 2 Leers, but it's not going to be enough to respond to long-range 0-point pressure, to Astra pressure, Sova, so on and so forth, right? NCG, they might have found some sort of skeleton key early on, but Oasis, they change their locks often, man, and this one seems to be too state-of-the-art for such an archaic tool. Now, Maxi's suppressed. He will have that lockdown available, and I think he's considering it. He will go for that default spot here. And I will assume that the lineups are going to come through. But there you go. Like I mentioned, that Hunter's Fury is going to be there, ready and waiting. And despite not damaging any players, that is still value to be found and value to be had. Both Killjoys, only one left standing, at least for the lockdown. And Georgie, I like that he backs out. I think he recognized that could have been an overextension. But once again, he jumps into the safety of his teammates, and for good reason. Oasis, they operate like a cohesive unit now. NCG, they're still fighting tooth and nail to regain whatever they had in the early half, and Maxi makes a strong point for it. Gets another for him. But Oasis, they will try and take back Sanctuary.
They've really adjusted into this. Again, the setup heavy Oasis before is, in and of its sense, kind of gone here. And they're more about just a quick default into staying in on the site and playing the post. Because if you think about it, you know how NCG, as you mentioned, really want to play off of the utility of the Reyna, right? Because if he doesn't get the picks, he doesn't get the fights, it doesn't work. But they also realize that there's no real credible flash threat from NCG. So if they play on the site, if they play close enough, the nearsightedness of the Paranoia and Lear is basically nothing. And if you play close with your teammate, the trades will be aplenty, which is what we saw from that previous round with Oasis.
Aside from that, right, like when NCG is going to be forced in a position like this where they're going to be a fair bit more passive, once again, that Reyna and that Jet could potentially just end up as a dead agent in a situation like this. They're not going to have any reliable way to check for angles, to get information in general. Now we have Oasis. They have conditioned NCG beautifully, but
God,
Maxi, he has a 12 gauge in his hands, and it could be hunting season. A wild Oreo approaches, and he actually gets Drax. What a baffling trade, but still, that's his one, and that's enough eco damage to make it somewhat acceptable. But the plant has gone down, and there is no more ultimates on the side of Oasis to really reinforce the site. Marky playing B main. Georgie also gets one onto mid Mathers here, so this retake is falling apart before it's actually happening. And Senior Carl will get a little bit of a bonus here, but Oasis have wrestled the lead away from NCG for the first time in the series.
First time in the series, and this is what Oasis are all about. I talk about how they're a team that wants to, steamroll and such. But they also have the capacity to play this with comeback in mind, with the ability to reel it all the way, turn things around for them, right? And Oasis, they did use, again, a good chunk of their utility here, but they still have somewhat to, keep on that ball rolling with the Cosmic Divide. This could be the first time we're going to see Drax actually utilize it. And as you mentioned, I think we haven't seen him at all prime it up. But NCG, they really want to go for that mid control if they can. Zen's been spotted out already, trying to go aggressive. He's nearing Fountain here. And Georgie does not oblige to fight. If Zen wants to, he can go and lurk all the way around. But unfortunately, he did not go up the stairs. So he's just stuck somewhere on top mid and can't really spot Drax picking up the spike and bring it all the way to the A side possibly.
Is that what could happen? But look at this. A potential duel could ensue on the back lines. They bypass each other completely. Or maybe, just maybe, that's trigger discipline, but the hit towards A has happened, and I think that was a crucial window that Zin could have capitalized on. Naru is going to hold his own and finds Georgie, but the attack, they reconsider their options here. And, NCG, they link up with each other. Once again, I'm a little confused to what happened there. They had total mid control, but it has regressed to a pretty... I mean, it's still considerable, right? Yeah, Zin hears it. But look at this. Oh my goodness, Zin has been so unlucky with his timing, Asarai. He has really just not found Drax. Not once has he found Drax. And they have been so close to each other. It would Be such a shame if Drax would kill him, but at least Zin finally gets the kill, right?
Step in the right direction. He knows he's right there in the contact. Oh my goodness! And they clean up house. You're right, man.
It was so
that
strange.
wasn't lucky.
I don't understand. Well, in any case, they do manage to win that round despite the peculiarity of it all, Aserai. Now NCG, they've given their take towards this Oasis battle that they're going with. Like, you know what, you guys can have 1 round lead, but what if we turn it on its heads yet again?
Hear me out. We turn it on its head.
Hear me out? No. You know? Yeah, we're gonna take this round and...
I get you. But at least Zid had played over the wall, so he heard the rotation from Oasis, right? Because that was the reason as to why we saw the Cosmic Divide come out. It was just because to mask the mass rotation for Oasis because they didn't have enough time left.
Indeed it wasn't. And they are going to spot out 1. So how are they going to hinge off this information? They go for a pretty mid-centric take here. Weirdly enough, NCG, the round that they decide not to do that, it's the round where Oasis completely circumvent them. Maxi surprisingly has lockdown again, Aster. I didn't notice how quickly he got it back, and with kills like that, it shouldn't surprise anyone, really. But Marky, he is going to be here with his fellow Sova player. And the smoke is going to dissipate very soon. Mid Mathers are already making a case on why this is his house, this is his fortress. But Oasis, they're just going to shoo them away. And it's Zin yet again on the flank.
Spike planted.
I think NCG played it a little bit too, what's the word here, safe? Waited for utilities before they can try to make the play. This is really not what they wanted to will go on. Zind, does he know?
Yikes.
Oh my god, he does
What?
not, but the instincts persevere. 2 versus 1. 12 bullets in the chamber. Ouch. Right, gotta be careful about the counter wall bangs, if ever. There's going to be the smoke. He can always get pop shotted, and he gets caught off. This is not good for NCG as Oasis. It honestly looked like Oasis was supposed to lose the round, but somehow they managed to bring it back.
That's exactly what we live for, Asteroid. The game, it is still going to trudge along. As none of these teams are really refusing any ground. Like I said, in the minds of NCG, that sweep was arm's reach. But with Oasis answering back, this could have potentially taken a toll on their mental. They are in a pretty shaky buy here, and their ult economy doesn't help their case either. Wild Oreo, he has this null command, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. That's not gonna stop Maxi from just holding the angle with the Sheriff, though. As soon as this dissipates, he's gonna put a counter lockdown for himself. And Oasis, this time, they're not gonna double back. It's Wild Oreo finding 1 wherever he will, but Maxi, who has been pretty reliable, pretty constant, has to watch his teammates die here. Lockdown here again, and a Hunter's Fury. Just to salt the wound a little bit more, and Nexi catches the wide man swinging. 2v4 Aserai. It looks like we might be setting up a map number 3 here. Naru and Senior Carl, they have a very difficult task at hand. And the difficulty really shows. And Oasis, they tie it up. 1-1.
Finally able to bounce back. Let's look at the faces of Oasis. I'm kind of curious as to how they're feeling. It looks pretty solid. Standard. Common. Unfazed. And that means that we are going to be going to Pearl. Raph,
yes.
I asked this question a while ago, a couple of rounds. What happens when we come into this? Because it looked like NCG, they got their pieces in order. This time, it looks like it's been disarranged. Look like the chaos is once again abrupt or abundant on the SR Nacague team. Can they bring back this game number 3, or will Oasis just bring it home and get that 6-1 standing?
I mean, well, like I said, man, it is a statement game because right now, NCG, they're still gunning for revenge. I mean, like you said, right, it was a marquee matchup moments ago, but with Oasis firmly taking the lead of the pack within the last few weeks, it's been very, very difficult for NCG to catch up, but they are definitely making a solid case right now. So in any case, Asar, that Pearl map, it's going to be probably super messy. I think Oasis is super, super good on Pearl also, but NCG has made quite a bit of fame and of course stability on said map.
I heard the voice in my head from, I think, HG real quick. What happened here for NCG? They just, as you mentioned, they stalled. How many rounds was that, Raf? We somehow got 11-7 and then, or 10-7, and it somehow mutated into 11-13. So that was just consistent rounds. Whether it was from just great macros here from Oasis, where they had so much utility that they were able to kind of domino effect each and every round. They had so many answers, and because of that, NCG weren't able to play off of it. Or it was, I think, the overheat or just the lack thereof heat from both Naru and Zind somewhat on that second half. They looked like they were simmering down there, right? There were some peaks from Zind that got caught. There were some early peaks from Naru that also got caught. And because of that, it felt like they paid the price in the second half of this Ascent map.
A very, very high price to pay too. I mean, this also begs the question, when is Bat gonna play? I mean, he's usually the, I guess, very, very consistent performer for NCG. Zin has been absolutely on fire. Senior Carl has been deadly too. Like you mentioned, there was maybe just not enough heat retention on the side of NCG. Perhaps they're gassed out. I mean, it has been a pretty long series, and with the way that they lost, what, 5-6 rounds in a row, it is pretty demoralizing. So that could be something that's bothering them just a little bit. This short break could be enough of a mental reset for them. But we will just have to see, because both these teams are very, very impressive on the map that we are about to see. But right now in Ascent, there were many moments definitely on both sides where, oh my goodness, that could have been it. That could have been it, but it really wasn't.
It's the power of Oasis for you. And speaking of Oasis, they're going to be delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Oasis's Wild Oreo.
Oasis Wild Oreo.
Yes. Oasis
Rules
Wild
of
Oreo.
grammar, my friend.
Yeah. I apologize. This is...
Well, he will not apologize because he is delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. So once again, one of the clutchest players we've ever seen in the PH scene. And so super, super young too. He has such a great future ahead of him too. But Asrai, my goodness, that was a bit of a slog, really. A bit of a brawl for a map.
It was. All right,
and now...
Who's gonna do it? You're me.
Okay, guys, relax. Relax. Still a long series ahead of us, but for now, me and Asari will just have to take you guys as well on a short break. So don't forget to get your food, get your drinks. My name's Raf. That is Asari once again. We will be right back. So here we are yet again, ladies and gentlemen, the precipice of fate and potentially the very last game. Actually, is the very last game of the regular season. My name is Raph, and that handsome gentleman over there is Asarai. It has been quite a long day. That map felt like it took forever because everybody was just dissecting round by round, and there's just so many things that we had to keep track of. But now, Asarai, the question is, who is gonna come out on top on Pearl?
I don't know, man. Oasis, they've already found... I feel like they're a groove here. They were just non-existent, I felt, on Haven. Ascent, you can really see the turnover there. It started great for NCG, and then somehow they just came to a halt. While Oasis creeping up once again. If that's the trend of this series, Pearl might be looking much better for Oasis than I was expecting in this entire series. Because I was banking on the fact that NCG just looked nigh unstoppable. But once the double duelists started to simmer down, their threat levels or their ability to threaten Oasis started to diminish as well.
It is absolutely game time for everybody. Like you mentioned, Oasis could be riding that scalability train and them getting better on as the series progresses. But that is still something that we have to confirm because despite all of that and despite all of our suspicion, I guess, Georgie made such a strong case. He was taking a lot of raw duels and he was winning quite a few duels. NCG, it did look like they lost a little bit of their footing, especially on that map. And you did mention that it can get reduced to the utility shuffle. But with Reina on the map, and unfortunately for her, very clear-cut weakness is that she just cannot handle that type of utility pressure over the long run. And they needed Naru to just basically be a blitzing force, but that was not necessarily the case. Are they going to swap him out for Patman? Because I feel like that might actually happen, right? Because on most of the pro games, Patman has been present.
No, they didn't really... I don't think they have done the double duelist as often on Pearl. I mean, I'm actually looking at the stats here real quick, and yeah, I'm right. They actually opt to go for the double controller with the Viper as well as the Astra. So with that in mind, maybe... I mean, we did see Naru as well play as the Fade before with Patman there. Because I don't know, man, because right now it feels like there are some issues with both Maxi and Naru as the pickups, right? Because Maxi was having some difficulties with how he finds the picks on the lurks. He wasn't looking as well as he did a couple of days ago. Naru, on the other hand, even though he's able to find some picks, does tend to fall off mid-round to late game. And when Zin can't really find those picks anymore, he needs to rely on those teammates. It all comes crumbling down for SR Nacague, excuse me.
You're right, and that is pretty much the lowdown on the brawling aspect of both these teams, and we have seen that come to the limelight, to the forefront of the matchup, because surprisingly, even on the side of Oasis, they haven't really gone for too much set play outside of the usual ultimates that they would like to employ. But now we are going to be, I guess, fairly interested in how this matchup is going to go, because everybody was dubbing Pearl as the new Ascent. And I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to see a bit of yet another knit and gritty game, just like the last one. With that being said, Asarai, this is truly where everybody has to step up now. Everybody has shown the ability to just kind of pop off. But Naru and Maxi, as you mentioned, has had similar problems. But guys, when there are problems, there are solutions. And what other better solution do you have if not for Grab? Of course, big thank you to our sponsors, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with that great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. I'm not going to say it, Astra. I'm going to give it to you.
You don't say it.
Well, no. It just sounds weird now because I usually let you have that line. So with that being said, Asarai Unlimited, Grab Unlimited. Go ahead if you're feeling quite parched. Go get yourself a drink right now because I have mine. And there you go, guys. I mean, what else do we have to talk about, right? We've basically dissected both of the maps. Now for our map 3, is Mid Mathers finally gonna go back to that Astra? Actually, is my question.
It depends if they're gonna have to, if they can bring back Patman. That's the thing. there is a lot of questions left to get answered here for SR Nacague, and it's in the Agent Select that we will be seeing that, because again, most of the things that SR Nacague has been utilizing in the past is their ability to rotate their 6-man, right, which was Naru. They've used him on the first 2 maps. He was good at the first. Second one, a little bit shaky. Will they double down and keep him for the third? But once again, it really depends because of the utility usage that Naru has over Patman. We'll have to see what the adjustment is there. We're just, again, waiting for that agent selection to begin. But other than that, I will say, at least for the end of Oasis, they really came back on their own. They started to play the game of SR Nacague, which was more for the brawl. It took them slightly longer to, I think, figure it out. But once they did, there really was no stopping them, to be honest.
At least for a moment, right? There was pretty much a juggernaut of a force on the side of NCG, but now that maybe a weakness has been found, a Achilles heel perhaps. But before we get too much into that, Astray, we would like to remind everybody that there is not one, but actually more languages that we can redirect you to. If me and Astray are a little too abrasive for your taste, grow a spine. No, I'm kidding. Go join the Filipino broadcast over at facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH. Of course, we have a mirror for both of the broadcasts at youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH. So guys, of course, if you missed out on the action, very, very conveniently, you can check out the rest of the VOD. And that is pretty much it. Oh my goodness, what does that smile signify, Astray? It means we are going to the Agent Select.
All right, this is where we answer the questions, and it seems like they are keeping it, but there is a bit of an adjustment here. It's going to be Zin this time on the Phoenix. Is this the first time we're going to be seeing Zin on the Phoenix? I believe so. Georgie, I believe, has used the Phoenix for Oasis a couple of times now in Pearl, so that's not really out of the ordinary. But they are keeping Naru, and they are keeping him on the Duelist, so they know that if they put him on something else, maybe the Fade, it is a risk that NCG are not willing to take.
I'm still pondering upon my thoughts here. Naru is still on that Reyna, and it's been working pretty much wonders for NCG. We finally have Mid Mathers. Actually, no, it's still Senior Carl on that Astra, so Mid Mathers has permanently taken the seat of Initiator, at least for the series. Now, we will have an outright Phoenix duel. Potentially a disagreement, an objection could happen between these two. You did mention, Astray, that this is the first time we are going to be seeing Georgie on this Phoenix, right? Both Zin, and my goodness, how else would a Phoenix matchup start, right? Both of them flashing each other, but it's actually Naru to get the space. Zin follows up, and that's going to be both the Duelist and the Controller out of commission on the side of Oasis. Their forces, they are quite a ways away from actually reinforcing the site, but maybe they have the good read here because Maxi's the only resistance here. He's lining up a Nanoswarm, I believe, for back sight. But Nexi, if he can feel the back of his neck just basically tingling, then he might have the right call. But Senior Carl finds Savvy 8k here. The Nanoswarm is going to get denied the moment it lands on the ground as Nexi and Marky 2v5. Oh dear me. A very tough situation and a very disjointed approach towards this site too. No trading potential whatsoever. They're going to be burning quite a bit of time just to get the safety of these angles here. And this is where it begins. Naru still has one more Leer. So this is going to be even more difficult as long as they hear that sound spot. We actually see Senior Carl just turning the heat up. Gets Nexi. One more play on the side of Marky. He flashes out, doesn't really find anything here, but could potentially find a few exits. But like I said, potentially doesn't necessarily equate to immediate results. NCG, like a battering ram, yet again, take the opening pistol.
And this is, I think, NCG showing to us their philosophy, which is short form content. In the way, and the reason why I say it as that is look at the duelists that they've kind of garnered for themselves, right? The Phoenix as well as the Reyna. They're all about going for the quick plays, and they're all about capitalizing that with their ultimates that only require 6 charges. And lo and behold, Zin, he's one away from the run it back. I don't think he's going to be using it this round, but the bonus or the gun round for the next 1 to 2 is going to be incredibly NCG sided if Zin can capitalize on the run it back.
Oh dear. You did mention the 6 orbs for the ultimate Aster. Do you think they'll ever change that aspect about Phoenix? And wow, Drax just takes a quick sneak peek. And he nearly loses his head over his curiosity. Now he falls back in the safety of his teammates. And NCG still, despite having a lot of early pressure and early presence towards A, they opt to go a different route. Maybe they go for an art take. Maybe they go for a link take. No, not at all. As they have looked to posture themselves in a B split here. But I love the read on the side of Oasis here. They respond very, very well. And if Mid Mathers can get a flash here, that is just going to signal Oasis that... Huh. Well, that's another curious incident that happened today. I don't believe that flash popped. But Georgie, despite finding Zin, will have to deal with the rest of the squad here. And Xavi 8K with a shorty. Once again, after 12 feet, that thing becomes a glorified, I guess, feather gun. Tries to get the classic, or at least whatever weapon he can pick up. And now Xavi with a wall. And just really all the patience in the world will get chewed up by Naru here.
Zin and Naru, both nearing their ultimates here. This is the ideal start for NCG. Now they wanted to go for it. You're absolutely right. Smart rotation and read from Oasis all throughout. They wanted to use the numbers, but NCG is able to, again, utilize their timing there. Alright, this is the first time we're also going to be seeing Georgie on the Vandal in this particular game. We'll have to see how he approaches the push outside of Art. Here he comes. 2 kills and the run it back also available for Georgie at this point. Nexi pushing out, trying to get that mid-control, mid-information. NCG, they're all about splitting it up, right? That's how they did it on Haven. They're doing it here on Pearl. If they can find these picks, that's going to be huge. Okay, we do see Maxi now trying to make some noise on mid here. I do like this. It's a double on double, Raf. Maxi's gonna be using his utility to make some noise. They're gonna think that maybe he's the only one lurking. And they double stack on spawn. They're kind of just huddled on their spawn, which is kind of awkward, but 50 seconds is still some time to maneuver.
I'm gonna have to look this up later, but Oasis, they seem to struggle quite a bit when they don't win the pistols, right? And it's been proven time and time again, especially in the last 2 maps or so. If they still manage to, I guess, drop this round, which is highly unlikely because they do have the weapons advantage here. Despite all of that, NCG, they remain unscathed. They go out. They will now set up for the post plant. They can't rely on their utility. And Nexi, that was such a crucial shot that he had to land. And Naru making the Spectre look like a phantom. Nearly gets another for his troubles. That heal up is going to keep everybody in the side of Oasis pretty fresh.
Oh, no.
Oh dear. Maybe they still have the opposite side. That's a heartbreaker. That's a little bit of a heartbreaker, Asarai. But like I said, statistically speaking, when Oasis don't win the pistol, the struggles, they just really branch out to, I guess, for the rest of the match. Are we gonna see something similar to Ascent again?
You don't know, but Oasis, always a team that can surprise you, always a team that can bounce back. That's their one of their biggest strengths. NCG here, they don't want that to happen, so they want to keep it as hot as possible. But Oasis, this is one of their earlier timeouts here, Raf. Usually we see that after maybe around 5, round 6, but as early as now, they are hedging their mistakes, trying to trim down on the weaknesses and see if they can find the strengths to really bring things around back. But as I mentioned, dude, the short form style here of NCG. Look at Zin. He's already halfway to another ultimate.
Wow. Short form, huh? Just to keep that retention for the rest
Like
of
that?
team going.
You like the
Aster, right?
terminology?
Oh, yeah. What else? Are they really playing into the NCG algorithm, Asarai? In any case, honestly, all those statements that you just said and I just said were pretty much true. As long as they have these low volume but high impact ultimates that they can use either individually, then NCG, they can keep this train going, because now that you mentioned it, Nar could probably just pop Empress. And while that's happening, Zin could still be realistically super close to run it back. And now we might just see that happen. The double flashes, they come out. Beautiful smoke here, just to pretty much mask whatever might happen. And Nexi, despite all of this, still gets 2 first troubles. And Zin, man, he has been such a problem. I know this is an eco, and Oasis have done considerable damage still. But wow, the awareness of NCG to just really, I guess, brute force this this round is really commendable.
Yeah. I mean, they've used... I mean, this is the way. This is basically the creed of NCG. Brute force everything. I like the call there to not really fall back onto B and just go to the back of B. Not fall back to B long, excuse me, but go to the back of B, get that heaven angle, make it work for you, and use the crossfires here and the just numerous amounts of angles to peak to make Oasis work for it. In any case, Maxi picks up 2, nearing or they're trying to at least get the lockdown much quicker if they can. But as I mentioned, look at this. Zin is almost to his run it back once more. I know I keep pointing it out, but it is one of the foundations of what NCG wants to keep utilizing, especially with that Phoenix pick.
Short form. I might just
Short
use that
form.
more often.
Right?
Just because of you. I mean, I get it. You know, it's a potentially high impact ultimate with honestly a very low maintenance cost. And that's why I'm curious. Are they ever going to change that about Phoenix? Because in some point in time, that's going to be a bit of a problem. A Xavi 8K, an unusual combination. We normally don't see him on a Sage, or if we have, it's been quite a good minute. And on an operator as well. So this time around, he will fall into the safety of his site, allowing his teammates to really support him if the need arises. But look at this, Asarai. I love that triple flash. It is just so menacing when we have X-Ray on. It's like, somebody is gonna have their rate extended by 100. And Xavi still manages to get 1, or at least denies the value to run it back. They sure get the info, but NCG, they just don't want to deal with this. Oh my goodness, Georgie also ulted for that.
Yeah, dude, that... Alright, I mean, they gotta bait it out somehow. No way Senor Carl gets this, and the transition! No way he gets another third! Senor Carl, he breaks it! Breaks the defense, gets 3, destroys the lockdown, and single-handedly wins the round here for NCG. I mean, if Marky clutches this, then I will retract my statements, but I will be damned to not give Senor Carl that highlight. What an absolutely phenomenal lurk. Ay! Oh my god, Marky! Ah, there you go. Okay. I got my ace. That was a... Marky got his wings clipped there with the flash. What is happening?
Well, I feel like clipped would have been a fairly gentle statement, Asrai. But still, once again, NCG have not given up a round. I'm totally impressed with how Senior Carl has been finding all these timings, man. It's been so prevalent that Oasis, despite their best efforts, have not really found a way to go around it, circumvent it perhaps. But Oasis, they are now on a pretty shaky buy. I'm not entirely sure if this is a look they're going for. But oh dear me.
Okay. The stance here for NCG. Just gonna try to look towards the A site once more. Oh, Senior Carl was so aware. He is zoned in right now, Raph. Zin clears out the corner, goes in for the pinch. And Marky, wall backs. Okay, if Zin is not enough, they got Marky. Dirty's wrapping around, trying to pick up onto Senior Carl here with the flank. At least does not want to get pinched. But his cheeks will be. Hello. Actually finds Naru. But trades will be swift. And Draxi and Savvy AK2 remain. Savvy, the wonder boy of, again, the collegiate scene. Only gets the one first. Could get another, but Zin, I mean, everybody right now for NCG is feeling locked and loaded.
I have to say, that is a Wadu heck.
I haven't heard that from you in a while.
That is a heckin' crazy peak. But it is an eco, as I have said this so many times today. It has been an eco and such. But Oasis, we have championed them to be one of the more effective eco teams, right? NCG, they just seem to have anti-stratted most of the more potent plays in the Oasis playbook. This is by far the best start they've had. And my goodness, I love this headache-inducing lineup. They throw the cabbages out. Georgie wants to deep fry a little bit of them. And here we go again. Zin still has that run it back. Drax will hold on to that. Dodges the Trailblazer. But he cannot dodge the stun here. And of course, SR Nacague are going to pull back here. Pretty much signature thing that they've been doing, yet they haven't wrestled any meaningful control towards B. B-Link will still be preoccupied by Nexi. And this B-Long position is going to be slowly crept on. I feel like that Nano Storm's just a little too early. The Cosmic Divide is here. They are going to sell the fake, but Mid Mathers gets the rotators out. So that is going to make Oasis double check if their senses, if these information is as accurate as it can be. Javi still has that res, and that wall is going to afford him the safety to do so. And my goodness, a stroke of luck, or maybe just good fortune in general. We have the run it back by Georgie. Definitely enough to cut this post plat down, and Nexi's gonna have a grand old time. There's really nothing Mid Mathers can do here. He's just gonna posture up for exits. Oasis respond after 6.
There really is nothing that they can do at that point. NCG said it already, it's headache-inducing, but it seems like Oasis was able to drink their paracetamol, man. Or their mefenamic acid. And just remove that annoying pulsing in their brains.
I could use an ibuprofen right now, you know. It is summer season, it is cold season for a lot of us. How dare our constitution be so weak?
I got
as you were mentioning,
levocetirizine with me, you know, the antihistamines. Yes.
Good lord, we are sickly.
That's why we're gamers.
What is that supposed to mean?
Because we're always just, you know, we're always stuck at home. Yeah, it's the byproduct of being sick, always.
That is true.
That is true.
My attendance in high school was not very good because I was a sickly lad.
Oh, mine was college. I'll make story in another time, or tell the story another time, because right now the story of NCG pushing up onto A is still yet to be told. Drax here holding quite at least flamboyantly. They're playing close. He does have the suck, so I don't know what's happened. Maxi is just the tail end eater of mid pushes. And this hold is looking much better for Oasis, as you can see. But the trades, all right, we're down to just Mid Mathers. Drax just spots him out clean. And I gotta say as well, Drax is playing with the default Vandal skin. What a total boss.
But you hate the Minima Phantom.
It's cause you have to buy something that looks like that. Alright? The default skin at least is there because it's the default. Exactly.
Yeah, but like I thought you're a big fan of minimalism.
But not for skins, man. I mean,
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Not all can have such great taste of all Minima enjoyers. Look at my funny gun, guys. Look at it. Oh wow, though. But Oasis, they're still answering back, and these last 2 rounds have been convincing, Azurai. Perhaps the opening 6 for an adjustment period. A lull to give NCG a false sense of security. As we read into this quite a bit. Or they probably just had a slow start. You know what I mean? Could be one of anything I just said.
Yeah, I mean, the short form here for NCG does have a very short shelf life in the sense that once Zin gets shut down a whole lot, he's not going to be able to keep the run it back train rolling. So they have to play somewhat slow. And how many times have we seen Maxi just get picked off at mid because he's not able to time it correctly or just, I guess, understand that there's somebody always going to be holding double doors at this point. He's done it like 3 times in a row, and he's been taken down 3 times in a row as well.
Wow, we can count up to 3. As Georgie is going to start off the frag count by finding Zind. So Zind is not going to have any presence moving forward with this round whatsoever. And I like that adjustment to just kind of go forward a little bit on A main just to get that off timing and just get that early pick. Now, with that being said, I wonder how SR and Nacague are going to handle this. They have quite a bit of resources still. They have the lockdown, which is honestly the biggest thing. Essentially gives them a free sight, even but for a moment. But this art take is going to be fairly innocuous for now. But Naru, oh dear me. An important kill that is going to open up a long for Oasis to really just bunker down. They are going to have a plan still. But the advantage of having a Flash and Georgie on your team is that it is going to come from anywhere and everywhere, as Georgie is just going to be an absolute firecracker. And that is going to be yet another round for Oasis. Wow, Oasis, they seem to be freezing NCG much quicker this time around.
There is no safe ground for NCG to actually get the site implanted. Yeah, granted, that lockdown cleared them a little bit, but they lost control in A main. They still haven't cleared the back of the site, and they're just banging on the fact that Oasis isn't going to retaliate the push on the site. That's not going to happen. Oasis is a team that doesn't really let things go to waste if they can help it. And they can help that round, definitely. So NCG finally starting to shatter in terms of their utility. Zind, is he going to go for it once more? He really does. Georgie's going to chase for this. Oh my god. Okay, he used to run it back. That is. Alright, they've used both. Georgie's trying to run away, but he's hit the shots and he's cooked. Mid matters, let him cook.
You let him cook for too long, Asrai. He has turned into a charred corpse.
That's a really nice wall, though.
Yeah. I love nice walls. His Drax looks to tear every single one down with this default Vandal. Truly an agent of chaos, and Georgie gets yet another frag for his troubles. So that is going to lessen the downtime of his ultimate. As Naru, the last one alive, is going to join his teammates very, very quickly. Huh. That's 4 rounds in a row now for Oasis. And they are looking very, very sharp.
Yeah, no signs of slowing down at least. It was kind of interesting too, because I believe Mid Matters wasn't even flashed or stunned. So him being just, I don't know, cooked there with the hot hands was a kind of precarious position that NCG put them in. Maybe it's because of the additional wall bangs that happened as well from Georgie, but regardless of, you got to give it to Georgie. He is going to be the better Phoenix of this situation. At the start, it looked like Zin was unstoppable, but Georgie, he's making the case, man. And because Savvy is right behind him hitting these shots,
oh dear,
they just look so unstoppable. And as long as they take damage, because they got 3 healers, it feels like they can just shrug it off.
Was that the fluffy strat? Where he just lets the dog stare at you? He did that in one of our pubs, and I'm like, bro, he is buying time. And he bought time, indeed. As NCG, without Zin, they are just gonna have one last flash, and Naru, I would have not recommended doing that, right? But again, so you have to make space. And Naru has done that job just at the cost of his life. Fairly expensive. But with Drax still holding on to this backside on the hut. He sees the barrel of Senior Carl. But he will not find the end of this duel as Georgie's gonna swoop in. Where did Marky come from?
Back of the site, I think.
Huh?
Or actually, no, flank all the way from Art. Any
now-
case, yeah.
Do you think Oasis has begun outmaneuvering NCG? I mean, NCG, they just seem a little
perplexed.
slow-footed. Yeah, they are perplexed. They are stuck in the mud. I don't know how Conor McGregor says it, right? But man, this left hook on the side of Oasis is making NCG look like Jose Aldo.
They are verklempt.
A very vexing situation for any of these players, really. As Zin, who has been getting a good number of fights and getting respectable mileage out of it, has suddenly just stopped. Literally the end of the road, and wow, Naru has been bested by the machines. They're here to conquer, apparently. And, how did that happen? I feel like the spam did come his way. Senior Carl still has that Cosmic Divide and the Seeker's combo, which is going to be absolutely deadly if they choose to invest it in this round. However, they're still kind of stuck in B-Link here. Nexi has no real idea that somebody is here. He's just going to be jiggling it. I think he heard the jump. Zind has one last curveball. The cabbages are going to come out, but with Xavi's also here, so they have to find this range management quickly. Otherwise, this operator is going to be a legitimate threat. And Zind, he backpedals into the wall. And Maxi has been discovered on his lurk. So no sneaky tactics here. No ruses to be pulled towards the side of NCG. It is a 3v5, an incredibly expensive one. Senior Carl, once again, with his immaculate timing. Gets another, and Zin, despite burning for a good few seconds, gets the fruits of his discipline as they funnel through. And Drax will be the welcoming blade. Oh my lord, indeed.
What is that? 6 straight rounds for Oasis?
Switching sides.
Take 6 away from us, we'll take 6 away from you back. There was layers of offense there from SR Nacague, but it got quickly exposed by Oasis. Oh, this is going to be stressful. NCG, they started it with just blistering speeds, hot steam. You know what happens to steam? It also starts to cool off. See, they got to go back to the pot.
That
boiling
vaporizes,
once again.
right?
Huh?
That turns into vapor, right?
Yes. But the item that is billowing the steam would cool off.
What? I was thinking about precipitation, but I guess we're just talking about steam itself, so not necessarily naturally occurring, Asarai. But actually, no, it is.
All right, trivia
But-
master. Okay.
No. Wow. Okay, just because I body everybody on quiz night, don't have to bring that up. But I do body everybody on trivia night. It's hilarious. Drax finding Zin, not very funny on the side of NCG. Once again, do you feel like they're trying to kickstart their engines just a little too much? That they're not actually gaining any, like, long-standing heat?
Yeah.
Senior
That
Carl
looks like
standing
the
out
thing
in the
that's
open
happening.
like that is just enticing George to blast him in the face. We have the ever so elusive flanking Reyna here. We'll have a duel with Nexi. Nexi very patient. He knows his teammates are here. And wow, Naru actually gets one very, very quickly, but that is all she wrote. And once again, NCG, they are still running with a 6. Running to the 6 with their woes. Oh no.
At this point, I feel like they might have just run out of steam. Unfortunately, these flanks are not working. Is there going to be the force buy from NCG? No, they played the safer game. Naru's going to be the only one with the Sheriff. Again, as Arena, that's always a must because you can always just go for half shield, rifle, and not really worry about getting, having a bad round at all. That's the strength of the Arena. Unfortunately, you mentioned it as well, Raph, that the strength not really panning too well for them. Contact is coming aplenty. Naru in close proximity. Goes out for the swing. Unfortunately, everybody was prepared here from Oasis. and systematically, Rap, are they just pincering in the defense one by one, bit by bit? Mid Matters has exposed himself with the flash and the classic. Oh, okay, all right. Reverse flash, XDR flash, not gonna work. But Savvy cleans it up regardless.
Did Oasis just decide to like, oh yeah, let's just win eight rounds. It's not a big deal. You know, it's just not a big deal. I mean, let's just let them win 6 rounds first and then convincingly steal it away. But on a more serious note, I guess the data that they derived from those initial 6 rounds have been working so well, Asterai. If you've noticed too, NCG, at least in the previous half, they stopped, I guess, doing the, hey, let's try to condition A and then just rotate immediately towards B. I mean, typically, it's still a very effective strat despite the simplicity, but they were missing one key component in that they never really secured mid. They always had one passive hold towards mid, and Naru, despite his efforts to try and dismiss out, will be sent to detention by Principal Georgie. And now Oasis, they still have a, I guess, pretty decent amount of ground to cover with Xavi out of the question. The wall is going to be unavailable for the post plan, and there's just sustainability is overall going to be a little lower. Granted, we do have Georgie and Marky on healing duties. Georgie mostly for himself and Marky with mostly everybody else. But the run it back is here. Senior Carl looking to be a fiend in the corner yet again, and that he does. Only effectively getting 1. But more damage could have been caused by Georgie had Senior Carl not been there. Maxi nearly gets a spray transfer. Nexi and Georgie, they are on the opposite sides of this map. They have not gone the spike down, nor do they really have an avenue to do so. Zind has had a little bit of trouble getting himself going in these last 5 or so rounds. That flash is going to come in the way, but so for some reason it doesn't, as Zind is the hero again, Asarai. The streak for Oasis broken.
Not the biggest of mistakes, but Georgie reloading at the back of B gave Zin the idea of where Georgie was and didn't really need to clear Georgie, just the planter of the spike, because he knew that his teammate would at least deal with the peek out. And unfortunately, if you're coming through spawn, if you push on the right entrance of back B, you're not really going to spot it as Georgie unless you wide swing. So the default plant was really not helpful for them. They wanted to play it safe, but got exposed to the elements regardless. Georgie, though, ooh, good damage onto Sand. Gotta have to back away. At least they do have mid matters for the quick heal. But Zind here, as he uses that run it back, gives Naru a bit of that confirm on mid and might be able to catch Nexi. Did he actually spot him? I don't think so. And Nexi, okay, now this is where Naru should hit the shot.
Oh, no.
But it was all for naught. 1 for 1, though. Maxi gets a trade.
They could have used the additional bodies. I mean, a man advantage is always something that's welcome to any team, right? But wow, that was unlucky. Unfortunate. As Georgie and the rest of the gang, they are going to take B. What they have, Asterai, they have a pretty healthy amount of utility for a pretty decent post plant here, but Georgie is just manhandling everybody.
Damn.
He is looking like the eagle. Khabib, I smash your boy.
Well, off topic, that's what happens when you trash talk somebody who's quiet, brother.
Khabib is not quiet. I am just gonna tell you now.
Alright. I did see that a lot of the interviews, he was like just chilling.
Well, but he's not quiet. He is far from the quietest person.
Yeah.
If
I
you
should have
want to
been
look
more
at
specific.
Yeah, okay, so lore time. If you really want people who are very, or at least relatively respectful, quiet during pre-fight, I think Dominic Cruz was one. He will bite back if he starts some stuff. Demetrius Mighty Mouse is always going to be there. But look at Valorant right now, as these two contenders are looking to just do as much damage as they can. And oh my god, Zin. That scared me for... He nearly died from the dog, Asarai.
Heal, boy, heal! Calm yourself.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, Naru. Oof.
Naru indeed.
You know how you mentioned, excuse me, you mentioned how, you know, Oasis
Your
was
excuse.
having a difficult time dealing with lurks. This time, they have just all but thought about all the lurks that NCG have been doing. And when has NCG gotten a successful lurk in this particular game? I don't think any.
Not at all, right? I mean, it's always been snuffed out by someone
Oh
or
my
something,
God.
and wow. I love that, Georgie. Never let go of the movement keys. I think that's also another considerable advantage the Phantom has. Movement and accuracy on the Phantom sometimes completely non-existent. As this eco round will be blown to bits. Huh. The blink of an eye, Oasis was 0-6. Now it's 9-7. 10-7.
Oasis, I mean, they're just going for hard contact here. Look at this, how just Georgie encapsulates, you know, what he's brought to the Oasis table, which is just to be the fire starter. And what is kind of unfortunate is he should have been matched up, no pun intended, with Zind, but Zind has been left in the dust. 25 kills to Georgie, 13 to Zind, and there's nothing that he can really, there's nothing that this Phoenix player of NCG can really play off of at the moment. You're absolutely right. It feels like they've definitely stalled. They're starting to play a lot more singular with how they approach the attacks. They've been going for these lurks that I was mentioning. They've been trying to go for these solo site holds as we've been seeing, and this has just kind of exploded on their faces. And they just, again, only had the one round in the second half.
So we always talk about adjustments too, with everything that you pointed out. It's like the first two adjustments are expected to be made on every pro team, every top pro team, right? But once that third layer comes into the mix, some pro teams just outright flounder. Because it's not just one layer being added. Now you have to account if those first two layers are going to be faked, if they're going to be an off time, plus the new layer, etc., etc. I know it sounds a little confusing to some of our more casual viewers, but it's basically just how to deliver and how to execute the game plan. They'd either go either way, but before we start explaining that, Senior Carl might just have to deal with a bit of a bum rush here on the side of Oasis. They have taken quite a bit of space towards B-Long already, and Georgie's prepping this flash. I love the anti-flash play here, but there's really nothing Senior Carl can do as Drax will also tear up the backline trying to support their team. And Oasis, they are awake, Asteroid. They have been completely obliterating this defense.
There's something that the chat mentioned that kind of struck with me, right? Is even though both of these teams are already locked in for playoffs, and the only real thing on the line was placement matches, they're like, you know, Oasis can take this slow. But the thing is, it's a matter of principle, dude. Oasis is a team that strives for perfection. They want to get as much experience and show up as much as they can. So, you know, the input is kind of weird and maybe invalid, because you're seeing Oasis really go ham into this.
No, I feel like, see, the thing is, NCG did anti-strat properly, you know, for the first two maps. But now, like I said, it's that third adjustment layer that becomes just so difficult. So on and so forth, it becomes a pretty difficult snowball, and honestly becomes a snow pile at the end of the day. And I think there's a weeb in the chat talking about, what is this, Vaporwave? Ramasa's pretty cool. And, you know, a lot of the older Vaporwave stuff. But anyway, before we get sidetracked, like I said, there's just so many things going on, and just so many smaller plays that are tacking on towards the mental stack of NCG that it just becomes so problematic. Now they have a weaker buy. Now they still have the ultimates, which I feel like this could be the round that they will have to invest in it. They do get a small confirm that there's, at the bare minimum, a presence towards B, but with all those Seekers, oh man, that's such an expensive way to check, and this is getting difficult to watch.
Wall upon wall. I do like how they planted right there specifically, not at default, so that they can threaten the positioning. Marky is... Okay, is he gonna get smoked properly here? Because he's gonna get checked. There he is. The defuse is there, the wall is there as well. And, whoa! Before anything could get as hot as can be, wall for wall, it actually worked in their favor.
11-8 now, Asrai. Signs of life on the end of NCG. They do get a few upgrades there. But I feel like the biggest loss was basically the Cosmic Divide and the Seekers combo. Could have helped so much in a retake, and it did. But now Oasis, they have the definite ultimate advantage here. That run it back on Georgie is going to arrive very, very soon. And Xavi still has yet another res. So effectively, if these ults come together, it's going to be a 7 versus 5. Wow, 2 plus 5 is 7? That's amazing. Oasis, they go for a timeout here. They are not risking anything here. They're not going to leave anything up to fate. They will now, I guess, well, like I said, right? Recenter, do all the intangibles. They have so much money to spend, Asrai. They literally can go up until the end of regulation, I believe, if my math is not wrong. But aside from all the delirium and whatever we are experiencing right now, a game is yet to finish in front of us. As NCG, how are they gonna adjust this time around? It does look like they're willing to put all their eggs in one basket. But what does that really entail?
27 kills, man. I mean,
oh man,
your question with the eggs in one basket, stacking a site, actually isn't the worst of ideas because they can leave
but it's
Maxi
Pearl.
to just... That is
Here's the
true.
thing. It's Pearl.
It's a risk they have to take, though.
I guess so.
Right? Because, I mean, you could try to play it perfect and have all entrances locked up. I mean, it gives itself a bit of risk because you also are left with, this possibility where Oasis, as you mentioned, or at least you're kind of leaning towards to, could just play lurk and find the spot where there's no defense from NCG whatsoever. So there's a fine line that NCG have to play around this.
Yeah, but effectively now, Oasis have a firm control, total control in fact, of mid, that they can play this however they want. There is an alarm bot as an early warning system on the side of NCG. I'm very surprised that they haven't sent the Reyna out to take more forward control of this B long just to have an early rotate. But I don't even think Maxi was in the range of all that noise. He knows his alarm bot was taken, but the number of footsteps still has not alerted him. Now they finally prompt the rotate, but both duelists are still on the opposite side of the world. Maxi has to fall back into dugout just to give himself that extra bit of safety. And Oasis, they still have time to double back. They've already cleared one rotation route, but the duelists are going to come. So if they choose to do it now, then that is going to be a gamble. I believe that's going to be so dangerous. They don't gamble at all, Asarai. They play it safe, but they have no true exit route. And Maxi getting nearly lucky with that. Just trying to hold on for dear life here. Xavi 8K from up above gets a space, and Naru and Senior Carl, they will absolutely flatten the opposition. And Xavi 8K, despite the kills, will get swatted away. And NCG, they bring it closer now, 11-9.
Great punish play there from NCG. The flashes, as you mentioned, and the double stack on the corner there was well punished. Look at that. The leer, as you saw, just blinds too. So there was really nothing Oasis can do up until that point. They really back on the fact that maybe the boosted wall for Savvy would have saved him. But Savvy also had to respect that the flash was connecting on him. So he was also nearsighted. So can't really find any form of value. You did mention how utility or economy for Oasis should bring them somewhat near into regulation if they can in terms of the amount of it. Maybe it could. NCG slowly but surely getting themselves another wind. Will it take him out of their breaths? We'll have to see. Or will it be enough to push Oasis to the brink?
We see a lot of support for Oasis, but Zind wants to be the contrarian here. He does get Georgie, and he will get him again. He'll have to kill him as many times as he wants if he chooses. or rather, if they want to make a stand here on this map, Aserai. Oh, and just like that, the doldrums continue for NCG. They have won the last 2 rounds, but yet a dominant take here. The rotation is going to be completely raw. Everybody's going to be coming from the avenues of, I guess, entry. And Drax finds Maximan. That is just going to be such a hard break here. And Naru has to play the hero. He does have the Empress up and running, but can he crown himself the ruler of the site? No, Drax is a usurper. And he will not allow anybody to take this throne. But Oasis. Mid Mathers, he can get a cheeky kill, and Xavi 8K
Not again!
does it again! Once again, a dagger. That is basically a fadeaway 3. And Oasis, they break the spirit, they take the round. NCG, they have to dig super deep for this. I mean, if there's another way to put this, Aserai, whoever is going to try to hype up NCG, probably telling Zin right now, I don't know, man. Me personally, I wouldn't take that type of disrespect.
I mean, I would say that it was form and function. You know, as the great Woody and Buzz would mention it, it is not flying. It is falling with style. Because the thing is, if he 360 that, he was probably anticipating as well the flash from Zin, mayhaps. Right? So it was a quick 180 or 360 and then just, you know, basically bodied his opponent.
He just 360'd and absolutely hit the clip. I am just going to say that outright. Oasis, if they don't win this round, then my goodness, NCG have the mental fortitude, the stoicism of literally every single being on this planet. And they are still holding strong, Aserai. They're making this such a nail-biter. A minute left on the clock. Zin is going to be first contact here. Georgie, this time around, does not have run it back. Are we going to see the full contact here? The trade is not going to happen. Naru has to make the frag of his life. This time it's been taken away. Yet another soul left on the board. And Zin actually gets Marky. But Georgie already on pace for 30. Will he get more space for his team? The spike is so far away, Aserai. I can't believe it.
Control. Yeah.
They do have control. But all...
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say, this is not what you usually see from teams in Valorant specifically for a tactical FPS to lead the spike that far away, but they still have some time. This time, though, Senior Carl, he's got to have to be the hero.
He has to be.
Oh, no, he's
Senior
tough.
Carl.
He saw him.
Oh my goodness, he still is alive, Aserai. If he can deny Planter, it could be it. But no, Xavi, the man that could spin, will keep spinning, and Mid Mathers trying to make a final stand, but Marky will take it away. Yet again, another gut punch and another commanding win by Oasis, despite the slow start. Oh, goodness me.
Georgie just celebrating with his Georgie dance. Maybe something that he learned from his time in Boracay. But you're absolutely right. Took them a while, but Oasis still stand tall. Only, again, dropping a single series. Absolutely phenomenal performance. I was wondering what we would be looking forward to with the 2 pickups on the Phoenix. And boy, it was, I think, a ride for the both of us. Great start for NCG, but even greater rebound for Oasis.
Wow, well, you could have not said it any better, Aserai. Again, the bounce back was just so clean, and we are going to be diving right into the numbers here for all you nerds out there who appreciate the stats, like all of us here, like me and Aserai. So yeah, again, we were championing Senior Carl because he's been so consistent. He has been the epitome of god-level timing, but with everything going in the way of Oasis, man, it's just so hard to stop.
Oasis. So with all of that, right, Oasis feels like they're the true leaders coming into the playoffs, even more so than NAOS now. But what I will say, Nacague, I think, comes in at a very respectable third. What is the standings right now? Yeah, I kind of wanted to double check that real quick. Who's actually in third in terms of it overall? So in third, it's actually Action PH or SR Nacague. That's basically the other two teams that is vying for third for the moment, which I think is what we sort of expected coming into this and finishing all these 5 weeks of grueling regular season goodness. In any case, man, Georgie just again shows to us how incredibly aggressive and just unfazed he is with any role that is given to him. But you cannot remiss that Oasis as a whole just plugs up all the weaknesses that Georgie might have, which is sometimes overheating. Savvy, as you saw, was just absolutely popping, even as the Sage on that operator, able to pick up 3 kills. That is no short feat when NCG are always up in your biz.
Wow. What a hip youngster Aserai is. But again, that was a no-nonsense performance from both these teams. But we have to thank Marky for delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, right? I mean, what a grueling series. Ascent just looked so brutal for Oasis for the longest time. And with Haven crumbling down like that, Aserai, I wouldn't be surprised, or we can forgive anybody who had doubts at the beginning, right? Because this was basically just an evolution point for NCG. In any case, that was the regular season, man. I can't believe it. It just feels like everything went by like a flash. And I feel like, once again, we are kind of running out of words here. I feel like the budget for the season is slowly dwindling down. It's okay.
I think the only thing that is left right now is for our panel to discuss the playoffs at this point, right? What are we going to be looking forward to after the week break and so on and so forth. And of course, just finish off what happened in this particular series between Oasis and SR Nacague. But I will say both teams played exemplary, and you still see that even though SR Nacague had some courts that they had to, I guess, overcome, which is, I think, not being able to utilize Patman in this entire series. I'm not entirely sure as to the reason why. Utilizing Naru, there still was really some damn good Valorant that we saw with how they played. So, with all that being said, I believe we are going to be pushing it or throwing it now to the panel. So, Laika and the rest, take it away.
Muli tayong nagbabalik sa panel. Kami pa rin si Likeable, si Terror, and of course, si Vil. Grabe nga naman yung labanan na yon na nakambak pa nga ng Oasis Gaming. Vil, makikita natin medyo mabagal yung momentum ng Oasis dito. Akala natin yung Haven, kanilang-kanila na, pero hindi enough.
That's true. Nakita talaga natin dito sa mga teams na to na talagang for the side of SR Nacague, maganda yung opening na si Haven. Of course, just breaking the streak nga ng Oasis Gaming dito sa mapa na to. Pero para sa akin, doon sa Game 2 and Game number 3, ang ganda ng opening ng SR Nacague na talagang nananalo sila sa first half. Pero pagdating naman sa dulo, is talagang nagpa-falter sila. Talagang nawawala ng momentum nila. It's the great momentum shift talaga ang nangyari sa Game 2 and Game number 3. We really thought it's gonna be a 2-0. Pero yung nga lang pagdating sa Ascent, talagang nagalit na si Georgie and friends. Pero ito, knowing Georgie, talaga hindi siya medyo nag-perform maayos doon sa Game number 1. At least nabawi niya doon sa Game number 2.
What a way to end this series nga naman talaga, no? Reverse sweep kung reverse sweep. Akala ko, ako na yung mananalo pagdating sa panel prediction, pero pinakabalan talaga tayo ng NCG dito. Pero that is also one of the strong points to consider here, no? Georgie at some point was overheating along the way, but managed to come back stronger pagdating doon sa last map na nakita natin. And we can definitely see na para sa side ng Nacague, during the latter parts of game number 3, brute force kung brute force yung pinapakita nila dito. And I feel like actually Zind from Nacage's side really stepped up to this series para sa buong team.
Oo, grabe yung step up ni Zin dito. Ilang beses tayo napabilib dun sa mga flick niya. Sobrang crispy talaga nung aim niya. Pero dito sa Pearl nung una kinakabahan ako, kino-question ko tong pick ni Savvy dun sa Sage. Kasi hindi naman tayo sanay na nakikita siya sa role na yan, lalong-lalo na dito sa Pearl. Tapos wala pa si Wild Oreo. So, hindi ko talaga sure. Alam ko naman, laging nag-e-experiment pa tong Oasis pagdating sa Pearl. Dahil parang hindi pa nila nahahanap yung tamang timpla kung paano nila lalaroin tong mapang to. And even now even though nanalo sila dito sa NCGville, hindi pa rin super convincing eh. Buti na nga lang nung bandang dulo, nakabawi na si Savvy dun sa mga pang TikTok na walls niya dun sa Sage niya.
Yeah, that's true. Yun nga yun. Parang nagkaroon tayo ng mistake dun nga sa wall, di ba? And talagang nag 360 pa tayo si Savvy dito. So talagang masasabi natin na talagang confident natin talaga siya sa ginagawa niya. Pero not just that. The fact na wala si Patman dito and si Naru yung pumasok, talagang nagpabago na rin talaga. Nakita natin yung pag-flex ng ibang players, which is apparently si Midmatrix adjusting from Smoke to Sova, which is dalawang beses lang na ginamit. And this is the second time na ginamit niya. And Naru as well, with the Reyna pick back then, and Senior Carl, ladies and gentlemen, na from breach back then talagang nag-adjust na rin siya on a smoker pagdating nga dun sa mapa na yun. Pero it's just Georgie right here being the MVP of this series. Well, si Georgie naman talaga, like nung sinabi nga ni Taylor, di ba, sobrang nag-overheat. Kasi knowing Georgie, isa siya sa mga player talaga na sobrang pinakamataas sa KDA dito sa VCT. Sa buong pag-average sa buong VCT, it's actually more than 18.5, something like that. Ganun yung average kills niya sa per match. And for the side of Oasis Gaming, at least talagang game number 2 and game number 3, nag-perform na siya na maayos.
Kala ko podcast ni Bill yung nasalihan ko.
Ay, sorry. Sali kayo?
Sali kami. Pero si Georgie nga yung ating MVP. Napag-usapan naman na rin natin siya at nasabi na rin naman ni Bill yung aking saloobin pagdating doon. Pero kung tutuusin kailangan mag-ingat ng Oasis sa mga ganitong klaseng games. Kasi yung mga small mistakes na yon can be so impactful. Yung mga wall ni Savvy, for example, yung mga shots na na-miss nila with open opportunities, even on an operator towards Savvy, mga ganong maliit na mistakes, kailangan nilang ingatan, especially moving forward towards the playoffs.
It is gonna be something na kailangan nilang ingatan. Pero ang maganda kasi, with the track record na nakita natin sa Oasis, kapag medyo nag-aalanganin sila, gusto rin talaga nilang mag-improve at mag-bounce back better. So feeling ko, pagdating natin dito sa playoffs, na-realize nila na alam mo, dapat hindi ganito yung laro natin. Dapat dominant win talaga at convincing lahat ng mga mapa natin. So I'm sure pagdating doon, magiging mas pasabog pa yan. Pero tingnan na nga natin yung standings para ma-fit na natin lahat ng pieces of the puzzle. Sino nga ba ang 6 teams na magpo-proceed dito? Ito na, nakikita na natin, naka-sequence na sila dito, Taylor. Oasis Gaming at the top at mapuputol yung listahan natin over here at Abaddon Abyss.
Yun na nga, nakahabol at abot. Pinagsama.
Abot, galing.
Abot ang Abaddon Abyss dito pagdating sa ating 6th place, no? And of course, sumusunod sa kanila is GameLab Alpha. And after this match, nakita na nga rin natin kung saan nga ba ang standings ng SR Nacague. Despite not winning this series na nakita natin pangatlo, they're still on the top 6. And moving forward, syempre, magkakaroon tayo ng brackets, magkakaroon tayo ng pagkakaiba-iba ulit ng swapping or meshing nitong mga teams na to.
Pero for themselves, diba, at least yung 4 invited teams natin, nakita natin dito na talagang kasali pa sila. Ibig sabihin talagang sobrang worthy na na-invite sila dito. And of course, nakita natin dito nag-step up nga talaga na galing sa Open Qualifier, which is GameLab Alpha and Abaddon Abyss. Talagang this playoffs, makikita natin ngayon, this is gonna be really exciting and really can't wait na makita to.
Sakto nga, Vil, no? Ngayon ko lang rin napansin nung pinoint out mo yun na yung 4 invited teams natin, sila pa nga rin yung nasa itaas ng ating standings. And then yung mga from open qualifiers, nandun sila sa medyo baba. Pero at the same time, hindi naman ibig sabihin no na hindi sila umabot dun sa expectations natin. May mga pop-off games din talaga tong mga to. Pero ganun talaga yung tournament format natin eh. Meron talagang mga teams na kailangan ma-eliminate. At yun nga, tulad ng sa rulebook natin, even though yung win-loss mo medyo close, or pareho, meron pa rin tayong mga bearing dyan. So unfortunately, for the side of Sky Empire and Puggers, they will be falling short for this time around. Pero huwag mag-alala, mahaba pa yung taon natin ng VCT. Marami pa ang pwedeng mangyari. Pero umpisahan natin dito sa playoffs. Tingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung itsura ng brackets natin. Kasi nung pinag-uusapan natin yung standings, nagiging importante to pagdating dito sa ating seedings. And as I say that, Vil, kita mo naman, round 2 agad. Now, saka Oasis, ready na silang makaharap kung sino from the round 1 upper bracket yung makakalaban nila.
Sobrang exciting to match 1 and match 2 natin, of course. I mean, knowing na double elimination naman to, meron pa silang isang chance, syempre, para to claim their throne. And it's gonna be a really Cinderella story if ever talagang, kunyari, G-Lab yung unang nalaglag, tapos biglang nasa grand final sila, diba? That is the best story that you can do dito sa ating VCT playoffs.
Yeah, and at the same time, no, mapapansin din natin dito, waiting ang mga players natin like NAOS and Oasis. And for Oasis, ang wish ko lang sana talaga makapag-warm up sila ng matindi-tindi. Kasi kapag usually na matagal silang nag-aantay ng mga games nila, minsan nawawala yung momentum na yon. But looking at these brackets as well, I feel like pantay naman yung pagkaka-segregate ng mga teams nila dito. Magandang laban yung mapapanood natin pagdating sa ating playoffs. For
Excited
sure.
na ako. Pero hindi pa to this week, guys, ha. Abangan nyo, follow kayo sa aming mga social media pages para alam nyo kung ano yung magiging official schedule ng playoffs natin. Abang-abang kayo dyan. Pero syempre, as usual, alam nyo naman yung mga platforms natin kung saan tayo nagsistream. May English, may Tagalog broadcast tayo dito sa Facebook, YouTube, and of course, sa Twitch. So, lagi nyo lang i-check yung mga social media namin dito sa VALORANT_PH, pati VALORANT Esports Philippines. Pero heto na guys, bago pa nating i-wrap up etong show, pasalamatan muna natin once again ang ating sponsors for a fantastic group stage for this season. Maraming salamat sa Riot Games as well as Mineski Philippines for these awesome games.
And syempre, thank you so much to Grab Unlimited. Saktong dinner na, kaya check nyo na ang Grab Unlimited dahil 9 pesos lang yan sa inyong first month.
Sabi ko, kuha na ako dyan kung 9 pesos lang talaga best. Pero syempre, nandito ang Games and Amusement Board. Of course, once again, this tournament is officially sanctioned with the Games and Amusement Board. A big shoutout nga pala, nagkatrabaho dyan sa Gab. Hello.
Hello. Correct ko lang kayo, 9 pesos. 9
sorry.
pesos.
Sorry amin. 9 pesos.
Kaya sorry kasi
only.
baka magalit eh. 9 pesos.
Sorry.
Libre mo ako, best. 9 pesos lang naman.
Ay,
Pembarya.
wow. Grabe naman, si kuya mo. Baka naman. Ay, hindi. Sige, pwede naman kasi usually nililibre din ako ni Vil ng kape. Lately lang, after 10 years. After 10 years, guys. Lately ko lang naramdaman yon. Kaya sige, thank you.
Damay mo na rin ako. Baka naman. Pakape na rin sa akin. Bakit kayo lang ang masaya?
Sa playoffs, may
Ay,
kape kasama ni Taylor.
Gusto ko yan. Gusto ko
Sinama mo
yan.
pa ako, dinamay mo pa ako.
3 in 1 lang kasi okay
pwede
yun. Masarap naman yun eh.
Sabagay. Masarap nga naman ang 3 in 1. Pero kaya na guys, ang damods natin tuluyan ng makakatulog ng mahimbing for now dahil dito na magtatapos ang ating group stage. Kita-kita ulit tayo pagdating sa playoffs. Once again, this has been VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
We're soaring up high, got no clue. How do I know what I mean to you? Yeah. Say it out loud, spill the truth. Tell me how I'm gonna get close to you. Yeah. High and low, in between, acting out, make a scene. Working on our body language, working on our body language. Baby, now tell me exactly how you feel. I'm just trying to keep it real. Let me love you on the inside, love you on the inside. Tell me exactly what you mean. You mean everything to me. Let me love you on the inside.